Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in June 2022. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 1. A strong emotion, especially if experienced for the first time, leaves a vivid memory of the scene where it occurred. I see a room in a New York boarding house. I can touch the wooden bed, the two gas brackets beside the looking-glass, the white door of the cupboard, the iron register in the wall that let in heated air, the broken sofa. The view from the dirty hall in 14th Street, with a side glimpse of the trees in Irving Place, show clearly. The rattle of the Broadway cable cars, the clang of their bells, still come to me through that stifling August air, when the shade thermometer stood at 100, with humidity somewhere about 95%. Thoughts of the sea and mountains, vainly indulged within these walls, are easily remembered, too. The room I am writing in now seems less actual than the one in the East 19th Street boarding house kept by Mrs. Bernstein, a German Jewess, whose husband conducted his own orchestra in a Second Avenue restaurant. Though 30 years ago, it is more clearly defined for me than Lady X's dining room, where I dined last night, and where the lady I took in said graciously, "I simply loved your blue lagoon," which naturally I was able to praise unreservedly, while leaving her with the illusion as long as possible that she had made friends with its gifted author. And this detailed clarity is due, I am sure, to the fact that in that New York room I had my first experience of 3 new emotions, each of which separately held horror. Horror draws its lines deep, its pictures stand out in high relief. In my case, the horrors were perhaps minor ones, but at the age of 21, an exceptionally inexperienced 21, they seemed important, and the fact that they were combined entitles them to be considered major. They were 3 in number: the horror of loathsome vermin running over my body night after night, the horror of hunger, and the horror of living at close quarters with a criminal and degraded mind. All, as I said, came together. All were entirely new sensations. Close quarters, too, is used advisedly, for not only was the room a small one, the cheapest in a cheap house, but it was occupied by 3 of us, 3 Englishmen on their uppers, 3 big Englishmen into the bargain, 2 of us standing 6 feet 2 inches, the other 6 feet 3 inches in his socks. We shared that room for many weeks, taking our turn at sleeping 2 in a bed, and 1 on the mattress we pulled off and kept hidden in the cupboard during the day. Mrs. Bernstein, denying her own blood, won our affection by charging $8 only, the price for 2, morning coffee included. And Mrs. Bernstein's face, fat, kindly, perspiring, dirty, is more vivid in my memory after all these years than that of the lady last night who so generously mistook me for De Vere Stackpoole. Her voice even rings clear, with its Jewish lisp, its guttural German, its nasal twang thrown in. "I asked my husband. Perhaps he let you stay another week?" What the husband said we never knew. He was usually too drunk to say anything coherent. What mattered to us was that we were not turned out at the moment, and that in the long run the good-hearted woman received her money. Certain objects in that room retain exceptional clarity in my mind. If thought pictures could be photographed, a perfect print of the bed and gas bracket could be printed from my memory. With the former especially I associate the vermin, the hunger, and the rather tawdry criminal. I could describe that bed down to the smallest detail. I could draw it accurately, even to the carving. Were I a carpenter, I could make it. all that I suffered in it, of physical and mental anguish, the vain longings and despair, the hopes and fears, the loneliness, the feverish dreams, the entire dread panorama still hangs in the air between its stained brown foot and the broken sofa, as though of yesterday. I can see a tall man pass the end of it, one eye on me and another on the door, opening a razor slowly as he went. I see the blue eyes narrowing in his white face, the treachery of the coward twisting his lip into a smirk. I can see him sleeping like a child beside me, touching me. Moving stealthily about the room in the darkness, too, as thinking me asleep, he stole on bare foot to recover the confession of forgery I had forced him to sign. I can still see his dim outline and even hear his tread, a petty scoundrel unwittingly on his way to jail. The bed thus is vividly present in my memory. By contrast with it, not quite so sharp perhaps, and a pleasanter feeling associated with it, another New York sleeping place rises in the mind, a bench in Central Park. Here, however, the humor of adventure softens the picture, though at the time it did not soften the transverse iron arms which made it impossible to stretch out in comfort. Nor is there any touch of horror in it. Precise and detailed recollection fades. The hobos who shared it with me were companions, even comrades of a sort, and one did not feel them necessarily criminal or degraded. They were on their uppers, much as I was, and far quicker than I was at the trick of suddenly sitting upright when the night patrolman's tread was coming our way. What thoughts they indulge in I had no means of knowing, but I credited them with flitting backwards to a clean room somewhere and a soft white bed, possibly to that ridiculous figure of immense authority, a nurse, just as my own flashed back to a night nursery in the Manor House, Crayford, Kent. That the seats I favored were near the swings lent possibly another touch to the childhood's picture. The memory, anyhow, is a sweeter one than that of the bed in East 19th Street, if less sharply defined. The cool, fresh air, the dew, the stars, the smell of earth and leaves were all of them clean, and no price asked at dawn. Yet the two, the bed and the bench, are somehow linked together in my mind, the one invariably calling up the other, and thanks to them, probably, no bed bothers me now, lumpy or sloping though it be, in train, hotel, or lodging. I have slept in strange places since, high in the Caucasus, on the shores of the Black Sea, on the Egyptian desert, on the banks of the Danube, in the Black Forest and Hungary. But each time the effort to get comfortable brought back the bed and the bench, and sleep soon followed to smother both. The gas brackets, similarly, rise vividly before my eyes, associated with the pain, the weariness of hunger. Not of true starvation, but of weeks and months of undernourishment caused by one meal a day. The relation between hunger and gas brackets may seem remote. It was on the latter, however, that we learned to fix the metal top which made the flame spread in a circle round a light tin cooking pot. We boiled water for milkless tea in this way, cooked porridge, and when porridge was not to be had, we heated water with dried apples in it. I remember the day we discovered that it was more economical to eat the strips of dried apple first, then drink the hot water that made them swell so comfortingly inside us. They proved more filling that way. The false repletion lasted longer, the sense of bulk was more satisfying, the gnawing ceased, and the results, if temporary, at least made it possible to fall asleep. There are other details of that sordid New York room which still retain their first disagreeable vividness, each with the ghost, a very sturdy ghost, of the emotion that printed it indelibly in the mind. These details are best mentioned, however, in their proper place and sequence. It should first be told how we came to be there. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in June 2022. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 2. We arrived in New York towards the end of October, coming straight from 5 months in the Canadian backwoods. Before that, to mention myself first, there had been a year in Canada, where even before the age of 21, I had made a living of sorts by teaching the violin, French, German, and shorthand. Showing no special talent for any profession in particular, and having no tastes that could be held to indicate a definite career, I had come to Canada 3 years before for a few weeks' trip. My father, in an official capacity, had passed from Liverpool to Vancouver, and we crossed in the Etruria, a Cunarder which my mother had launched. He was much feted and banqueted, and the C.P.R. bigwigs, from Lord Strathcona and Sir William Van Horn downwards, showed him all attention, placing an observation car at his disposal. General James, the New York postmaster, gave a dinner in his honor at the Union League Club, where I made my first and last speech, consisting of 9 words of horrified thanks for coupling a chip of the old block, as the proposer called me, with the chief of the British Postal Service. A ludicrous wound to vanity helps it to stick in the mind. My father wore no braces, and I copied him, but, well, in his case no belt was necessary, whereas I was slim. It suddenly dawned on me, as I spluttered my brief words, that a line of white was showing between my waistcoat and the top of my trousers. The close of my speech was hurried, my bow was cautious. I was extremely relieved to sit down again. In the lovely autumn weather, we saw Canada at its best, and the trip decided my future. My father welcomed it as a happy solution. I came, therefore, to Toronto at the age of 20, with £100 a year allowance, and a small capital to follow when I should have found some safe and profitable chance of starting life. With me came, in the order of their importance, a fiddle, the Bhagavad Gita, Shelley, Sartor Resartus, Berkeley's Dialogues, Patanjali's Yoga Aphorisms, De Quincey's Confessions, and a unique ignorance of life. I served my first literary apprentice on the Methodist Magazine, a monthly periodical published in Toronto, and before that licked stamps in the back office of the Temperance and General Life Assurance Company, at nothing a week, and with the idea of learning the business, so that later I might bring out some English insurance company to Canada. The first taught me that just as I had no ambition to write, so likewise I possessed no talent. The second merely made articulate the dislike I felt for anything to do with business. It was the 3 months in the insurance office that caused me to accept eagerly the job on the Methodist Magazine at $4 a week, and the reaction helped to make the work congenial, if not stimulating. The allowance of $10 a week was difficult to live on, and I had been looking everywhere for employment. It was through a daughter of Sir Thomas Galt, a friend of my father's on our previous trip to Canada, that I obtained this job, 16 shillings a week, hours 10 to 4. Dr. Withrow, editor of the leading Methodist magazine and of various Christian Endeavor periodicals for children and young people, was a pleasant old gentleman, and went about in a frock coat and slippers, had a real sense of humor, and a nice wife and daughter. His editorial den was in his own little house, and my duties were to write an article every month for the magazine, which was illustrated, and also to write a few descriptive lines of letterpress to accompany the full-page illustrations for the numerous Christian Endeavor and Methodist periodicals for young people and children. He taught me the typewriter, and with my shorthand I took most of his letters at dictation and certainly earned my money. My monthly articles in the magazine were on such subjects as Christmas in England, life at a Moravian school, the Black Forest, travel in the Alps, anything that my limited experience enabled me to describe at first hand, and on the whole the old gentleman seemed satisfied. The description of the children's pictures, however, always made him chuckle, though he never said why, and I wrote dozens of these a day, describing the picture of King Canute and the sea, Elijah in a chariot of fire, a child blowing bubbles, the wood-boring beetle, etc., etc. He would dictate some of his articles of travel to me, and I would take them down in shorthand, and he often made such grotesque mistakes in facts that I quietly corrected these as I wrote, and when I read out the sentence to him, he would notice the alteration and look at me over his spectacles and say, "Thank you. Yes, I was wrong there. The fact is, I have so many articles to write that I compose 2 at a time in my mind, and they get muddled up. An editor should always be accurate, and Methodist readers are cranky and hard to please." He was a Methodist parson himself, which did not prevent him saying exactly what he thought. He lunched off dates and bananas, which he kept in a bag beside his desk, and that same desk was in such disorder that he never could find what he wanted, and I was not surprised to learn that before I came the printers got the wrong papers, and that many of the children's pictures got descriptions underneath that did not belong to them. For instance, a boy blowing a bubble was published over a few lines describing the habits of snakes as seen in our illustration, and so forth. I got on so well with the little Methodist that he wanted to come to the evening French classes I was giving at 50 cents a lesson to some of the clerks in the insurance office, and to bring his daughter with him. He said a little more knowledge of French would be very good for him when he took his conducted tours of Canadian Methodists to Switzerland. But I did not rise to this, and persuaded him to wait until I could get a more select class to meet, perhaps at his own house, where a girl could more suitably attend. For to tell the truth, some of my pupils had a habit of coming slightly drunk, or as they called it, with a jag on. He, however, would not wait, so I lost 2 good pupils. Dr. Withrow, patient little man of kindly disposition, his faded black frock coat, his spectacles high on his puckered forehead, his carpet slippers, his tobacco-stained white beard, his sincere beliefs, and his striped trousers of a pattern I have always since labeled Methodist trousers. It is a gentle little memory tucked away among unkinder ones, and I still hear him giving me my first and only lesson how to write. His paraphrase of fatal facility stays with me, quote, "Fluency means dullness unless the mind is packed with thought," end quote. It stays with me because the conversation led to my asking if I might write an article for the monthly on the subject of Buddhism. Behind it lay an ever keener desire to write something on Hegel, whose philosophy I felt certain was based on some personal experience of genuine mystical kind. "From what point of view?" he asked, his forehead puckering with amazement. "That of belief," I said, my mind bursting with an eager desire to impart information, if not also to convert. He passed his hand across his forehead, knocking the spectacles off. Then, catching them with a fumbling notion which betrayed his perturbation, he inquired, "But, of course, Mr. Blackwood, not your own?" The voice, the eyes, the whole attitude of the body made me realize he was prepared to be shocked, if not already shocked. "Yes," I replied truthfully, "my own. I've been a Buddhist for a long time." He stared for some time at me without a word, then smiled a kindly, indulgent, rather skeptical smile. "It would be hardly suitable," he mentioned, as I felt his whole being draw away from me as from something dangerous and unclean. Possibly, of course, he did not believe me. I am sure he prayed for me. Our relations seemed less cordial after that. He read most carefully every word I wrote in his magazine and children's pages, but he never referred to the matter again. My Methodist job, none the less, was a happy one. This first regular wage I had yet received in life gave me the pleasant sensation that I was launched. My connection with Methodism ceased, not because I was dismissed or had failed to give satisfaction. Indeed, the editor had just told me my salary was to be raised, but because all the capital I should ever have was sent to me about that time from England, about £2,000, and I went into partnership with a farmer outside Toronto and bought some 40 head of pedigree Jersey cattle. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 3. The Islington, Jersey dairy, Messrs. Cooper and Blackwood, started business with a retail office in College Street, a number of milk carts bearing our names in black lettering upon a yellow background, and the supply farm at Islington, a lovely little hamlet on the shores of Lake Ontario, some 6 miles west of the city. We sold rich Jersey milk. We sold eggs and butter, too. I gave picnics at our pretty little farm for customers I knew socially. The upper floors of the building in College Street we furnished, letting bedrooms at $1 a week to young Englishmen, clerks in offices, and others. I engaged an old motherly Englishwoman, Mrs. Higgins, with a face like a rosy apple, to do for us. She made the beds and cooked the breakfast, while her pretty daughter, in cap and apron, was our dairymaid. The plan did not work smoothly. The dairymaid was too pretty, perhaps, Mrs. Higgins too voluble. Complaints came from all sides. The lodgers, wildish young fellows, in a free and easy comity, made more promises than payment. One wanted a stove, another a carpet in his bedroom, another complained about his bed. I had my first experience of drink and immorality going on under my very eyes. Trouble, though mercifully of another kind, spread then to the customers. The milk began to go sour. It was too rich. It wouldn't keep. The telephone rang all day long. Cooper, an experienced dairy farmer, was at his wits' ends. Every device for scouring the bottles, for cooling the milk before bringing it twice a day to the city, failed. At dinner parties my hostess would draw me tactfully aside. "The milk, I'm afraid, Mr. Blackwood," she would murmur softly, "was sour again this morning. Will you speak about it?" I spoke about it daily, but Alfred Cooper's only comment was, "Say, have you got a bit more capital? That's what we really want." That sour milk became a veritable nightmare that never left me. I had enough of milk. Yet later in life I found myself in milk again, but that time it was dried milk, a profitable business to the owners, though it brought me nothing. I worked 6 years at it for a bare living wage, but at any rate it couldn't turn sour. It was a powder. Alfred Cooper was a delightful fellow. I think some detail of how our partnership came to be may bear the telling. It points a moral if it does not adorn a tale. It may, again, prove useful to other young Englishmen in Canada similarly waiting with money to invest. But on the other hand, it may not, since there can be few, I imagine, as green as I was then, owing to a strange upbringing, or as ignorant of even the simplest worldly practices. Of the evangelical training responsible for this criminal ignorance I will speak later. Cooper, then, was a delightful fellow, fitting my ideal of a type I had read about, the fearless, iron-muscled colonial white man who fought Indians. The way we met was quite simply calculated. By a clerk in a bank where my English allowance of £100 a year was paid by my father, The clerk and I made friends, naturally, and one day, also naturally, he suggested a Sunday walk to Islington, some 6 miles down the lake shore. We could get a tea at a farm he knew. We did. The praises of the Cooper family who owned it had already been sung. I was enchanted. So, doubtless, was the clerk. The farm was a small one, perhaps 8 acres, and Cooper lived on it in poverty with his aged mother and unmarried sister. It was charmingly situated, the fields running down to the water, pine copses dotting the meadows to the north, and the little village church standing at one corner near the road. Mrs. Cooper, in cap and apron, dropping every H that came her way, described to me how she and her husband had emigrated from England 60 years before in the days of sailing ships. Her husband's grave in the churchyard we could see from the window while we sat at tea, an unusually sumptuous tea for a farmhouse, and it was evident that she was more alive to the memories of half a century ago in the old country than to the plans of her ambitious son in the new colony. The son came to tea, too, but a little late, having obviously brushed himself up a bit for his visitor from England. He was about 40 years of age, tall, well-built, keen-faced, with steel-blue eyes and a hatchet nose, and his body was just that combination of leanness, strength, and nervous alertness which made one think of a wolf. He was extremely polite, not to say flattering to me. I thought him delightful, his idyllic farm still more delightful. He was so eager, vigorous, and hearty, a typical pioneer, slaving from dawn to sunset to win a living from the soil in order to support the family. I trusted him, admired him immensely. Having been duly prepared for the picture on our walk out, I was not disappointed. He spoke very frankly of the desperate work he and his sister were forced to do, also of what he might do and what could be made of the farm if only he had a little capital. I liked him, he liked me, the clerk liked us both. He showed me round the farm after tea, and his few Jersey cows came up and nosed his hand. The elderly sister, a weaker repetition of himself, joined us. She, too, slaved from morning till night. The old mother, diminutive, quiet, brave, devoted to her children, yet with her heart in the old country which she would never see again, completed a charming picture in my mind. I was invited to come again. Another picture, still more alluring, was set before me during the walk back. The picture of what a little capital could do with that tiny farm. The dairy business that could be worked up made me feel a rich man before the Toronto spires became visible. The desire to put capital into the Islington Jersey dairy became the one hope in my life. Would Cooper agree? Would he accept me as a partner? The suggestion came from myself. The clerk, of course, had never dreamed of such a thing. They might welcome me, the clerk thought. Very kindly, he said he would sound Cooper about it and let me know. The scheme seemed such a perfect solution of my problem of earning a living that I was afraid up to the last moment something must happen to prevent it. Cooper would die, or change his mind, or one of my influential business friends would warn me not to do it. I was so jealous of interference that I sought no advice. Without so much as a scratch of the pen between us, the enterprise started. So heartily did I like and trust my partner that when, later, wiser friends inquired about my contract with them, it infuriated me. Contract? A contract with Alfred Cooper? We did a roaring trade at first. Our Jersey milk was beyond all question the best in town. It was the honest, unwatered milk, and our cream, without any preservative added, was so prized that we soon had more orders than we could fill. Why our milk and cream soured so readily losing us trade rapidly later is a mystery to me to this day. Within a few weeks of our starting business, Cooper convinced me that a model dairy building on the farm would be a desirable improvement. It would save labor in various ways. It was built. The farm belonged to his mother, not to him. He kept the building when our collapse followed. Next, his sister really must have someone to help her, and that someone was provided at high wages. Business was good, so good, in fact, that we could not supply orders. Extra milk must therefore be bought from neighboring farmers. This was done, the contracts being made by Cooper. I never asked to see them. The bills were paid every month without question on my part. More grazing fields with enough artificial food to feed at least 100 cows in addition, these too had to be paid for. As for the appetites of our 40 animals, I marveled at them long before I became suspicious. Yet, when after much insisting I saw one of the farmer's bills for extra milk, it left me, naturally, no wiser than before, and certainly not a whit more comforted, for the less our trade became, the more milk, apparently, these farmers sold us. 6 months later, the firm of Cooper and Blackwood dissolved partnership. Blackwood having got the experience, and Cooper having got something quite as useful but more marketable. Cooper's IOU for $500, now stuck in an old scrapbook somewhere, made me realize a little later how lucky it was that I had only a limited amount to lose. Yet, though it seemed the end of the world to me, my capital lost, my enterprise a failure, I recall the curious sense of relief with which I saw the last cow knocked down to some bidder from up country. From the very beginning, I had hated the entire business. I did not know a Jersey from a shorthorn, so to speak. I knew nothing about farming, still less about dairy farming. The years spent at Edinburgh University to learn the agricultural trade had been wasted, for instead I attended what interested me far more, the post-mortem operations, lectures on pathology, and the dissecting room. My notebooks of Professor Wallace's lectures, crammed as they were with entries about soil rotation of crops and drainage, represented no genuine practical knowledge. I knew nothing. My father sent me out to Canada to farm. I went. I farmed. Cooper and Blackwood is carved upon the gravestone. But the gravestone cost £2,000, my share of the forced sale being about £600. My Canadian experience, anyhow, can be summed up in advice, which is, of course, a bromide now. Let any immigrant young Englishman earn his own living for at least 5 years in any colony before a penny of capital is given him to invest. It was with the £600 I soon after went into partnership with another man, but this time an honest one. We bought a small hotel in the heart of Toronto. It also lasted about 6 months. When the crash came, we lived together from May to October on a small island in a 30-mile lake of the Ontario hinterland. We shared a long slice of difficult life together subsequently in New York. We shared the horrors of East 19th Street together. He failed me only once, missing a train a few years later by a couple of minutes. It was the immigrant sleeper to Duluth on Lake Superior en route for the Rainy River goldfields, where 4 of us had made sudden plans to try our fortunes. I was on a New York paper at the time, and had secured passes over the first 1,500 miles. As the train drew out of the central station, I saw my friend racing down the platform a minute or two late. From that day to this I have never set eyes on him again. It was an abrupt end to a friendship cemented by hard times, and my disappointment at losing his companionship was rather bitter at the time. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 4. At the time we met, this friend of mine had been out from Oxford, New College, I think, a year or so, and with a Cambridge man about his own age had been running a sporting goods shop in King Street. They sold the paraphernalia of cricket, tennis, boxing, and the like, but with no marked success. The considerable money invested by the pair of them earned no interest. John K. was impatient and dissatisfied. The other had leanings towards the brokering trade as offering better opportunities. Both were ready to cut their losses, realize, and get out. They did so, remaining the best of friends. And it was one day, while these preliminary negotiations were being discussed in the back office, where they muddled away the day between rare sales, that K. said to me mysteriously, "Look here, I say, I've got a wonderful scheme. Have you got any money left?" I mentioned the £600. "I call it a rotten shame," he went on. "Of course you've been swindled. These people look upon us as their natural prey." And he proceeded to describe his scheme to buy a small hotel, which, owing to its bad name, was going cheap, to work up a respectable business and a valuable goodwill, then to sell out at a top price and retire with a comfortable fortune. K. was 23, 2 years my senior. To me, then, he seemed an experienced man of business, almost elderly. The scheme took my breath away. It was very tempting. The failure of the dairy farm had left me despondent. I felt disgraced. The end of life, it seemed, had come. I was ready to grasp at anything that held out hopes of a recovery of fortune. But an hotel? I hesitated. "I know nothing about running an hotel," I objected. "Neither do I yet," was the sanguine answer. "But we can learn. It's only common sense and hard work. We can hire a good manager and engage a first-class cook." "How many rooms are there?" "Only 13. It's the bar where we shall make the money." "The bar?" "There are 2 bars, one in the main street, another on the back. Billy Bingham has made the place too hot to hold him. His license is to be withdrawn. He's got to get out. We can get his license transferred to us all right if we promise to make the place respectable. We'll have good food, a first-rate lunch counter for the businessmen. We can let the big rooms for club dinners and society banquets, and there's a 100% profit, you know, on liquor. We'll make the Hub the best joint in the town. All the fellows will come. A year will do it. Then we'll sell out." I was not listening. The word liquor. I had never touched alcohol in my life. Made such a noise in my mind that I could hear nothing else. "My father," I mentioned in a faint voice, "is a public man at home. He's a great temperance reformer. He speaks and writes against drink. He's brought me up that way. It would be a terrible shock to him if his son made money out of a bar." The hotel scheme, indeed, seemed to me an impossibility. A picture of the temperance meetings held in our country house flashed through my mind. I glanced down at my coat, on whose lapel, until recently, there had been a little strip of blue ribbon, signifying that I was a member of the Band of Hope, which included several million avowed teetotalers. "Don't you see, old chap," I explained further, "it would simply break his heart, and my mother's too." "He need never know anything about it," came the answer at once. "Why should he? Our names needn't appear at all. We'll call ourselves the Hub Wine Company Limited." My head was swimming, my mind buzzing with conflicting voices as we walked down King Street to inspect the premises. I ached to re-establish my position. The prospect of a quick recovery of fortune was as sweet a prize as ever tempted a green youth like myself. My partner, too, this time would be a gentleman, a fellow my father might have invited to dine and play tennis. It was my appalling ignorance of life that gave to his 2 years' seniority some imagined quality of being a man much older than myself, and one who knew what he was about. The character of the proposed enterprise, of course, had no effect at all upon the judgment. To be known as a successful hotel proprietor was a legitimate ambition. My father's stern judgment of philanthropists who preached temperance while owning distilleries or holding brewery shares, I knew it word for word, was quite forgotten. Only the little personal point of view was present. I've been an ass. I must make good. Here's a chance, a certainty of getting money. I must take it. It's my karma. We strode down King Street together, past the corner of Yonge Street, below the windows of the hated Temperance and General Life Assurance Company, where I had licked stamps, and on towards the Hub Hotel. The Toronto air was fresh and sweet. The lake lay blue beyond, the sunlight sparkled. Something exhilarating and optimistic in the atmosphere gave thought a happy, sanguine twist. It was a day of Indian summer, a faint perfume of far-distant forest fires adding a pleasant touch to the familiar smell of the cedarwood sidewalks. A mood of freedom, liberty, great spaces, fine big enterprises in a free country where everything was possible, of opportunity seized and waves of fortune taken on their crest. I remember this mood as sharply still, and the scent of a wood fire or a cedar pencil recalls it as vividly still as though I had experienced it last week. I glanced at my companion. I liked him, trusted him. There was a happy light in his frank blue eyes. He was a good heavyweight boxer, too, the very man, I felt, for a bold enterprise of this sort. He talked the whole way. He was describing how he might increase the fortune we should draw out of our successful venture in a year's time, when we passed Tim Sullivan, standing at the door of his, a rival saloon, and exchanged a nod with him. The Irishman had a shadow on his face. "He's heard about it," whispered Kay with a chuckle. "He'll look glummer still when he sees all his customers coming across the way to us." Turning down a narrow side street, the Hub blocked the way, a three-story building with a little tower, clean windows, and two big swinging doors. It ran through to a back street where there was another entrance. "Here it is," said Kay in the eager, happy voice of a man who has just inherited a family mansion and come to inspect it. "This is the Hub, where we shall make our fortune." It seemed to me I had entered an entirely new world. Everything was spotless. The rows of bottles and glasses, the cash register and brass taps glittered in the sunlight that fell through colored windows. The perfume of stale liquor was not as disagreeable as it sounds. In one sense, the whole place looked as harmless as the aisle of some deserted church. I stood just inside those swinging doors which had closed behind me, with a strange feeling of gazing at some den of vice constructed in the Chamber of Horrors at Madame Tussaud's. Empty and innocent as the bar might appear, however, there was a thrill of adventure, even of danger, about it that reached my mind with a definite shock of dread. "Nice, airy premises, with plenty of room," Kay's cheery voice came to me from a distance. "This is the principal bar. 20 men could line up easily. It'll want 4 bartenders. There's another bar at the other end. There'll be a few fights there before we're done. The dining room lies through that archway just between the two." He walked away, passing along the length of the room and down 3 steps into a narrower, darker bar beyond, where the shadows hid him. But his voice still reached me. "It's on the back street, this bar," he called, "that is for the hoi polloi. We shall want a chucker out. Here's the private door leading to the upstairs dining room we'll let out for banquets. We'll have our own bedrooms and sitting room on the first floor, too." His voice roared on. I heard but did not answer. I had not moved an inch from my place against the swing doors. He had not, of course, the faintest idea what was passing through my mind at the moment, and had I told him, he would only have laughed good-naturedly and talked of the money we should make. The fact was, however, that the whole of my early upbringing just then came at me with a concentrated driving force which made the venture seem absolutely impossible. "We'll call this one the House of Commons," he bawled delightedly, "and that one, on the front bar, the House of Lords. We shall take $250 a day easily." The shock, the contrast, the exaggerated effect of entering a saloon for the first time in my life, especially with the added possibility of shortly becoming its proprietor, were natural enough. My unworldliness, even at 21, was abnormal. Not only had I never smoked tobacco nor touched alcohol of any description, but I had never set foot inside a theater, a race course. I had never seen nor held a billiard cue, nor touched a card. I did not know one card from another. Any game that might involve betting or gambling was an anathema. In other ways, too, I had been sheltered to the point of ignorance. I had never even danced. To hold a young woman round the waist was not alone immodest, but worse than immodest. This peculiarly sheltered upbringing, this protected hothouse of boyhood and early youth, to which a drinking bar was the vestibule of hell, and a music hall an invention of a personal devil, are necessary to understand the reaction produced in me as I stood in Billy Blingham's joint. I stood, literally, on the brink of the downward path. I heard my father's voice. I saw my mother's eyes. In a very definite form, I now faced worldly temptation they had so often warned me against. Accompanying an almost audible memory of "Get thee behind me, Satan," drove a crowded kaleidoscope of vivid pictures from those sheltered ears. My parents were both people of marked character, with intense convictions, my mother especially being a woman of great individuality, of iron restraint, grim humor, yet with a love of tenderness and a spirit of uncommon sacrifice that never touched weakness. She possessed powers of mind and judgment, at the same time of which my father, a public servant, financial secretary to the post office, availed himself to the full. She had great personal beauty, a young widow, her first husband having been the sixth Duke of Manchester, also of the evangelical persuasion. She met my father at Kimballton soon after his return from the Crimean War, where he had undergone that religious change of heart known to the movement as conversion. From a man of fashion, a leader in the social life to which he was born, he changed with a sudden completeness to a leader in the evangelical movement when approaching its height. He renounced the world, the flesh, the devil, and all their works. The case of Beauty Blackwood, to use the nickname his unusual handsomeness gained for him, was in its way notorious. He became a teetotaler and non-smoker, wrote devotional books, spoke in public, and held drawing-room prayer meetings, the Bible always in his pocket, communion with God always in his heart. His religion was genuine, unfaltering, consistent, and sincere. He carried the war into his own late world of fashion. He never once looked back. He knew a vivid joy, a wondrous peace, his pain being for others only, for those who were not saved. The natural, instinctive type he was asserted its claim. He became a genuine saint. Also, to the very end, he remained that other delightful thing, possible only to simple hearts, a boy. Both my parents thus believed in Jesus with a faith of that simple, unshakable order they could feel no doubts. Their lives were consistent, and, as must always be the case when the characters are possessed of a perfectly sincere faith, they stood out in the world of men and women as something strong and beautiful. Edmund Gosse, in Fathers and Son, has described the mental attitude of the type. William James might, equally, have included my father's case as a typical conversion in his Varieties of Religious Experience. The effect upon the children, there were 5 of us, followed naturally. My father, apart from incurring much public odium owing to his official position, found himself, and us with him, cut off from the amenities of the social life to which we were otherwise born. Ordinary people, worldly as he called them, left us alone. a house where no wine was served at dinner, where morning and evening prayers were de rigueur, a guest even being asked to lead in prayer, perhaps, and where at any suitable moment you might be drawn aside and asked, "Have you given your soul to Jesus?" was not an attractive house to stay in. We were ostracized. The effect of such disabilities upon us in later life was not considered, for it was hoped each and all of us would consecrate ourselves to God. We were thus kept out of the world in every possible sense, and brought up, though with lavish love and kindness, yet in the narrowest imaginable evangelical path which sensed danger and knowledge of any kind not positively helpful to the soul. I, personally, at that time, regarded the temptations of the world with a remote pity, and with a certainty that I should never have the least difficulty in resisting them. Men who smoked and drank and were immoral, who gambled, went to theaters and music halls and race meetings, belonged to the submerged and unworthy portion of mankind. I, in this respect at least, was of the elect, quite sure that the weakness of their world could never stain me personally. Yet I never shared the beliefs of my parents with anything like genuine pleasure. I was afraid they were true, but not glad. Without wholeheartedly sharing my father's faith, however, his religious and emotional temperament, with its imperious need of believing something, he certainly bequeathed to me. The evangelical and revivalist movement, at any rate, was the dominant influence in my boyhood's years. People were sharply divided into souls that were saved and those that were not saved. Moody and Sankey, the American revivalists, stayed in our house. I was particularly influenced in this direction by a group of young varsity men who worked with Moody and were manly fellows, good cricketers, like the Stud brothers or Stanley Smith and Montague Beauchamp, men who had rowed in their university boats and who were far removed from anything effeminate. Of course, I thought that what these men did could not be otherwise than fine and worthy copying, and I lost no time in attacking every one I met and asking them the most impertinent questions about their souls and fallen natures. By some lucky chance, no one kicked me to death, probably because most of my evangelizing work was done at home. My old nurse I implored to yield herself up to the Savior, and I felt my results were very poor in her case, because I only got affectionate caresses and smiles, and then observations about the holes in my clothes. In return, the fat butler, I assured him, was going headlong down the kitchen stairs to everlasting fire because he showed no symptoms of ecstasy when he met my pleadings of, "Oh, I'm sure he died for me all right, Mr. Algy. I don't feel a bit afraid." But all this was genuine so far as I was concerned, and it lasted a considerable time, to my father's great joy, though not so much, I think, to my mother's. She read far deeper into things. In a short time I came to look upon the whole phenomena of conversion, so far as my type of mind and character were concerned, with distrust and weariness. Only the very topmost layer of my personality was affected. Evidently there was no peace or happiness for me that way. None the less, I had one or two terrible moments. One, I was reading with a private tutor in Somerset for Edinburgh University, when I awoke in the very early morning with a choking sensation in my throat, and I thought I was going to die. It must have been merely acute indigestion, but I was convinced my last moment had come, and fell into a sweating agony of fear and weakness. I prayed as hard as ever I could, swearing to consecrate myself to God if He would pull me through. I even vowed I would become a missionary and work among the heathen, than which, I was always told, there was no higher type of manhood. But the pain and choking did not pass, and in despair I got up and swallowed half a bottle of pilules of aconite, which my mother, an ardent homeopathist, had always advised me to take after sneezing or cold shivers. They were sweet and very nice, and pain certainly began to pass away, but only to leave me with a remorse that I had allowed a mere human medicine to accomplish naturally what God wished to accomplish by His grace. He had been so slow about it, however, that I felt also a kind of anger that He could torture me so long, and as it was the aconite that cured me, and not His grace, I was certainly released from my promise to become a missionary and work among the heathen, and for this small mercy I was duly thankful, though the escape had been a rather narrow one. A year and a half in a school of the Moravian Brotherhood in the Black Forest, though it showed me another aspect of the same general line of belief, did not wholly obliterate my fear of hell with its correlated desire for salvation. The poetry of a semi-religious life in that remote village set amongst ancient haunted forests gave to natural idealistic tendencies another turn. The masters whom we termed brother were strenuous, devoted, self-sacrificing men, all later to go forth as missionaries to Labrador. Humbug, comfort, personal ambition played no part in their lives. The Liebesmahl in their little wooden church, for all its odd simplicity, was a genuine and impressive ceremony that touched something in me no church service at home, with Sankey's hymns on a bad harmonium, had ever reached. At this communion service, or love feast, sweet weak tea in big white thick cups, followed by a clothes basket filled with rolls, were handed round, first to the women, who sat on one side of the building, and then to the men and boys on the other side. There was a collective reality about the little ceremony that touched its sincerity with beauty. Similarly was Easter morning beautiful when we marched in the early twilight toward the little cemetery among the large trees, and stood with our hats off round an open grave, waiting in silence for the sunrise. The air was cool and scented, our mood devotional and then solemn. There was a sense of wonder amongst us. And then, as the sun slipped up above the leagues of the forest, the 8 brothers, singing in parts, led the 90 boys in the great German hymn, Christus ist auferstanden. The surroundings, too, of the school influenced me greatly. Those leagues of black forest rolling over distant mountains, velvet-colored, leaping to the sky in gray cliffs, or passing quietly like the sea in immense waves, always singing in the winds, haunted by elves and dwarfs, and peopled by charming legends. Those forest glades, deep in the moss and covered in the springtime with wild lily of the valley, those tumbling streams that ran for miles unseen, then emerged to serve the peasants by splashing noisily over the clumsy water wheel of a brown old sawmill, before they again lost themselves among the mossy pine roots, those pools where water pixies dwelt, and those little red and brown villages where we slept in our long walks. The whole setting of this Moravian school was so beautifully simple that it lent just the proper atmosphere for lives consecrated without flourish of trumpets to God. It all left upon me an impression of grandeur, of loftiness, and of real religion, and of a deity not specially active on Sundays only. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 5. These notes aim at describing merely certain surface episodes, and would leave unmentioned of set purpose those inner activities which pertain to the intimate struggles of a growing soul. There is a veil of privacy which only in rarest cases of exceptional value should be lifted. That honesty, moreover, which is an essential of such value, seems almost unattainable. Only a diary, written at the actual time and intended for no one's eye, can hope to achieve the naked sincerity which would make it useful to lift that veil. Yet, even with these surface episodes, something of their background against which they danced and vanished must be sketched. To understand them, something of the individual who experienced them must be known. This apology for so much use of the personal pronoun is made once for all. The failure of the evangelical Christian teaching either to attract deeply or to convince has been indicated. An eager, impressionable mind lay empty and unstimulated. It fed upon insipid stuff such as Longfellow, Mrs. Hemans' goody-goody stories, and thousands of religious tracts. It was the days of Yellowbacks in 3 volumes, of Ouida especially, of Miss Braden and Wilkie Collins. But novels were strictly forbidden in the house. Lewis Carroll, which my father often read aloud, and Fox's Book of Martyrs, which made every Roman Catholic priest seem ominous, were our imaginative fiction. But my chief personal delight was Hebrew poetry, the Psalms, the Song of Solomon, above all the Book of Job, which I devoured alone. These moved me in a different way and far more deeply. The mind, meanwhile, without being consciously aware of it, was searching with eager, if unrewarded zeal, until one day fate threw a strange book in its way, Patanjali's Yoga Aphorisms, a translation from the Sanskrit. I was about 17 then, just home from a year and a half in the Moravian Brotherhood School in the Black Forest. I shall never forget that golden September day when the slight volume, bound in blue, first caught my eye. It was lying beside a shiny black bag on the hall table, and the bag belonged, I knew, to a Mr. Scott, who had come to spend a week with us and to hold a series of meetings under my father's auspices in the village hall. Mr. Scott was an ardent revivalist. He was also, this I grasped even at the time, a cadaverous mass of religious affectations. He was writing a brochure, I learned later, to warn England that Satan was bringing dangerous Eastern teachings to the West, and this book was a first proof of the fiend's diabolical purpose. I opened it and read a few paragraphs in the hall. I did not understand them, though they somehow held my mind and produced a curious sense of familiarity, half of wonder, half of satisfaction. A deeper feeling than I had yet known woke in me. I was fascinated. My father's voice calling me to tennis interrupted my reading, and I dropped the book, noticing that it fell behind the table. Hours later, though the bag was gone, the book lay where it had fallen. I stole it. I took it to bed with me and read it through from cover to cover. I read it twice, 3 times. Bits of it I copied out. I did not understand a word of it, but a shudder rushed up in my mind. Interest and joy were in me. A big troubling emotion, a conviction that I had found something I had been seeking hungrily for a long time, something I needed, something that, in an odd way, almost seemed familiar. I repeat, I did not understand a word of it, while yet the meaningless phrases caught me with a revolutionary power. As I read and reread, till my candles guttered, there rose in me a dim consciousness, becoming more and more a growing certainty that what I read was not entirely new. So strong was this that it demanded audible expression. In that silent bedroom, dawn not far away, I can hear myself saying aloud, "But I've known all this before, only I've forgotten it." Even the Sanskrit words, given phonetically in brackets, had a familiar look. Shutter after shutter rose, lifting a veil and a darkness, letting in glimpses of a radiant and exciting light. Though the mind was too untaught to grasp the full significance of these electric flashes, too unformed to be even intelligently articulate about them, there certainly rushed over my being a singular conviction of the unity of life everywhere and in everything, of its oneness. That objects, the shifting appearance of phenomena, were but a veil concealing some intensely beautiful reality, the beauty shining and divine, the reality bitingly, terrifically actual. This poured over me with a sense of being not so much discovered as recovered. Ignorant as I was, without facts or arguments or reason to support me, this I knew. It is possible the awakening consciousness fringed some state of ecstasy during that long communing with ancient things. The house, at any rate, was still dark, but sunrise not long to come, when at length I stole down into the deserted hall and replaced the little book upon the table. Those yoga aphorisms of a long-dead Hindu sage, set between a golden September evening and a guttering candle, marked probably the opening of my mind. The entire paraphernalia of my evangelical teaching thenceforth began to withdraw. Though my father's beliefs had cut deep enough to influence me for many years to come, the dread, with the terror of a personal Satan and an actual hell, grew less from that moment. The reality of the dogmas was impaired. Here was another outlook upon life, another explanation of the world. Caprice was eliminated, and justice entered. The present was a result of the past, the future determined by the present. I must reap what I had sown, but also I could sow what I wished to reap. Hope was born. Apart from this was that curious, deep sense of familiarity with these Eastern teachers as with something I understood and in which I felt at home. Cautiously, I put indirect questions to my father, who at once, the clumsy questions betraying me, detected Satan's subtle handiwork. He was grave and troubled. With affectionate solicitude he told me, finally, a story of native horror, intended to point the warning. A young man who suffered from repeated epileptic fits had tried every doctor and specialist in vain, when, as a last resort, he followed some friend's counsel of despair and consulted a medium. The medium, having conferred with his familiar, handed the patient a little locket, which he was to wear day and night about his neck, but never on any account to open. The spell that would save him from a repetition of his fits lay inside, but he must resist to the death the curiosity to read it. To the subsequent delight and amazement of everybody, the fits abruptly ceased. The man was cured, until one day, after years of obedience, curiosity overcame him. He opened the brief inscription and fell down in a fit, dead. The wording, minutely written in red ink, ran as follows: "Let him alone till he drop into hell." The warning, above all the story, acted as a stimulus instead of the reverse. Yet another strange door was set ajar. My eyes, big with wonder and questions, peered through earth's earliest ages by G.H. Pember. An evangelical, but an imaginative evangelical, was placed in my hand, accompanied by further solemn warnings. Pember, a writer of the prophetic school, had style, imagination, a sense of the marvelous, a touch of genuine drama, too. He used suggestion admirably. His English was good. He had proportion. He knew where to stop. As a novelist of the fantastic kind, an evangelistic Wells, a converted Dunsany, he might have become a bestseller. Had he, moreover, a theme of high imaginative possibilities, based upon a sentence in Genesis 6:2, quote, "The sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and took to themselves wives from among them. And there were giants in the earth in those days." Close quote. These sons of God were some kind of higher beings, mighty spirits, angels of a sort, but rather fallen angels. Their progeny formed a race apart from humans. For some reason, now slipped from my memory, Pember was convinced that this unlawful procreation was being resumed in modern days. The Nephilim, as he called them, were aiming at control of the world. Antichrist, a gorgeous but appalling figure naturally, at their head. It was a magnificent theme. He treated it, within the limits he set himself, with ingenious conviction. The danger was imminent. The human race, while shuddering, must be on its guard. In the night, in the twinkling of an eye, the catastrophe might come. Signs the Nephilim brought with them were spiritualism, theosophy, the development of secret powers latent in man, a new and awful type of consciousness, magic, and all the rest of the occult movement that was beginning to show its hydra head about this time. In a moment Moody went to the bottom of the class, and Pember reigned in his stead. By hook or by crook I obtained the books that Pember singled as so dangerously subversive of the truth. Magic Black and White, by Dr. Franz Hartmann; The Perfect Way, by Anna Kingsford and Edward Maitland; Esoteric Buddhism, by A. P. Sennett; Voice of the Silence, by Mabel Collins; the Bhagavad Gita from the Upanishads, and Emma Harding Britton's History of American Spiritualism. My first delicious alarm, lest the sky might fall any moment, and Satan appear with the great and terrible Nephilim princes to rule the world, became less threatening. Soon afterwards, too, I happened upon my first novel, Lawrence Oliphant's Mathalam, followed a good deal later by his Scientific Religion and his Simnumata. This history of his amazing subservience to Thomas Luke Harris helped to peel another thin skin from my eyes. Oliphant seemed a hero, but Harris a vile humbug. By this time other books had brought grist to the mill as well. Amiel's Journal Intime, Drummond's Natural Law in the Spiritual World. I knew Professor Drummond later, when he came to stay with us, and also when he lectured to the students at Edinburgh on Sunday nights, coming from his Glasgow chair for the purpose. I can still see his large, glowing, far-seeing eyes. Cahagnet's Arcanes de la Vie Future, and Animal Magnetism, by Binet and Ferre. The experiments of Braid and Dr. Estail in India had also come my way. Such one-side reading, of course, fed the growing sense of wonder, naturally strong in any case. Shelley colored it, and nothing offered itself at the time to curb, shape, or qualify it. Spiritualism, apart from the exciting phenomena it promised with such confident volubility, left me unstirred. But theosophy, of course, I swallowed whole, with its Mahatma's development of latent powers, memory of past lives, astral consciousness, and description of other beings, both superior and inferior to man. It was some years before scientific reading came to check and guide a too exuberant imagination, but even so I have always taken ideas where I found them, regardless of their propounders. If Tibet and its shining Mahatmas faded, the theories of karma and reincarnation were older than any modern movement, and the belief in extension of consciousness to some nth degree, with its correlative of greater powers and new faculties, have not only remained with me, but have justified themselves. The Gita, too, remains the profoundest world scripture I have ever read. An immediate, happy result of this odd reading, at any rate, I recall with pleasure. My father's Christianity became splendid in my eyes. I realized even then that it satisfied his particular and individual vision of truth, while the fact that he lived up to his beliefs nobly and consistently woke a new respect and admiration in me. By far the strongest influence in my life, however, was nature. It betrayed itself early on, growing in intensity with every year. Bringing comfort, companionship, inspiration, joy, the spell of nature has remained dominant, a truly magical spell. Always immense and potent, the years have strengthened it. The early feeling that everything was alive, a dim sense that some kind of consciousness struggled through every form, even that a sort of inarticulate communication with its other life was possible, could I but discover the way, these moods colored its opening wonder. Nature, at any rate, produced effects in me that only something living could produce, though not till I read Fechner's Zendavesta, and, later still, James's Pluralistic Universe, and Dr. R. M. Bucky's Cosmic Consciousness did a possible meaning come to shape my emotional disorder. Fairy tales, in the meanwhile, bored me. Real facts were what I sought. That these existed, that I had once known them, but now had forgotten them, was thus an early imaginative conviction. This tendency showed itself even in childhood. We had left the manor house, Crayford, and now lived in a delightful house in Shortlands, in those days semi-country. It was the time of my horrible private schools. I went to 4 or 5, but the holidays afforded opportunities. I was a dreamy boy, frequently in tears about nothing except a vague horror of the practical world, full of wild fancies and imagination, and a great believer in ghosts, communings with spirits, and dealing with charms and amulets, which latter I invented and consecrated myself by the dozen. This was long before I had read a single book. I loved to climb out of the windows at night with a ladder and creep among the shadows of the kitchen garden, past the rose trees and under the fruit tree wall, and so on to the pond where I could launch the boat and practice my incantations in the very middle among the floating weeds that covered the surface in great yellow-green patches. Trees grew closely round the banks, and even on clear nights the stars could hardly pierce through, and all sorts of beings watched me silently from the shore, crowding among the tree stems and whispering to themselves about what I was doing. I cannot say that I ever believed actually that my spells would produce any results, but it pleased and thrilled me to think that they might do so, that the scum of weeds might slowly part to show the face of a water pixie, or that the forms hovering on the banks might flit across to me and let me see their outline against the stars. Everything I did and felt in this way was evolved out of my inner consciousness, and even after I had passed into long trousers, I loved the night, the shadows, empty rooms, and haunted woods. On returning from these nightly expeditions to the pond, the sight of the old country house against the sky always excited me strangely. 3 cedars of Lebanon flanked it on the side I climbed out, towering aloft with their great funereal branches, and I thought of all the people asleep in their silent rooms, and wondered how they could be so dull and uninteresting, when out here they could see these sweeping branches, and hear the wind sighing so beautifully among the needles. These people, it seemed to me at such moments, belonged to a different race. I had nothing in common with them. Night and stars and trees and wind and rain were the things I had to do with and wanted. They were alive and personal, stirring my depths within, full of messages and meanings, whereas my parents and sisters and brother, all indoors and asleep, were mere accidents, and apart from my real life and self. My friend, the under gardener, always took the latter away early in the morning. Sometimes an elder sister accompanied me on these excursions. She, too, loved mystery and the peopled darkness, but she was also practical. On returning to her room in the early morning, we always found eggs ready to boil, cake and cold plum pudding, perhaps, or some such satisfying morsels to fill the void. She was always wonderful to me in those days. Very handsome, dark, with glowing eyes and a keen interest in the undertaking, she came down the ladder and stepped along the garden paths more like a fairy being than a mortal, and I always enjoyed the event twice as much when she accompanied me. In the daytime she faded back into the dull elder sister and seemed a different person altogether. I never reconciled the two. This childish manifestation of an overpowering passion changed later, in form, of course, but not essentially much in spirit. Forests, mountains, desolate places, especially perhaps open spaces like the prairies or the desert, but even, too, the simple fields, the lanes and little hills, offered an actual sense of companionship no human intercourse could possibly provide. In times of trouble, as equally in times of joy, it was to nature I ever turned instinctively. In those moments of deepest feelings when individuals must necessarily be alone, yet stand at the same time in most urgent need of understanding companionship, it was nature, and nature only, that could comfort me. When the cable came, suddenly announcing my father's death, I ran straight to the woods. This call sounded above all other calls, music coming so far behind it as to seem, and also ran. Even in those few rare times of later life when I fancied myself in love, this spell would operate. A sound of rain, a certain touch of color in the sky, the scent of a wood fire smoke, the lovely cry of some singing wind against the walls or window, and the human appeal would fade in me, or, at least, its transitory character became pitifully revealed. The strange sense of a oneness with nature was an imperious and royal spell that overmastered all other spells, nor can the hint of comedy lessen its reality. Its religious origin appears, perhaps, in the fact that sometimes, during its full manifestation, a desire stirred in me to leave a practical utilitarian world I loathed and become a monk. Another effect, in troubled later years especially, was noticeable. Its dwarfing effect upon the events, whatever they might be, of daily life. So intense, so flooding was the elation of joy nature brought, that after such moments even the gravest worldly matters, as well as the people concerned in these, seemed trivial and insignificant. Nature introduced a vaster scale of perspective against which a truer proportion appeared. There lay in the experience some cosmic touch of glory that, by contrast, left all else commonplace and unimportant. The great gods of wind and fire and earth and water swept by on flaming stars, and the ordinary life of the little planet seemed very small. Man with his tiny passions and few years of struggle and vain longings, almost futile. One's own troubles, seen in this new perspective, disappeared, while at the same time the heart filled with an immense understanding love and charity towards all the world, which, alas, also soon disappeared. It is difficult to put into intelligible, convincing words the irresistible character of this nature spell that invades heart and brain like a drenching sea and produces a sense of rapture, of ecstasy, compared to which the highest conceivable worldly joy becomes merely insipid. Heat from this magical source was always more or less present in my mind from a very early age, though, of course, no attempt to analyze or explain it was then possible. But in bitter years to come, the joy and comfort nature gave became a real and only solace. When possession was at its full height, the ordinary world, and my particular little troubles with it, fell away like so much dust. The whole fabric of men and women, commerce and politics, even the destinies of nations, became a passing show of shadows, while the visible and tangible world showed itself as but a temporary and limited representation of a real world elsewhere, whose threshold I had for a moment touched. Others, of course, have known similar experiences, but being better equipped have understood how to correlate them to ordinary life. Richard Jefferies explained them. Whitman tasted expansion of consciousness in many ways. Fechner made a grandiose system of them. Edward Carpenter deliberately welcomed them. Jacob Boehme, Plotinus, and many others have tried to fix their nature and essence in terms, respectively, of religion and philosophy. And William James has reviewed them with an insight as though he had experienced them himself. Whatever their value, they remain authentic. The sense of oneness of life, their common denominator, a conviction of consciousness pervading all forms everywhere, their inseparable characteristic. If Kentish Gardens saw the birth of this delight, the Black Forest offered further opportunities for its enjoyment, and a year in a village of the Swiss Jura Mountains to learn French, I often wandered all night in the big pine forest without my tutor, a bee-keeping pasteur at Bowl, near Neuchâtel. Discovering my absence intensified it. Without it, something starved in me. It was a persistent craving, often a wasting nostalgia that cried for satisfaction as the whole body cries for covering when cold. And nature provided a companionship, a joy, a bliss that no human intercourse has ever approached, much less equaled. It remains the keenest, deepest sensation of its kind I have known. Here in Toronto opportunities multiplied, and just when they were needed. In times of difficulty and trouble the call of nature became paramount. During the vicissitudes of dairy and hotel, the wild hinterland behind the town, with its lakes and forests, were a haven often sought. Among my friends were many, of course, who enjoyed a day in the country, but one man only who understood a little of the feelings I have tried to describe, even if he did not wholly share them. This was Arnold Haultain, a married man, tied to an office all day long, private secretary to Goldwin Smith, whose life I think he subsequently wrote, and editor of a weekly periodical called The Week. He was my senior by many years. At 3 in the morning sometimes, he would call for me at the dairy in College Street, and we would tramp out miles to enjoy the magic of sunrise in a wood north of the city. And such an effort was only possible to a soul to whom it was a necessity. The intensity of early dreams and aspirations, what energy lies in them! In later life, though they may have solidified and become part of the character, that original fiery energy is gone. A dreadful doggerel I wrote at this time, Haultain used in his paper, and its revealing betrayal of inner tendencies is the excuse for its reproduction here. It appeared the same week its author bought the Hub Hotel and started business with Kay as the Hub Wine Company. Lines to a Dreamer. Oh, change all this thinking, imagining, hoping to be. Change dreaming to action and work. There's a God in your will. Self-mastery and courage and confidence make a man free, and doing is stronger than dreaming, for good or for ill. Then make a beginning. Don't lie like an infant and weep. Begin with the dearest crush some delight-giving sin. Write out of your life with a purpose of death before sleep. A passion controlled is an index of power within. Some hard self-denial. Let no one suspect it at all. With ruthless self-torture continue, nor half an inch yield. Step fearless and bravely, hold on and believe you won't fall. Companions you have none, but the best on this grim battlefield. Stagnation means death. If you cannot advance, you retreat. Steel purpose maintain. Let it be the first aim of your life. Beware of those mushroom resolves, as impulsive as fleet, and remember, the nobler the end, the more deadly the strife. For the hope that another may save you is coward and vain, and the ladder by which you must climb to yon far starry height is of cast iron rungs from the furnace of suffering and pain. Then forward, and courage, from darkness to truth's golden light. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Episodes Before 30. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 6. The pictures that have occupied 2 chapters flashed and vanished, lasting a few moments only. It was Kay's voice that interrupted them. "This is my partner, Mr. Blackwood," he was saying, as he came from the dining room door, accompanied by an undersized little man, with sharp, beady eyes set in a face like a rat's, with deep lines upon a skin as white as paper. I shook hands with Billy Bingham, proprietor of the Hub, the man whose disreputable character had made it a disgrace to the city of churches. Of the conversation that followed, though I heard every word of it, only a blurred memory remained when we left the building half an hour later. I was in 2 worlds, innocent Kent and up-to-date Toronto, while Kay and Bingham talked. Mysterious phrases chased pregnant business terms in quick succession. Goodwill, stock in hand, buying liquor at 30 days, cash value of the license, and heaven knows what else besides. Kay was marvelous, I thought. The sporting goods business had apparently taught him everything. 200% profit, rapid turnover, sell out at top price were other vivid sentences I caught in part while I stared and listened, feigning no doubt a comprehension that was not mine. The glow of immense success to come, at any rate, shone somehow about the nasty face of that cunning little Billy Bingham as he painted our future in radiant colors. Kay was beaming. A short period of horror, I remember thinking, for the sanguine fires lit me too, and we shall be independent men. It's probably worth it. Canada's a free country. What's impossible at home is possible here. Opportunities must be seized. Then Bingham's white face retreated. His beady eyes became twin points of glittering light, and another picture slid noiselessly before them. Euston Station, a few short months ago, myself tightly wedged in a crowded third-class carriage, the train to Liverpool slowly moving out, and my father's tall figure standing on the platform. This picture hid the hub, and Bingham and John Kay. The serious blue eyes, fixed on mine with love and tenderness, could not conceal the deep anxiety they betrayed for my future. Behind them, though actually at the manor house, Crayford, fixed on a page of the Bible, or perhaps closed in earnest prayer. The eyes of my mother rose up too. The train moved faster. The upright figure and the grave, sad face, though lit by a momentary smile of encouragement, were hidden slowly by the edge of the carriage window. I was too shy to wave my hand, and far too sensitive of what the carriage full of men would think if I moved to the window and spoke, or worse, gave the goodbye kiss I burned to give. So the straight line of that implacable wooden sash slid across both face and figure, cutting our stare cruelly in the middle. It was the last time I saw my father. A year later he was dead, and 10 years were to pass before I saw my mother again. Before this, to look ahead for a second, some enterprising Toronto friend with evangelical tact wrote to my father, "Your son is keeping a tavern." And my father, calling my brother into his study, where he laid all problems before his God with prayer, told him in a broken voice and with tears in his eyes, "He is lost. His soul is lost. Algie has gone to hell." My vision faded. My broad-shouldered friend and his little rat-faced companion stood with their elbows on the bar. I saw 6 small glasses and a big, dark bottle. 3 of the former were filled to the brim with neat rye whiskey. The other 3, the chasers, as they were called, held soda water. "Drink hearty," rasped Bingham's grating voice, as he tossed down his liquor at a gulp, Kay doing the same, then swallowing the soda water. I moved to the swing doors. I had never touched spirits, and loathed the mere smell of them. I cannot pretend that any principle was involved. It was simply that the mere idea of swallowing raw whiskey gave me nausea. I saw Kay give me a quick look. "He'll be offended if you don't take something," it said plainly. I was, besides, familiar with the customs of the country, at any rate in theory. "Have something else," invited Bingham, "if you don't like it straight." I shook my head, mumbling something about its being too early in the day, and I shall never forget the look that came into that cunning little face. But he was not offended. He put his hand on Kay's arm. "Now, see here," he said with seriousness. "That's dead right. That's good business, every time. Never drink yourselves, and you'll make it a success. Your partner's got the right idea, and I tell you straight, never touch a drop of liquor till after closing hours. You'll be asked to drink all day long. Everybody will want to drink with the new management. Every customer that walks in will say, 'What's yours?' before you even know his name. Now, see here, boys. Listen to me. You can't do it. You'll be blind to the world before 11 o'clock. I tell you, and I know." "How are you to refuse?" asked Kay. "I'll give you a tip. Drink tea." "Tea?" "Have your bottle of tea. Tell your bartenders. It's the same color as rye whiskey. No one'll ever know. The boss can always have his own private bottle. Well, yours is tea. See?" And he winked with a leer like some intelligent reptile. We shook hands as he saw us into the street. "You'll take a check, I suppose?" I heard Kay say just before we moved off. "A marked check, yes," was the reply. The phrase meant that the bank marked the check as good for the amount. "It's all fixed, then," returned Kay. "All fixed," said Bingham, and the swinging doors closed upon his unpleasant face as we went out into the street. End of Chapter 6. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 18th of July, 2022.
Chapter 7 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mary Maxwell. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 7. The influences that decided the purchase of the hub were emotional, at any rate not rational. There lay some reaction in me, as of revolt. "You can do things out here you could not do at home," ran like a song through the heart all day long, and life seemed to hold its arms wide open. Fortunes were quickly made, speculation was rife. Pork went up and wheat went down, and thousands were made or lost in a few hours. No enterprise was despised, provided it succeeded. All this had its effect upon an impressionable and ignorant youth whose mind now touched so-called real life for the first time. The example of others had its influence too. The town was sprinkled with young Englishmen, but untrained Englishmen the country did not need, though it needed their money, and this money they speedily exchanged, just as I had done, for experience, and then tried to find work. The pathos of it all was, though, that for an average young Englishman to find a decent job was impossible. I was among the unsuccessful ones. Kay was another, but Kay and myself were now, we thought, to prove the exception. "We'll show 'em," was the way Kay's sanguine 23 years phrased it. We both knew men of splendid education and real ability, earning precarious livings in positions that would have been ludicrous if they were not so pathetic. Men from Oxford and Cambridge, the first-rate classical training, were slinging drinks behind bars or running about the country persuading the farmers to insure their stacks and outhouses. Others with knowledge of languages and pronounced literary talent were adding figures in subordinate positions in brokers' offices. But by far the greater number were working as common laborers for small farmers all over the country. They missed their chance when it came, Kay repeated. We won't miss ours. A chance like the hub won't come twice. A year of disagreeable, uncongenial work, and then success! Retire! Off to the primeval woods, canoes, Indians, campfires, books, a dozen dreams flared up. Within a month we had completed the purchase, and the hub opened with flying colors and high hopes. The newspapers gave us what they called a send-off. Both House of Lords and House of Commons were packed. The cash registers clicked and rang all day, and the hub, swept and garnished, fairly sparkled with the atmosphere of success, congratulations, and promise of good business. Billy Bingham's association with it was a thing of the past. It became the most respectable place of its kind in the whole town. All day long the shoal of customers flocked in and rattled their money across the busy counters. Each individual wanted a word with the proprietors. Buyers and brewery agents poured in too, asking for orders, and newspaper reporters took notes for descriptive articles which duly appeared next morning. The dining room did a roaring trade, and every stool at the long lunch counter had its occupant. How easy it all seemed, and no one the worse for liquor. Everybody was beaming, and as a partner in the Hub Wine Company, I already felt that my failure in the dairy farm was forgotten, an unlucky incident at most. A boyish episode due to inexperience, but now atoned for. Lord Dufferin, a few years before, had been Governor General of Canada, and a huge framed photograph of him hung above the cold meat, game pies, and salads of the lunch counter. A connection of my father's, the newspapers had insisted upon a closer relationship, and while some thought he would do better as a first cousin, others preferred him as my uncle. As an exceedingly popular Governor General, his place above the good Canadian food seemed appropriate at any rate, and the number of customers, both known and unknown, who congratulated me upon our distinguished framed patron, gave me the odd feeling that somehow the shock to my father was thereby lessened. The stories of what Dufferin and his wife had done for Tom, Dick, and Harry, for their wives and their children or their dogs, told to me beside our House of Lords bar that opening day, proved good for business. I had come to the colony somewhat overburdened with distinguished relations of healthy caliber who, to extend the simile a little, neither now nor later ever filed a single shot on my behalf. The mere inertia of their names, indeed, weighed down my subsequent New York days with the natural suspicion that a young man so well born must have done something dreadful at home to be forced to pose to artists for a living. Why, otherwise, should he suffer exile in the underworld of a city across the seas? Lord Dufferin's photograph, augustly throned above the Hub luncheon counter, certainly, however, fired a shot on my behalf, making the cash registers clink frequently. His effect on our bar trade, innocently uncalculated, deserves this word of gratitude. There were 3 white-coated bartenders in the House of Lords, Jimmy Martin, their principal, in charge of it. A couple managed the House of Commons trade in the lower bar, down a step and through an arch, and here too were tables and chairs, rooms curtained off, and other facilities for backstreet customers who wanted to sit and talk over their beer. Between the two, a door in the wall led to my own quarters upstairs by means of a private staircase. Sharp on 11 we closed our doors that first night, and proceeded, with Jimmy Martin's aid, to open the cash registers and count up our takings. There was just under $250, or £50 in English money. Then, having said good night to our chief bartender, we spent a happy hour making calculations for the future. The first day, of course, could not be taken as an average, but prospects, we assured ourselves, were brilliant. Later, we were to discover things that were to prove a source of endless trouble and vexation of spirit to us both. Daily worries we both learned to dread. At the moment, however, it was in sanguine mood that I went to bed that night of our opening day. The money was locked away, ready for me to take to the bank next morning, our first deposit. Before that, I must be at the market to buy provisions, 6 o'clock, and Kay was to be in attendance in the bars at 9:30. It's a go all right, were his good-night words, as he thumped down my private staircase and let himself into the street with his latchkey. Lucky beggar! He hadn't got to write home and explain to evangelical and teetotal parents what he was doing. Some customers, I discovered, arrived early. That a man should want to swallow raw spirits at 9 a.m. amazed me. Some of these were men we knew socially, with one of them who arrived regularly at 9:15. I often dined in his cozy little bungalow beside the lake. His wife was charming. I played with his children. He was a lawyer. He came for what he called an eye-opener. Another of this early brigade was a stockbroker, who later made a fortune speculating in wheat on margin, lost it again, and disappeared mysteriously across the border into the States. His manner of taking his eye-opener was peculiar, puzzling me for a long time. I'd never seen it before. It made me laugh heartily the first morning, for I thought he was doing it to amuse me, till his injured expression corrected me. Producing a long silk handkerchief, he flung it round his neck, one end held by the hand that also held his brimming glass. With the free hand he then pulled the other end very slowly round his collar, levering thus the shaking glass to his lips. Unless he used this pulley, the glass shook and rattled so violently against his teeth that its contents would be spilt before he could get it into his mouth. The horror of it suddenly dawned on me. I was appalled. The stuff that poisoned this nervous wreck was sold by myself and partner at 100% profit. "If he doesn't get it here," said Kay, "he'll go to Tim Sullivan's across the way and get bad liquor. Ours, at least, is pure." During the long 12 hours that the hub was open, either Kay or myself was always on duty, talking to customers, keeping an eye, as we'd hoped, on the bartenders, showing ourselves with an air of authority in the House of Commons when, as usually, it became too rowdy, Kay enjoying the occasional chucking out. At lunchtime, and from 4 to half past 6 or 7 o'clock, the bars were invariably crowded. The amount of milkless tea we drank ought to have poisoned us both, but we never fell from grace in this respect, and we kept faithfully, too, to Jimmy Martin's advice never to put 'em up for others. Days were long and arduous. Though we soon closed the dining room after lunch, doing no supper trade, there were public dinners once or twice a week for Masonic societies, football clubs, and the like, and at these one or other of the proprietors was expected to show himself. To my great relief, Kay rather enjoyed this late duty. His talent for acting was often in demand too. He would don his Henry Irving wig and give the company an imitation of the great actor in The Bells. Kay was very successful at these banquets, and sometimes a society would engage the room on the condition that he performed for them after dinner. What annoyed him was that the silly idiots always ordered champagne. There was no profit worth mentioning in wine, as it was called. The profit was in beer and liquor. The histrionic talent, at any rate, was an accomplishment that proved useful later in our difficult New York days, when Kay not only got a job on the stage himself, but provided me with a part as well. The shadow of that East 19th Street boarding house was already drawing nearer, and another customer of the hub who was to share it with us was Louis B., a voluble, high-strung, fat little Frenchman of mercurial temperament and great musical gifts. When a hub banquet had seen enough of the Irving wig, and expressed a wish to hear the other proprietor, it was always Louis B. who accompanied my fiddle on the piano. Raff's cavatina was tolerated, the Berjou from Jocelyn enjoyed, but the popular songs of the day, Louis extemporizing all accompaniment with his perfect touch, it was these that were good for business. The fat, good-natured little man, with his bright dark eyes and crisp curly black hair, demanded several absences before he would play. He was a born musician. He loved, in the order mentioned, music, horses, his wife, and from the last he always had to obtain permission to play at the hub. Towards midnight he would dash to the telephone and say pleadingly to his wife, "They want me to play one more piece, only one. Do you mind? I shan't be long." The Hub Wine Company, camouflaging the saloon business of two foolish young idiots, passed through its phases towards the inevitable collapse. Business declined, credit grew difficult, prompt payment for supplies more difficult still. We closed the dining room, then the House of Commons. The banquet ceased. Selling out at top price became a dream. Loss of all my capital a fact. Those were funereal days. To me it was a 6 months' horror. The impulsive purchase was paid for dearly. It was not only the declining business, the approaching loss of my small capital, the prospect of presently working for some farmer at $1 a day and green tea. It was not these things I chiefly felt. It was, rather, the fact that I had taken a step downhill, betrayed some imagined ideal in me, shown myself willing to sell my soul for filthy lucre. The price, though not paid in lucre, was certainly paid in mental anguish, and the letters from home, though patient, generously forgiving, even understanding, increased this tenfold. My own nature, meanwhile, wholly apart from any other influence, sought what relief it could. My heart had never really been in the venture, my body now kept out of it as much as possible. The loathing I had felt for the place from the beginning was quite apart from any question of success or failure. I hated the very atmosphere, the faces of the staff, the sound of voices as I approached the swinging doors. While attending strictly to business, never shortening my hours on duty by 5 minutes, and eagerly helping Kay in our efforts to get in another partner with money, my relief when once outside the actual building was immense. We had engaged a new manager, whose popularity in the town, he was a great cricketer, brought considerable fresh custom, but whose chief value in my eyes lay in the fact that I need not be present quite as much as before. Collins, who weighed 20 stone, was a character. Known for some reason as the Duke, he had no other title to nobility. He helped trade for a few brief weeks, but also helped himself at the same time, and his exit, not unlike that of Jimmy, who was fired for the same reason, was attended by threats of a slander suit, which also, like Jimmy's, was set down in the Greek calends. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 8. One effect of these long, unhappy months, anyhow, was to emphasize another, and that the principal, side of my nature. The daily effort of forcing myself to do what I hated so intensely was succeeded by the equal and opposite reaction of enjoying tremendously my free hours of relaxation. When the swing doors closed behind me, my mind closed too upon all memory of the hated hub. It was shut out, forgotten, non-existent. I flew instinctively to what comforted and made me happy. Gorged with the reading of poetry and of idealistic, mystical books, an insatiable sense of wonder with the childish love of the marvelous added to it, my disappointing experience of practical realities demanded compensation as a safety valve, if as nothing more. I found these in nature, music, and in the companionship of a few people I will presently describe. Out of those prison-like swing doors I invariably went, either with a fiddle case in my hand, or with food in my pocket and a light cloak as blanket for sleeping out. Concerts and organ recitals were not enough. More than to listen, I wanted to play myself, and Louis B. was usually as enthusiastic as I. The music was a deep delight to me, but the sleeping under the stars I enjoyed most. Those lone little campfires have left vivid pictures in the mind. An eastbound tram soon took one beyond the city, where the shores of Lake Ontario stretched their deserted sands for miles. There was always fresh water to be found for boiling tea, lots of driftwood lying about, and the sand made a comfortable bed. Many a night of that sweet Indian summer I saw the moon rise or set over the water and lay watching the stars until the sunrise came. One spot in particular was a favorite with me, because just over the high lone cliffs that lined the shore there was an enormous field of tomatoes, and while Jimmy was helping himself to the hub cash under Kay's eyes in the city, I helped myself to a half a dozen of the farmer's ripe tomatoes. The hub, however, of set purpose, formed no part of my thoughts, my reveries and dreams being of a very different and far more interesting kind. A night in the woods, though distance made it more difficult, comforted me even more than the lake expeditions. I kept the woods usually for Saturday night, when the next day left me free as well. A pine forest beyond Rosedale was my favorite haunt, for it was in those days quite deserted and several miles from the nearest farm, and in the heart of it lay a secluded little lake with reedy shores and deep blue water. Here I lay and communed, the world of hotels, insurance, even of Methodists, very far away. The hum of the city could not reach me, though its glare was faintly visible in the sky. There were no signs of men, no sounds of human life, not even a dog's bark, nothing but a sighing wind and lapping water and a sort of earth murmur under the trees, and I used to think that God, whatever he was, or the great spiritual forces that I believed lay behind all phenomena, and perhaps were the moving life of the elements themselves, must be nearer to one's consciousness in places like this than among the bustling of men in the towns and houses. As the material world faded away among the shadows, I felt dimly the real spiritual world behind shining through. I meditated on the meaning of these dreams till the veil over outer things seemed very thin, diving down into my inner consciousness as deeply as I could, till a stream of tremendous yearning for the realities that lay beyond appearances poured out of me into the night. The hours passed with magical swiftness, and my dreaming usually ended in sleep, for I often woke in the chilly time just before the dawn, lying sideways on the pine needles, and saw the trees outlined sharply against the eastern sky, and the lake water still and clear, and heard the dawn wind just beginning to sing overhead. The laughter of a loon would sound, the call of an owl, the cry of a whippoorwill, and then the sun was up. Thought ran on these lonely nights to everything except to present or recent happenings. Life, already half over at 21, it then seemed to me, had proved a failure. My few trivial experiences appeared gigantic and oppressive. I felt very old. Present conditions being unhappy and promising to become more unhappy still, I left aside. I had accepted them as karma. I must go through with them, but there was no need to intensify or prolong unhappiness by dwelling on them. I therefore dismissed them, thought wandering to other things. All was colored, shaped, directed by those Eastern teachings in which I was then entirely absorbed, and the chief problem in my mind at the time was to master the method of accepting, facing, exhausting whatever life might bring, while being, as the Bhagavad Gita described, indifferent to results, unaffected, that is, by the fruits of action. Detachment, yet without shirking, was the nearest equivalent phrase I could find, a state, anyhow, stronger than the Christian resignation, which woke contempt in me. Unhappiness, though it may seem trivial now, both as to cause and quality, was very deep in me at the time. It had wakened an understanding of certain things I had read, as in the stolen Patanjali years before, without then grasping what they meant. These things I now was beginning to reach by an inner experience of them, rather than by an intellectual comprehension merely, and as thought ran backwards, escaping the unpleasant hub and dairy, to earlier days in the Black Forest school, to the Jura Mountains village, to family holidays among the Alps or on the west coast of Scotland, it reached in due course the year spent in Edinburgh University just before I left for Canada, and so to individuals there who had strongly influenced me. I recalled Dr. H., who used hypnotism in his practice, taught me various methods of using it, and often admitted me to private experiments in his study. He explained many a textbook for me. He had urged me to give up the idea of farming in Canada and to read for medicine and become a doctor. Specialize, he said in 1883. By the time you are qualified, suggestion will be a recognized therapeutic agent, accepted by all, and accomplishing marvelous results. Become a mental specialist. I lay under my pine trees, wondering if it were still too late, but speculating further and chiefly about those other states of consciousness, since called subliminal, which his experiments had convinced me were of untold importance, both to the individual and to the race. any lawful method of extending the field of consciousness, of increasing its scope, of developing latent faculties, with its corollary of greater knowledge and greater powers, excited and interested me more than the immediate prospect of making a million. This doctor's family were sincere and convinced spiritualists. He let them be, paying no attention to them, yet pointing out to me privately the secondary state into which his wife, as the medium, could throw herself at will. His son had an Amati violin. We played together. I was invited to many seances. The power of reading a sitter's mind I often witnessed, my own unuttered thoughts often being announced as the communication from some guide or spirit friend. But for the doctor's private exposition, I might doubtless have been otherwise persuaded and shared my hostess's convictions. Some of the communications came back in memory nonetheless, as I lay beside the little lake and watched the firelight reflected with the stars. "There is an Indian here. He says he comes for you. He is a medicine man. He says you are one too. You have great healing power. He keeps repeating the word, scratch." The dubious word meant write. I was to become a writer, a prophecy that woke no interest in me at all. Another communication delved into the past. "You have been an Indian in a recent life. You will go back to their country to work off certain painful karma. You were Aztec, Inca, Egyptian, and before that, Atlantean. With the world today you have nothing in common, for none of the souls you knew have come back with you. Nature means more to you than human beings. Beware!" The last word alarmed me a good deal until the doctor's humorous exposition killed any malefic suggestion. The horoscope his wife cast and read for me, however, he refused to be bothered with. He could not, therefore, comfort me by explaining away a disturbing sentence. "All your planets are beneficent, but we're just below the horizon at the hour of your birth. This means that you will come very near to success in all you undertake, yet never quite achieve it." These memories slipped in their series across my mind as the embers of my fire faded and the night drew on. Swiftly they came and passed, each leaving its little trail of dust, its faint emotion, yet leading always to a stronger ghost whose memory still bulked largely in my mind, the ghost of a Hindu student. He was a fourth-year man, about to become a qualified doctor, and I met him first in the dissecting room, where occasionally I played at studying anatomy. We first became intimate friends over the dissection of a leg. It was he who explained Patanjali to me. He was a very gifted and unusual being. He showed me strange methods of breathing, of concentration, of meditation. He made clear 1,000 half-conscious dreams and memories in me. He was mysterious but sincere, living his theories in practice. He went for great walks along the Forth, watching the Forth Bridge then being built, down the coast to St. Abb's Head and Coldingham, deep into the recesses of the Pentlands, where more than once we slept in the open. We made curious and interesting experiments together. Years later, he is still alive, I drew upon a fraction of his personality in 2 books, John Silence and Julius Le Vallon. Much that he explained and taught me, much that he believed and practiced, came back vividly during the nightly vigils in the woods, while I listened to the weird laughter of the loons, like the voices of women far away, and watched the northern lights flash in their strange majesty from the horizon to mid-heaven. Unhappiness was making a real life sink deeper. No boy, I am sure, sought for what he believed would prove the realities with more passionate intensity than I did. It is curious now to look back upon those grave experiments first taught me by my Hindu friend, who assured me that the way to rob emotions of their power was to refuse to identify one's self with them, this real self merely looking on as a spectator, apart, detached, and that the outer events of life had small importance, what mattered being solely one's inner attitude to them, one's interpretation of them. From these hours spent alone with nature, as also from the hours of music with Louis B., I returned, at any rate, refreshed and invigorated to my loathsome bars. Personal troubles seemed less important, less oppressive. They were, after all, but brief episodes in a single life. As karma, they had to be faced, gone through with. They had something to teach, and I must learn the lesson, or else miss one of the objects of my being. Watching the starry heavens through hours of imaginative reflection brought a bigger perspective in which individual worries found reduced proportion. My thoughts introduced a yet vaster perspective still. The difficulty was to keep the point of view when the mood that encouraged it was gone. After a few hours in the House of Lords, perspective was apt to dwindle again. When the winter months made sleeping out impossible and Louis B. was not available, my precious hours of freedom would be spent with a young agnostic doctor dying of consumption, with the professor of history in Toronto University, a sterling, sympathetic man, a true Christian of intellectual type, and a big, genuine soul who never thought of himself in the real help he gave me unfailingly with both hands, or lastly with an enthusiast who shared my quest for what we called the realities. With all three I had made close friends during the first prosperous days of the dairy. The professor's family had been customers for milk and eggs. The young doctor, living in my boarding house, had been a pupil in my French and German class. The third was a Scotsman, fairly well educated, about 30 years of age, who, while fully in sympathy with my line of thinking, had succeeded in reducing his dreams to some sort of order, so that they did not interfere with his ordinary practical career, and yet were the guiding rule of his life. He was in the cement business, and his clothes, even on Sunday, were always covered with a fine white dust, for he was unmarried and lived alone in a single room. He made a bare living at his work, but he was thoroughly conscientious and devoted to the interests of his employer, and all he asked was steady work and fair remuneration for the rest of his life. He was a real mystic by temperament, though he belonged to no particular tradition. The world for him was but a show of false appearances that the senses gathered. The realities behind were spiritual. He believed that his soul had existed forever and would never cease to exist, and that his ego would continue to expand and develop according to the life he led, and shaped by his thoughts and acts, but especially by his thoughts, to all eternity. This world for him was a schoolroom, a place of difficult discipline and learning, and the lessons he was learning were determined logically and justly by his previous living and previous mistakes. Talents or disabilities equally were the result of former action. But to the ordinary man he appeared simply as a rather dull, everyday worker, without any worldly ambition, absolutely honest and trustworthy, and always occupying a subordinate position in practical affairs. In the old country he had belonged to some sort of society that kept alive traditions of teaching methods of spiritual development, and he told me much concerning their theories that immense latent powers lay in the depths of one's being and could be educed by suitable living, and the period in the schoolroom of this world, as he called it, could be shortened and the progress of one's real development hastened. It all lay with him in learning how to concentrate the faculties on this inner life without neglecting the duties of the position one held to family or employer, and thus reducing the life of the body and the senses to the minimum that was consistent with health and ordinary duty. In this way he believed new forces would awaken to life, and new parts of one's being be stimulated into activity, and in due course one would become conscious of a new spiritual region, with the spiritual senses adapted to it. It amounted, of course, to an expansion of consciousness. All this naturally interested me very much indeed, and I spent hours talking with this cement maker, and many more hours reading the books he lent me and thinking about them. My friend helped in this extension. Carl Duprel's Philosophy of Mysticism was a book to injure no one. He had published 1 or 2 volumes of minor poetry, and his verse, though poor in form, caught all through it the elusive quality of genuine mystical poetry, unearthly, touching the stars, and wakening in the reader the note of yearning for the highest things. I took him with me several times to my little private grove, and he would recite these verses to me in a way that made them sound very different from my own reading of them. And as he lay beside the lake, and I heard his reedy voice mingling with the wind in the trees, and watched his watery blue eyes shine across the smoke of our fire, I realized that the value of his poems lay in the fact that they were a perfectly true expression of his self, of his small, mystical, unselfish, and oddly elemental soul, searching after the God that should finally absorb him into something greater. I do not wish to criticize him, but only to picture what I saw. His attenuated body, the long, thin fingers, his shabby clothes covered with white dust, lying by my side under the stars, his eyes looking beyond the world, and the sound of his thin voice that lost half of his words somewhere in the wind. The picture is complete in every detail in my mind to this day. His reasoning powers were slight, for like all true mystics, he believed in the intuitive perception of truth. But coming into my life just at this time, he came with influence and a good deal of stimulus, too. From the House of Commons to his dream-laden atmosphere provided a contrast that brought relief, at any rate. This mystical minor poet in the cement business had several friends like himself, but no one of them possessed his value, because no one of them practiced their beliefs. They talked well and were sincere up to a point, but not to the point of making sacrifices for their faith. It was always with them a future hope. One, however, must be accepted, a woman. She was over 60 and always dressed in black, with crepe scattered all over her, and a large white face, and shining eyes, and great bags under them. She had been a vegetarian for years. In spite of her size, she looked so ethereal that a puff of wind might have blown her across the street. All her friends and relations had passed over, and her thoughts were evidently centered in the beyond, so far as she herself was concerned. She had means of her own, but spent most of them in helping others. There was no humbug about her. She claimed to have what she called continuous consciousness. And at night, when her body lay down and the brain slept, she focused herself in some spiritual region of her being and never lost consciousness. She saw her body lying there and knew the brain was asleep, but she meanwhile became active elsewhere, for she declared a spirit could never sleep, and it was only the body that became too weary at the end of the day to answer to the spirit's requirements. In sleep, the body, left empty by the spirit, slept, and memory, being in the brain, became inactive. But as soon as one had learned to realize one's spirit, sleep involved no loss of consciousness, and memory was continuous. Her accounts of her experiences in the night thrilled me. While she talked, her face grew so white that it almost shone. It was a beaming, good, loving face, and the woman was honest, even if deluded. She radiated kindness and sympathy from her person. She had a way of screwing up her eyes when speaking, stepping back a few paces, and then coming suddenly forward again as though she meant to jump across the room, her voice ringing and her eyes opened so wide that I thought the bags underneath them must burst with a pop. The young doctor living in the boarding house also interested me, reviving indeed my desire to follow his profession myself. He was about 26 years old and very poor, the exact antithesis of myself, being clear-minded, practical, cynical, and a thorough skeptic on the existence of a soul and God and immortality. He was well-read and had the true scientific temperament, spending hours with his microscope and books. The fact of his being at the opposite pole to myself attracted me to him, and we had long talks in his consulting room on the ground floor back, where everything was prepared for the reception of patients, but where no patient ever came. Our worlds were so far apart, and it was so hard to establish a mutual coinage of words that our talks were somewhat futile. He was logical, absorbed in his dream of original research. He used words in their exact meaning and jumped to no conclusions rashly, and never allowed his judgment to be influenced by his emotions. Whereas I talked, no doubt, like a child, building vast erections upon inadequate premises, indulging in my religious dreams about God and the soul, speculative and visionary. He argued me out of my books every time, and towards the end of our talks grew impatient and almost angry with my vague mind and transcendental tommyrot, as he called it. But at the same time he liked me, and was always glad to talk and discuss with me. Nothing he said, though much of it was cogent and unanswerable, ever influenced my opinions in the least degree, because I felt he was fundamentally wrong, and was trying to find by scalpel and microscope the things of the spirit. I felt a profound pity for him, and he felt a contemptuous pity for me. But one night my pity almost changed to love, and after this particular conversation, in the course of which he made me deep confidences of his early privations, in order that he might study for his profession, and of his unquenchable desire for knowledge for its own sake, I felt so tenderly towards him that I never tried to argue again, but only urged him to believe in a soul and in a future life. For he told me that he was already so far gone in consumption that at most he had but a year or two to live, and he knew that in the time at his disposal he could not accomplish the very smallest part of his great dream. I then understood why his eyes were so burning bright, and why he had always glowing red spots in his cheeks, and looked so terribly thin and emaciated. The hours spent with him did not refresh or invigorate me as the woods and music did. I re-entered the swing doors of my prison, as I came to regard the hub, with no new stimulus. His example impressed me, but his atmosphere and outlook both depressed. Only my admiration for his courage, strong will, and consistent attitude remained, while I drank tea with my unpleasant customers or listened to complaints from the staff. Before the swing doors closed for the last time, however, the thin, keen-faced doctor, with the hectic flush and the bright, burning eyes, had succumbed to his terrible malady. His end made a great impression on me. For several months he went about like a living skeleton. His cough was ghastly. He had less and less money, and I seemed to be the only friend he turned to, or indeed possessed at all, for I was the only person he allowed to help him, and the little help I could give was barely enough to prevent the landlady turning him out for rent and board unpaid. To the last his will burned in him like a flame. He talked and studied and dreamed his long dream of scientific achievement, even when he knew his time was measured by weeks, and he was utterly scornful of death and a deity that could devise such a poor scheme of existence, so full of failure, pain, and abortive effort. But I was full of admiration for the way he kept going full speed to the very end, starting new books and fresh experiments, even when he knew he would not have time to get halfway through with them, and discussing high schemes just as though he expected years in which to carry them out, instead of days. Here was a man absolutely without faith, or any belief in God or future life, who walked straight up to a miserable death under full steam, with nothing to console or buoy him up, and without friends to sympathize, and who never for a single instant flinched or whimpered. There burned in his heart the fire of a really strong will. It was the first time I had realized at close quarters what this meant, and when I went to his funeral I felt full of real sorrow, and have never forgotten the scene at his deathbed when the keen, set face relaxed nothing of its decision to the very last. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 9. At length the bitter, sparkling winter was over, the sleigh bells silent, the covered skating rinks all closed. The last remnants of the piled-up snow had melted, and the sweet spring winds were blowing freshly down the cedar-paved streets. On the lake shores the boathouses were being opened, canoes, skiffs, and catboats being repainted. Tents and camping kit were being overhauled. The talk everywhere was of picnics, expeditions, trips into the backwoods, and plans for summer holidays. Crystal sunlight flooded the world. The Canadian spring intoxicated the brain and sent the blood dancing to wild, happy measures. The hub was now in the hands of a receiver. Adams and Burns, the wholesale house, controlled it. Kay and I had to pay cash for everything. The Hub Wine Company was bust. Yielding to my father's impatient surprise that after all these months I was still a partner, I had assigned my interest a short time before to Kay and had sent home the printed announcement in the newspapers. It was a nominal assignment only, for I had nothing to assign. My last penny of capital was lost. Kay, for his part, had lost everything too. Vultures, in the form of bailiffs with blue writs in their claws, haunted our last week. By good luck rather than good management, I owed nothing, but Kay had small outstanding accounts all over the town. It was a hectic last week. Our friends came in crowds to sympathize, to offer advice, to suggest new plans, and all considered a liquid farewell necessary. This etiquette was strict. A private word with the receiver brought back our tea bottle. The upper house did a fair business again, while Louis B., bursting with new schemes, new enterprises that should restore our fortunes, was forever at the piano in the upstairs room. We played together while our little Rome was burning, Tchaikovsky, Chopin, Wagner, and the latest songs with choruses. Kay donned his Irving wig from time to time and roared his bells and suicide. Our last days rattled by. The pain of the failure was mitigated for me personally by the intense relief I felt to be free of the nightmare at last. Whatever might be in store, nothing could be worse than that 6 months' horror. Besides, failure in Canada was never final. It held the seeds of success to follow. From its ashes new life rose with wings and singing. The electric air of spring encouraged brave hopes of 1,000 possibilities, and while I felt the disaster overwhelmingly, our brains at the same time already hummed with every imaginable fresh scheme. What these schemes were, it is difficult now to recall, beyond that they included all possibilities of enterprise that a vast young country could suggest to penniless, adventurous youth. What memory still holds sharply, however, is the face of a young lawyer of our acquaintance, as he looked at me across the fiddle and said casually, "You can live on my island in Lake Russo, if you like." Without a moment's hesitation, we accepted the lawyer's offer of his 10-acre island in the northern lakes. The idea of immediate new enterprise faded. Kay was easily persuaded into a plan that promised a few weeks' pleasant leisure to think things over, living meanwhile for next to nothing. "I shall go to New York later," he announced, "and get on the stage. I'll take Shakespeare up to the island and study it." He packed his Irving wig. It was the camping out which caught me with irresistible attraction. The big woods and open-air life, sun, wind, and water. "I'll come up and join you later," promised the sanguine Louis B. "I'll come with some new plan we can talk over round your campfire." He agreed to pack up our few belongings and keep them for us till we went later to New York. "We'll all go to the States," he urged. "Canada is a one-horse place. There are far more chances across the line." We kept secret our date of leaving, only Louis knowing it. On the morning of May 24th, the Queen's birthday, he came to fetch us and our luggage, the latter reduced to a minimum. There were no goodbyes, but this excitable little Frenchman, who loved a touch of the picturesque, did not come quite as we expected. He arrived 2 hours before his time, with a wagonette and 2 prancing horses, his fat figure on the box, flicking his long whip and shouting up at our windows. His idea, he explained as we climbed in, was to avoid the main station, where we should be bound to see a dozen people we knew. He proposed instead to drive us 20 miles to a small station where the train stopped on its way north. There was no time to argue. I sat beside him on the box with the precious fiddle. Kay got behind with our 2 bags, and Louis drove us and his spanking pair along King Street and then up Yonge Street. Scores recognized us, wondered what it meant, for these were the principal streets of the town. But Louis flourished his whip, gave the horses their head, and raced along the interminable Yonge Street till at length the houses disappeared, and the empty reaches of the hinterland took their place. He saw us into the train with our luggage and our few dollars, waving his whip in farewell as the engine started. We did not see him again till he arrived, thin, worried, anxious, and gabbling, in the East 19th Street boarding house the following autumn. My Toronto episodes were over. I had been 18 months in the country and was close upon 22. My capital I had lost, but I had gained at least a little experience in exchange. I no longer trusted everyone at sight. The green paint had worn thin in patches, if not all over. The collapse of the dairy made me feel old. The Hub disaster made me feel a Methuselah. My home life seemed more and more remote. I had broken with it finally. I could never return to the old country, nor show my face in the family circle again. Thus I felt, at least. The pain and unhappiness in me seemed incurably deep, and my shame was very real. In my heart was a secret wish to live in the backwoods forevermore, a broken man, feeding on lost illusions and vanished dreams. The light-hearted plans that Louis B. and Kay so airily discuss I could not understand. My heart sank each time I recognized my father's handwriting on an envelope. I felt a kind of final misery that only my belief in karma mitigated. This mood of exaggerated intensity soon passed, of course, but for a time life was very bitter. It was hard at first to accept these fruits of former lives, this harvest of misfortune whose seeds I assuredly had sown myself long, long ago. The detachment I was trying to learn, with its attitude of somehow being indifferent to the fruits of action, was not acquired in a day. Yet it interests me now to look back down the vista of 30 years and to realize that this first test of my line of thought, whether it was pretty fancy merely or whether a real conviction, did not find me wanting. It was, I found, a genuine belief. Neither then nor in the severer tests that followed did it ever fail me for a single moment. I understood similarly how my father's faith, equally sincere though in such different guise to mine, could give him strength and comfort no matter what life might bring. As our train went northwards through the hinterland toward Gravenhurst and the enchanted island where we were to spend 5 months of a fairyland existence, I grasped that a chapter of my life was closed and a new one opening. The mind looked back, of course. Toronto, whose Indian name means place of meeting, I saw only once or twice again. I never stayed there. At the end of our happy island life, we rushed through it on our way to fresh adventures in New York. Kay, hiding his face in an overcoat lest some creditor catch a glimpse of him and serve a blue writ before the train's few minutes' pause in the station ended. The following winter, indeed, this happened, though in a theater and not in a railway carriage. The traveling company of which he formed a member was giving its Toronto week, and a creditor in the audience recognized him on the stage, though not this time in his Irving wig. The blue writ was served, the bailiff standing in the wings until the amount was paid. In the mood of reflection a train journey engenders, a sense of perspective slipped behind the 18 months just over. Shot forth from my evangelical hothouse into colonial life, it now seemed to me rather wonderful that my utter ignorance had not landed me in yet worse muddles, even in jail. One incident, oddly enough, stood out more clearly than the rest. But for my ridiculous inexperience of the common conditions of living, my complete want of savoir-faire, my unacquaintance even with the ways of normal social behavior, I might have now been in very different circumstances. A quite different career might easily have opened for me, a career in a railway, in the Canadian Pacific Railway, in fact, on one of whose trains we were then traveling. But for my stupid ignorance, an opening in the CPR would certainly have been found for me, whether it led to a future or not. The incident, slight and trivial though it was, throws a characteristic light on the results of my upbringing. It happened in this way. Among my father's acquaintance were the big wigs of the Canadian Pacific Railway, who had shown him much courtesy on our earlier visit. The relationship this time was not of a religious kind. He was financial secretary to the post office. The CPR carried the mails. Sir George Stephen and Sir Donald Stewart had not at that time received their peerages as my lords Mount Stephen and Strathcona. Sir William Van Horn was still alive. To all of these I bore letters, though I delivered by post to Montreal only the one to Sir George as president of the line. It met with the kindest possible response, and for several weeks I had been awaiting the return of T., an important official in Toronto, to whom my case had been explained, but who was away at the time, touring the West in his special car. The moment I returned, I felt reasonably sure that he would find me a place of some sort or other where I could at least make a start. He had, in fact, been asked to do so. With influence, too, in high quarters behind me, I had every reason to hope. The return of Mr. T. I awaited eagerly. He was a young man, I learned, of undoubted ability, but was at the same time a petty fellow, very pushing, very conceited, and a social snob of the most flagrant type. I was rather frightened indeed by what I heard, for a colonial social snob can be a very terrible creature, as I had already discovered. Mr. T.'s return chanced to coincide with a big race meeting, to be followed by a ball at Government House. Sir Alexander Campbell was governor of Ontario at the time. It was the event of the season, and of course Mr. T. came back in time to attend it and be in evidence. With a party of friends I drove to my first race meeting. Oh, how the clothes, the talk, the rushing horses, all looking exactly alike, bored me. With an invitation to the grandstand box of the Governor-General, Lord Aberdeen, also a friend of my father's, and was thus introduced to the railway official under the best possible auspices. My heart beat high when I saw how he took trouble to be nice to me, and begged me to call upon him next day at his office, saying that something could no doubt be arranged for me at once. I was so delighted that I felt inclined to cable home at once, "Got work," but I resisted this temptation and simply let my imagination play round the nature of the position I should soon be holding in a very big company, with excellent chances of promotion and salary. I was too young to be bothered by the man's patronizing manner, and did not care a straw about his condescension and self-importance, because I thought only of getting work and a start. The ball filled me with intense shyness and alarm, however, for I had never learned to dance or been inside a ballroom, and it was merely by chance I found out that white gloves and a white tie, not a black one as I had always worn at home for dinner, were the proper things. In a colony, too, an Englishman who pretends to any standing cannot be too careful about social details, for everything and more besides is expected of him. The ball was even worse than I had anticipated. I was nervous and uncomfortable, ignorant of the little observances that would have been known to any man brought up differently. I found nothing to say to the numerous pretty Canadian girls, unconventional and natural, who were introduced to me, and I had not the slightest idea that the correct and polite thing to do was to ask each young lady for the pleasure of a dance. What people must have thought of my manners I cannot imagine, but the climax was undoubtedly reached when the railway official swaggered up to me in the middle of the room and said he wished to introduce me to his sister. This was duly accomplished, but I could think of nothing to say. We stood side by side, with the official beaming upon us, I fingering my empty program, and the girl waiting to be asked for a dance. But the request was not forthcoming, and after a few minutes of terrible awkwardness and half-silence, the purple-faced official marched his sister off again, highly insulted, to introduce her to men who would appreciate their luck better than I had done. To him, of course, my manners must have seemed hopelessly rude. He felt angry that I had not thought his sister worth even the ordinary politeness of a dance, and to a Canadian who learns dancing with his bottle and dances indoors and out on every possible occasion, the omission must have seemed incredibly ill-mannered, and the snub an unforgivable one. I cannot blame him. I remained in complete ignorance, however, of my crime, and beyond feeling nervously foolish, out of place, and generally not much of a success, I had no idea I had given cause for offense until long afterwards I heard stories about myself and my behavior which made me realize that I had done unpardonable things and left undone all that was best and correct. At the time, however, I had no realization that I had offended at all, and in the morning I went down, according to appointment, to call upon the railway official in his fine offices and hear the joyful news of my appointment to a lucrative and honorable position in the company. It seemed a little strange to me that I was kept waiting exactly an hour in the outer office, but I was so sure of a pleasant interview with a practical result that when at last the clerk summoned me to the official's sanctum, I went in with a smiling face and goodwill and happiness in my heart. The general manager, as I will call him, though this title disguises his actual position, greeted me, however, without a word. He was talking to a man who stood beside his desk, and though he must have heard my name announced, he did not so much as turn his head. I stood looking at the framed photographs on the wall for several moments before the man went out, and then, when the door was closed, I advanced with outstretched hand and cordial manner across the room to greet my future employer. He glanced at me frigidly, and without even rising from his chair, gave me a stiff bow and said in a voice of the utmost formality, "Well, sir, and what can I do for you?" The words fell into my brain like so many particles of ice, and froze my tongue. Such a reception I had never dreamed of receiving. What had I done wrong? How in the world had I offended? Not even a word of apology for keeping me waiting an hour, and not even a seat offered me. I stood there foolishly for a moment, completely puzzled. Surely there must be a mistake. The man had forgotten me, or took me for somebody else. "I had an appointment with you at 11 o'clock, Mr. T," I said nervously, but trying to smile pleasantly. "You remember you were kind enough to say yesterday you thought you might find work for me to do in the railway offices." The man's eyes flashed just as though he were angry, his face turned red, and I could not help suddenly noticing what a bad, weak chin he had, and how common and coarse the lines of his face were. The flush seemed to emphasize all its bad points. "Oh, you want work," he said with a distinct sneer, looking me up and down as if I were an animal to be judged. "You want work, do you?" My nervousness began to melt away before his offensive manner, and I felt the blood mounting. But trying to keep my temper and to believe still there must be some mistake, I again reminded him of our previous interview at the races and in the ballroom. "Oh, to be sure, yes, now I remember," he said casually, and turned to take up pencil and paper on his desk. I looked about for a chair, but there was none near, so I remained standing, feeling something like a suspected man about to be examined by a magistrate. "What can you do?" he asked abruptly. "Well," I stammered, utterly surprised at his rudeness and manner, "I've not had much experience yet, of course, but I'm willing to begin at the bottom and work up. I'll do anything for a beginning." "That's what everybody says. Doing anything is no good to me. I want to know what you can do. All my clerks here write shorthand." "I can write shorthand accurately and fast," I hastened to interrupt, evidently to his surprise, as though he had not expected to find me thus equipped. But at present, he hastened to add, there are no vacancies on my staff, and I fear I can offer you nothing unless— He hesitated a moment and then looked me full in the face. This time there could be no mistake. I saw blood in his eye, and I realized he was savagely angry with me for some reason, and was determined to make the interview as unpleasant for me as possible. Unless you care to sling baggage on the side station up the line, he finished sneeringly. The blood rushed to my face, and I understood in a flash that the interview was a farce and his only object to humiliate me. I had so far swallowed my temper on the chance of getting a position, but I knew that a post under such a man who evidently hated me would be worse than nothing. So I gave him one look from head to foot and turned to leave the room. I could have struck him in the jaw with the greatest pleasure in the world. Then I understand you have no vacancies, I said quietly, as soon as I got to the door. I will write and thank Sir George Stephen and tell him about your kindness to me. I said this because it was the only thing that occurred to me to say, and not with the object of making him uncomfortable. I had no intention of putting my words into effect. I had no idea my stray shot would hit the mark. Yet it did. The official, purple and dismayed, got up hastily and called me to stay a moment, that he would see if something was not possible. Hurried sentences followed me to the passage, but I merely bowed and went out, knowing perfectly well that nothing could come of further conversation. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 10. Gradually thus, contact with ordinary people and experiences with certain facets at least of practical life had begun to give me what is called a knowledge of the world. The hothouse upbringing made this acquisition difficult as well as painful. There still remained a feeling that I was peculiar. Ignorance of things that to other youths of 21 were commonplace still gave me little shocks. Knowledge that comes at the wrong time is apt to produce exaggerated effects, and only those who have shared the childlike shelter afforded by a strict evangelical enclosure in the early years can appreciate the absurd want of proportion which is one of these effects. Knowledge of natural human kinds, withheld at the right moment and acquired later, has its dangers. Two things, moreover, about people astonished me in particular, I remember. They astonish me even more today. Being in both cases merely individual reactions to the herd, they are easily understandable, and are mentioned here because, being entirely personal, they reveal the individual whose adventures are described. The first, it astonished me daily, hourly, was the indifference of almost everybody to the great questions whence, why, and whither. The few who asked these questions seemed cranks of one sort or another. The immense majority of people showed no interest whatever. Creatures of extraordinary complexity, powers, faculties, set down for a given period, without being consulted apparently, upon a little planet amid countless numbers of majestic, terrifying suns, few showed even the faintest interest in the purpose, origin, and goal of their existence. Of these few, again, by far the majority were eager to prove that soul and spirit were chemical reactions, results of some fortuitous concourse of dead atoms, to rob life, in a word, of all its wonder. These problems of paramount, if insoluble, interest were taken as a matter of course. There was, indeed, no sense of wonder. It astonished me, doubtless, because in my own case this was the only kind of knowledge I desired, and desired passionately. To me it was the only real knowledge, the only thing worth knowing, and I was ever getting little shocks on discovering gradually that not only was such knowledge not wanted, but that to talk of its possibility constituted one a dreamer, if not a bore. How anybody in possession of ordinary faculties could look, say, at the night sky of stars and not know the wondrous flood of divine curiosity about his own personal relation to the universe drench his being, this never ceased to perplex me. Yet with almost everybody, the few exceptions being usually odd, conversation rapidly flattened out, as though such things were of no importance, while stocks and shares, some kind of practical market value at any rate, quickly became again the topic of real value. Not only, however, did this puzzle me, it emphasized at this time one's sense of being peculiar. It sketched a growing loneliness in more definite outline. No one wanted to make some more money than I did, but these other things, one reason doubtless why I never did make money, came indubitably first. The second big and daily astonishment of those awakening years, which also has persisted, if not actually intensified, concerned the blank irresponsiveness to beauty of almost everybody I had to do with. Exceptions, again, were either cranks or useless, unpractical people, failures to a man. Many liked scenery, either perceiving it for themselves or having it pointed out to them, but very few, as with myself, knew their dominant mood of the day influenced, by a gleam of light upon a lake at dawn, a faint sound of music in the pines, a sudden strip of blue on a day of storm, the great piled colored clouds at evening, such clouds as flit like splendor-winged moths about a taper round the red west when the sun dies in it. These things had an effect of intoxication upon me, for it was the wonder and beauty of nature that touched me most. Something like the delight of ecstasy swept over me when I read of sunrise in the Indian Caucasus. Quote, "The point of one white star is quivering still, deep in the orange light of widening morn, beyond the purple mountains," end quote, and it was a genuine astonishment to me that so very few, felt the slightest response or even noticed 1,001 details in sky and earth that delighted me with haunting joy for hours at a stretch. With Kay, my late partner in booze, as I had heard him called, there was sufficient response in these two particulars to make him a sympathetic companion. If these things were not of dominant importance to him, they were at least important. Humor and courage being likewise his, he proved a delightful comrade during our 5 months of lonely island life. What his view of myself may have been is hard to say. Luckily, perhaps, Kay was not a scribbler. He will agree, I think, that we were certainly very happy in our fairyland of peace and loveliness amid the Muskoka lakes of northern Ontario. Our island, one of many in Lake Rousseau, was about 10 acres in extent, irregularly shaped, overgrown with pines, its western end running out to a sharp ridge we called Sunset Point, its eastern end facing the dawn and a high rocky bluff. It rose in the center to perhaps 100 feet. It had little secret bays, pools of deep water beneath the rocky bluff for high diving, sandy nooks, and a sheltered cove where a boat could ride at anchor in all weathers. Close to the shore, but hidden by the pines, was a one-room hut with 2 camp beds, a big table, a wide balcony, and a tiny kitchen in a shack adjoining. A canoe and rowing boat went with the island, a diminutive wharf as well. On the mainland, 1.5 miles to the north, was an English settler named Woods, who had cleared the forest some 25 years before and turned the wilderness into a more or less productive farm. Milk, eggs, and vegetables we obtained from time to time. To the south and east and west lay open waters for several miles, dotted by similar islands with summer camps and bungalows on them. The 3 big lakes, Rousseau, Muskoka, and Joseph, formed the letter Y, our island being where the 3 strokes joined. To me it was paradise, the nearest approach to a dream come true I had yet known. The climate was dry, sunny, and bracing, the air clear as crystal, the nights cool. In moonlight, the island seemed to float upon the water, and when there was no moon, the reflection of the stars had an effect of phosphorescence in some southern sea. Dawns and sunsets, too, were a constant delight, and before we left in late September, we had watched through half the night the strange spectacle of the northern lights in all their rather awful splendor. The day we arrived, May 24th, a Scotch mist veiled all distant views. The island had a lonely and deserted air, a touch of melancholy about its somber pines, and when the small steamer had deposited us with our luggage on the slippery wharf and vanished into the mist, I remember Kay's disconsolate expression as he remarked gravely, "We shan't stay here long." Our first supper deepened his conviction, for though there were lamps, we had forgotten to bring oil, and we devoured bread and porridge quickly before night set in. It was certainly a contrast to the brilliantly lit corner of the Hub dining room where we had eaten our last dinner. But the following morning at 6 o'clock, after a bathe in the cool blue water, while a dazzling sun shone in a cloudless sky, he had already changed his mind. Our immediate past seemed hardly credible now. Jimmy Martin, the Duke, the Methodist woodcuts, the life insurance offices, to say nothing of the sporting goods emporium, red-bearded bailiffs, Alfred Cooper, and a furious, half-intoxicated Irish cook, all faded into the atmosphere of some half-forgotten, ugly dream. We at once set our house in order. We had saved a small sum in cash from the general wreck. A little went a long way. Pickerel were to be caught for the trouble of trolling a spoon bait round the coast, and we soon discovered where the black bass hid under rocky ledges of certain pools. In a few weeks, too, we had learned to manage a canoe to the point of upsetting it far from shore, shaking it half empty while treading water, then climbing in again, the point where safety, according to the Canadians, is attained. Even in these big lakes, it was rare that the water was too rough for going out once the craft was mastered. A Rice Lake, or Petersboro, as they were called, could face anything. A turn of the wrist could lift them. They answered the paddle like a living thing, a chief secret of control being that the kneeling occupant should feel himself actually a part of his canoe. This trifling knowledge, gained during our idle holiday, came in useful years later when taking a canoe down the Danube from its source in the Black Forest to Budapest. Time certainly never hung heavy on our hands. Before July, when the Canadians came up to their summer camps, we had explored every bay and inlet of the lakes, had camped out on many an enchanted island, and had made longer expeditions of several days at a time into the great region of backwoods that began due north. These trips, westward to Georgian Bay with its 1,000 islands on Lake Huron, or northward beyond French River, where the primeval backwoods begin their unbroken stretch to James Bay and the Arctic, were a source of keen joy. Our cooking was perhaps primitive, but we kept well on it. With books, a fiddle, expeditions, to say nothing of laundry and commiserate work, the days passed rapidly. Kay was very busy, too, preparing for the stage, as he called it, and Shakespeare was always in his hand or pocket. The eastern end of the island was reserved for these rehearsals, while the Sunset Point end was my especial part, and while I was practicing the fiddle or deep in my eastern books, Kay, at the other point of the island, high on his rocky bluff, could be heard sometimes booming, "The world is out of joint. Oh, cursed fate, that I was born to set it right." And I was convinced that he wore his Irving wig, no matter what lines he spouted. In the evenings, as we lay after supper at Sunset Point, watching the colors fade and the stars appear, it was the exception if he did not murmur to himself, "The stars came out over the summer sea," and then declaim in his great voice the whole of the Revenge, which ends, "I, Sir Richard Greenville, die," his tall figure silhouetted against the sunset, his voice echoing among the pines behind him. Considerations for the future were deliberately shelved. We lived in the present, as wise men should. New York, we knew, lay waiting for us, but we agreed to let it wait. My father's suggestion, "Your right course is to return to Toronto, find work, and live down your past," was a counsel of perfection I disregarded. New York, the busy, strenuous, go-ahead United States, offered the irresistible lure of a promised land, and we both meant to try our fortunes there. How we should reach it, or what we should do when we did reach it, were problems whose solution was postponed. On looking back, I can only marvel at the patience with which neither tired of the other. Perhaps it was perfect health that made squabbles so impossible. Nor was there any hint of monotony, strange to say. We had many an escape, upsetting in wild weather, losing our way in trackless forests of the mainland, climbing or felling trees, but some Pan-like deity looked after us. The spirit of Shelley, of course, haunted me day and night. Prometheus Unbound, pages of which I knew by heart, lit earth and sky, peopled the forests, turned stream and lake alive, and made every glade and sandy bay a floor for dancing silvery feet. Oh, follow, follow through the cavern's hollow, as the song floats thou pursue, where the wild bee never flew. I still hear Kay's heavy voice, a little out of tune, singing to my fiddle the melody I made for it. And how he used to laugh, always at himself, but also at and with most other things, an infectious, jolly, wholesome laughter, inspired by details of our carefree island life. From his beard and Shakespeare rehearsals to my own whiskers and uncut hair, my Shelley moods and my intense yoga experiments. Much of the charm of our lonely life vanished when, with high summer, the people came up to their camps and houses on the other islands. The solitude was then disturbed by canoes, sailing boats, steam launches. Singing and shouting broke the deep silences. Campfires in a dozen directions blazed at night. Many of these people we had known well in Toronto, but no one called on us. Sometimes we would paddle to some distant campfire, lying on the water just outside the circle of light, and recognizing acquaintances, even former customers of Hub and Dairy and the Sporting Goods Emporium, but never letting ourselves be seen. Everybody knew we were living on the island, yet avoidance was mutual. We were in disgrace, it seemed, and chiefly because of the Hub, not because of our conduct with regard to it, but apparently because we had left the town suddenly without saying goodbye to all and sundry. This abrupt disappearance had argued something wrong, something we were ashamed of. All manner of wild tales reached us, most of them astonishingly remote from the truth. This capacity for invention and imaginative detail of most ingenious sort, using the tiniest insignificant item of truth as starting point, suggests that even the dullest people must have high artistic faculties tucked away somewhere in them. Many of these tales we traced to their source, usually a person the world considered devoid of fancy, even dull. Here, evidently, possessing genuine creative power, were unpublished novelists with distinct gifts of romance and fantasy, who had missed their real vocation. The truth about us was indeed far from glorious, but these wild tales made us feel almost supermen. Many years later, I met other instances of this power that dull, even stupid people could keep carefully hidden till the right opportunity for production offers. I was credited, to name the best, with superhuman powers of black magic, whatever they may be, and of sorcery. It was soon after a book of mine, John Silence, had appeared. A story reached my ears, the name of its author boldly given, to the effect that for the purposes of this black magic I had stolen the vases from the communion altar of St. Paul's Cathedral and used their consecrated content in some terrible orgy called the Black Mass. Young children, too, were somehow involved in this ceremony of sacrilegious sorcery, and I was going to be arrested. The author of this novelette was well known to me, connected even by blood ties, a person I had always conceived to be without the faintest of imaginative gifts, though a credulous reader, evidently, of the medieval tales concerning the monstrous Giles de Rey. Absurd as it sounds, a solicitor's letter was necessary, finally, to limit the author's prolific output, although pirated editions continued to sell for a considerable time. There is a poet hidden, as Stevenson observed, in most of us. Meanwhile, summer began to wane. We considered plans for attacking New York. Hope rose strongly in us both. Disappointments and failures were forgotten. In so big a city, we were certain to find work. We had $100 laid aside for the journey, and to tide us over the first few days until employment came. We could not hide forever in fairyland. Life called to us. Late in September, just when the lakes were beginning to recover their first solitude again, we packed up to leave. Though the sun was still hot at midday, the mornings and evenings were chill, and cold winds had begun to blow. The famous fall coloring had set fire to the woods. The sumac blazed a gorgeous red. The maples were crimson and gold. Half of the mainland seemed in flame. Sorrowfully, yet with eager anticipation in our hearts, we poured water on our campfire that had served us for 5 months without relighting, locked the door of the shanty, handed over to Woods the canoe and boat, and caught the little steamer on one of its last trips to Gravenhurst, where the train would take us via Toronto to New York. It had been a delightful experience. I have seen and known at last the primeval woods. I have even seen red Indians by the dozen in their pathetic reservations, and if they did not, like the spirit of the medicine man in Edinburgh, advise me to scratch, they certainly made up for the omission by constantly scratching themselves. It seems curious to me now that during those months of happy leisure the desire to write never once declared itself. It never occurred to me to write even a description of our picturesque way of living, much less to attempt an essay or a story. Nor did plans for finding work in New York, we discussed them by the score, include in their wonderful variety any suggestion of a pen and paper. At the age of 22, literary ambition did not exist at all. The Muskoka interlude remained for me a sparkling, radiant memory, alight with the sunshine of unclouded skies, with the gleam of stars in a blue-black heaven, swept by forest winds and set against a background of primeval forests that stretched without a break for 600 miles of lonely and untrodden beauty. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 11. Kay and I arrived in New York on a crisp, sunny afternoon with $60 in hand out of the original 100 set by for the purpose, and took a room in the Imperial Hotel, Broadway, which someone had recommended. We knew no one, had no letters of introduction. We were tanned the color of red Indians, in perfect physical condition, but with a very scanty wardrobe. The furious turmoil of the noisy city, boiling with irrepressible energies, formed an odd contrast to the peace and stillness of the forests. There was indifference in both cases, but whereas there it was tolerant and kindly, here it seemed intolerant and aggressive. Get a hustle on, or get out, was the note. Nature welcomed, while human nature resented the intrusion of two new atoms. Nostalgia for the woods swept over me vehemently, but at the same time an eager anticipation to get to work. We studied newspapers at once for rooms, choosing a boarding house in East 19th Street, between Broadway and 4th Avenue. Something in the wording caught us. An hour after our arrival, we interviewed Mrs. Bernstein and engaged the third floor back, breakfast included, for $8 a week. It was cheap. A slovenly, emotional, fat Jewess, with her greasy locks, jewelry, and tawdry finery, had something motherly about her that appealed. She smiled. She did not ask for payment in advance. "What's your work?" she inquired, gazing up at me. "Oh, I'm going on the newspapers," I said offhand, taking the first idea that offered, but little dreaming it was to prove true. "I shall be on the stage," Kay promptly added, "as soon as my arrangements are made." Mrs. Bernstein smiled. She knew the power of the press and favored reporters. My husband, she informed Kay sympathetically, is an artist too, a musician. He has his own orchestra. While Kay studied the theatrical papers, I took the elevated railway downtown. I wanted to stand on Brooklyn Bridge again. Since first seeing it with my father a few years before, and again on my arrival 18 months ago en route for Toronto, the place had held my imagination. Something sentimental lay in this third journey, for I wanted to go alone. Halfway across, at the highest point, I stood looking down upon the great waterway between the two cities of the New World, and the feeling of a fresh chapter in life, with its inevitable comparisons, rose in me. The sun was sinking behind the hills of New Jersey, and the crowded bay lay a sheet of golden shimmer. Huge double-ended ferry boats playing between the wooded shores of Staten and Manhattan Islands and Brooklyn rushed to and fro with great snortings and hootings. Little tugs dashed in every direction with vast importance. Sailboats, yachts, schooners, and catboats dotted the water like 1,000 living things, and threading majestically through them all steamed one or two impressive Atlantic liners, immense and castle-like, towering above all else, as they moved slowly out toward the open sea. The deep poetry which ever frames the most prosaic things, lending them their real significance, came over me with the wind from that open sea. I stood watching the fading lights beyond the bay, while behind me the crowded trains, at a rate of 1 a minute, passed thundering across the bridge, and thousands upon thousands of tired workers thronged to their Brooklyn homes after their day in the bigger city. The great bridge swayed and throbbed as the dense masses of pedestrians climbed uphill to the center, then swarmed in a thick black river down the nether slope. I had never seen such numbers or such speed of nervous movement, and the eager, tense faces, usually strained, white, drawn as well, touched an unpleasant note. New York, I felt, was not to be trifled with. The human element was strenuously keen. No loafers or dreaming here. Work to the last ounce, or the city would make cat's meat of one. Whereupon, by contrast, stole back again the deep enchantment of the silent woods, and the longing for the great still places arose. I saw our little island floating beneath glittering stars. A loon was laughing farther out. The northern lights went flashing to mid-heaven. There was a sound of wind among the pines. The huge structure that reared above me seemed unreal. The river of men and women slipped past like silent shadows. The trains and boats became remote and hushed, and the ugly outer world about me merged in the substance of a dream and was forgotten. I turned and looked out over New York. I saw its lofty spires, its massed buildings, gigantic in the sky. I saw the opening of the great Hudson River and the darkening water of the bay. I heard, like a sinister multiple voice out of the future, the strident cry of this wonderful and terrible capital of the New World, and the deep pulsings of its engines of frantic haste and untiring energy. The general note, I remember, was alarming, rather, a touch of loneliness, of my own stupid incompetence to deal with its aggressive spirit, in which gleamed something merciless, almost cruel. This was the response it stirred in me. I suddenly realized I had no trade, no talents to sell, no weapons with which to fight. My heart sank a little. Among these teeming millions, with their tearing speed, their frenzied energy, their appalling practical knowledge, I possessed but one friend, Kay, and some $60 between us. New York would eat me up unless I got a hustle on. Next morning, our capital much reduced, we moved into the lodging house. The idea of sharing a bed, in view of our size and the narrowness of the bed, amused us, but without enthusiasm. The sofa was too small to sleep on. "We'll move," announced Kay, "as soon as we get jobs." A telegram was sent to Toronto giving our address, and a few days later a packing case arrived with our Toronto possessions and $10 to pay out of our small total. We found close at hand in 20th Street a cheap, clean German restaurant, Krisch's, where a meal of sorts could be had for 30 cents, tip 5 cents. It had a sanded floor and was half Bierstube, and one of its smiling waiters, Otto, he came from the Black Forest, where I had been to school, proved a true friend later, allowing us occasional credit at his own risk. A Chinese laundry was looked up in 4th Avenue. I spent one of our precious dollars in a small store of fiddle strings against a possible evil day. A string meant more to me than a steak, and we were then ready for our campaign. Not a minute was lost. Kay, in very sanguine mood, the Irving wig, I shrewdly suspected, in his pocket, went out to interview managers, while I took a train downtown to interview Harper's, as being the most important publishing house I knew. This step was the result of many discussions with Kay, who said he was sure I could write. The Red Indian advice of the Edinburgh Spirit had impressed him. "That's your line," he assured me. "Try the magazines." I felt no similar assurance. No desire to write was in me. We had worked ourselves up to a conviction that bold, immediate action was the first essential of our position. To get pupils for my 2 languages or shorthand seemed impossible in a city like New York. Therefore I hurried down with vague intentions but a high heart to Harper's. There was the magazine and the weekly and Harper's Young People. One of them surely would listen to my tale. I chose the weekly for some unknown reason. For some unequally unknown reason, I was admitted to the editor's sanctum, and still more strange, Richard Harding Davis listened to my tale. His success as a novelist had just begun. He had left the Evening Sun, where his Van Bibber stories had made him first known. His popularity was rising fast, though I had never heard of him. My tale was brief, having been rehearsed in the train. It took perhaps 3 minutes at most to rattle it off. My parentage, my farm and hotel, my interests in Eastern thought, my present destitution, and I remember adding, "You see, I cannot possibly go home to England again until I have made good somehow." "Have you written anything?" he asked, after listening patiently with raised eyebrows. "Well, no, I haven't, not yet, I'm afraid." I explained that I wanted to begin, though what I really wanted was only paid employment. The author of Van Bibber and The Soldier of Fortune looked me up and down and then chuckled. After a moment's silence, he got up, led me across the hall to another door, opened it without knocking, and said to the man who was seated at the table smothered in papers, "This is Mr. Blackwood, an Englishman, who wants to write something for you. He is prepared to write anything, from Eastern philosophy to how to run a hotel in Canada." The door closed behind me with no word of farewell, and I learned that the man facing me was the editor of Harper's Young People. His name, if I remember rightly, was Story, and he was an Englishman who, curiously enough, almost at once mentioned my father. He had been an employee of the GPO in London. He was unpleasant, supercilious, patronizing, and offhand proud of his editorial power. He gave me, however, my first assignment, to write a short descriptive article about a cargo of wild animals that had just arrived for the New York Zoo. I hurried off to the steamer, bought some paper, wrote the article in a pew of Trinity Church in Lower Broadway, and returned 3 hours later to submit it. Story read it and said without enthusiasm it would do, but when I asked, "Is it good?" he shook his head with the comment, "Well, some men would have made more of it, perhaps." It was printed, however, and in due course I got $10 for it. I inquired if I could do something else. He took my address. No further results followed. Evidently I realized writing was not my line, and both Kay and the Red Indian medicine man were mistaken. Kay's report of his luck when we met again that evening was meager. He had met an English Shakespearean actor, Bob Mantell, and a Toronto acquaintance, the Duke. The actor, however, had given him an introduction or two, and the Duke had asked us to play next day in a cricket match on Staten Island. It was an 11 of Actors versus the Staten Island Club, and Kay would meet useful people. In sanguine mood, we agreed to go. It proved a momentous match for me. Before it came off, however, something else had happened that may seem very small beer, but that provided me with a recurrent horror for many months to come, a horror perhaps disproportionate to its cause. It filled me, at any rate, with a peculiar loathing as of some hideous nightmare. I had never seen the things before, their shape, their ungainly yet rapid movement, their uncanny power of disappearing in a second, their number, their dirty color, above all their smell, now gave me the sensations of acute nausea. Kay's laughter, though he too felt disgust and indignation, brought no comfort. We eventually got up and lit the gas. We caught it. I had my first view of the beast. We stared at each other in horror, then Kay sniffed the air. "That explains it," he said, referring to a faint odor of oil we had both noticed when engaging the room. "They put it in the woodwork to kill them. It's the only thing, but it never really gets rid of them, I'm afraid." The anger of Mrs. Bernstein when we accused her in the morning, her indignant denials, her bluster about insults, and that "never had such a thing been said of her house before," were not half as comic as her expression when I suddenly produced the soap dish with its damning evidence. 17 all told. She stared, held her breath a second, then very quietly said, "Ach, ach. If you stay, gentlemen, I take $1 off the price." It was impossible not to laugh with her. There was something kind and motherly, something good and honest and decent about her we both liked, and she would do her best, we believed. Possibly she really would exterminate the other tenants. We stayed on. Of the cricket match on Staten Island, beyond the pretty ground with its big trees, and that we got a good lunch without paying for it, no memory remains. What stands out vividly is the tall figure of Arthur Glenn Boyd, a fast bowler and a good bat, and one of the most entertaining and sympathetic companions I had ever met. His clothes were shabby, but his graceful manners, his voice, his smile, everything about him, in fact, betrayed the English gentleman. He was about 30 years of age, of the most frank and engaging appearance, with kindly, honest blue eyes, in one of which he wore an eyeglass. I remember the little fact that he, Kay, and myself were measured for a bet after the match, and that he, like Kay, was 6 feet 2 inches, being 1 inch shorter than myself. I took to him at once, and he to me. His real name was a distinguished one, which he shared, it turned out, with some cousins of my own. We were, therefore, related. The bond was deepened. Times had gone hard with him, it seemed, but at the moment he was on the stage, being understudy to Morton Selton as Merivale in Captain Letterblair, which E.H. Southern's company was then playing. In The Disreputable Mr. Reagan, by, I think, Richard Harding Davis, he had also played the role of the detective. He was waiting, however, for a much better post, as huntsman to the Rockaway Hunt, a Long Island fashionable club, and this post, oddly enough, was in the gift, he told me, of Davis. It had been practically promised to him he might hear any day. The story of his many jobs and wanderings interested us, and his theater work promised to be helpful in many ways to what was called my roommate. Boyd's experience of New York generally was invaluable to us both, and the fact that he had nowhere to sleep that night, having been turned out by his landlady, gave us the opportunity to invite him to our humble quarters. We mentioned the other tenants, but he said that made no difference. He would sleep on the sofa. He dined with us at Crish's. He was extremely hard up. Luckily, we still had enough to invite a friend. His only luggage was a small bag, for he told us with a rueful smile that his clothes were all in pawn. I had an extra suit or two, which, being of about my size, he was able to wear. I felt immensely drawn to him, and his story touched my pity as well as stirred my admiration. It was a happy evening we all spent in the little bedroom, for he was not only well read, he knew my various Eastern books and could talk about them interestingly, but had a fine tenor voice into the bargain. My fiddle came out of its case, and if the other lodgers disliked our duets, they did not at any rate complain. Boyd sang, he further told us, in the choir of the Second Avenue Baptist Church, and was assistant organist there as well, but made little out of this latter job, as he was only called upon when the other man was unable to attend. He even taught sometimes in the Sunday school, to keep in the pastor's good books, as he explained with a laugh. But the chief thing he told us that night was the heartening information that when all other chances failed, there was always a fair living to be earned by posing to artists at 50 cents an hour, or $1.50 for a full sitting of 3 hours. It was easy work and not difficult to get. He would gladly introduce us to the various studios as soon as they opened, most of the artists being still in the country. The search for work was a distressing business. When to the inevitable question, "What can you do?" the only possible but quite futile reply was, "I'll do anything." I had collected the $10 from Harper's Young People, but a letter to Story for more work brought no reply. The payment for the Toronto packing case and for a week's rent of the rooms had reduced the exchequer so seriously that in a few days there was only the Harpers' money in hand. Boyd, who stayed on at our urgent invitation, shared all he earned and taught us besides the trick of using the free lunch counters in hotels and saloons. For a glass of beer at 5 cents, a customer could eat such snacks as salted chip potatoes, strips of spiced liver sausage, small squares of bread, and pungent almonds, all calculated to stimulate unnatural thirst. The hotels provided more sumptuous dishes, though the price of drink was higher, and the calm way Boyd would help himself deliberately to a plate and fork with an ample supply of the best food he could find, then carry it all back to his glass of lager under the bartender's very nose, was an ideal we could only hope to achieve by practice as long as his own. It was a question of nerve. Our midday meal was now invariably of this kind. The free lunch brigade to which we belonged was tolerantly treated by the majority of bartenders. A 30-cent dinner at Krish's in the evening, choosing the most bulky dishes, ended the long, tiring day of disappointing search. Boyd also made us buy oatmeal with tin pot and fixture for cooking over the gas jet. He was invaluable in a dozen ways, always cheery, always on the right side of Mrs. Bernstein, and turning up every evening with $1 or $2 he had earned during the day. He further taught us, the moment had come, he thought, to pawn. The packing case in the basement was opened and rummaged through. A half-used checkbook from Toronto days was a pathetic relic for things on which Icky of Third Avenue might offer a few dollars. The tennis cups won at little Canadian tournaments seemed attractive, he thought, but our English overcoats would fetch most money. The weather was still comfortable. We sallied forth, hoping Mrs. Bernstein would not see us, carrying 2 tennis cups and a couple of good overcoats. Everybody stared and grinned, it seemed, though actually, of course, no one gave us a glance. Boyd, humming Lohengrin, was absolutely nonchalant. For me, the pawnbroker's door provided sensations similar to those I knew when first entering the hub just a year before. "I want $10 on these," said Boyd in a firm voice. "What'll you give? I shall take 'em out next week." The Jew behind the counter gave one glance at the tennis cups, then pushed them contemptuously aside. The overcoats he examined carefully, holding them up to the light for holes or threadbare patches, feeling the linings, turning the sleeves inside out. "Good English cloth," mentioned Boyle. "Hardly used at all." $1 each," said the man, laying them down as though the deal was finished. He turned to make out the tickets. He had not looked at us once yet. Boyd picked them up and turned to go. $2, he said flatly. "I can get 5 in Fourth Avenue." "Go get it," was the reply, the man's back still turned on us. Boyd gave a cheery laugh. "Make it $3 for the 2, he suggested in an offhand manner, "with another couple for the cups. They are prizes. We wouldn't lose them for the worlds." The man looked at us for the first time. We were fairly well dressed, obviously English, 3 hulking customers of a type he was not used to. Perhaps he really believed we might redeem the cups one day. "Worth less than nothing," he said in his Yiddish accent. The keen, appraising look he gave us made me feel even less than that. "Worth a lot to us, though," came Boyd's quick comment. "Name?" queried the man, bending over a table with his back turned again. "John Doe," came promptly, and a moment later, with the ticket, the Jew handed out 4 dirty dollar bills and 50 cents in coin. The interest was 12% per month, and the articles could be redeemed any time up to the end of a year. "Never ask more than you really need at the moment," was Boyd's advice as we came out into the street. I could have raised him a few dollars, probably, but remember, you'll have to get the coats out again before long. When we got back to the room, a Western Union telegram lay on the table for him. It was from Davis. "Please call tomorrow, 3 o'clock, without fail. Re Rockaway," it read, and hope ran high. That night we spent half of our new money at Krish's, giving a tip of 30 cents to Otto. Some 10 days to a fortnight had passed, and October with its cooler winds had come, though life was still possible without overcoats. Our dress clothes were now in ickies, mothballs beside them. The Chinese laundry had been paid, but not the second week's rent, for the money was very low, and dinners of the smallest. Practice at the free lunch counters had improved our methods of strolling up absent-mindedly, perceiving the food apparently for the first time, and then picking up with quick fingers the maximum quantity. Kay, meanwhile, had secured a part in a touring company, which was to start out for a series of one-night stands in about 3 weeks, his salary of $15 to begin with the first night. He was already rehearsing. My own efforts had produced nothing. Boyd, too, had not yet landed his huntsman job, which was to include comfortable quarters as well as a good salary. I had been down with him when he went to see Davis, waiting in the street till he came out, and the interview, though reassuring, he told me, involved little further delay still. He therefore continued his odd jobs, calling at the theater every night and matinee to see if he was wanted, playing the organ in church occasionally, and getting a small fee for singing in the choir. He shared with us as we shared with him. He slept on the sofa in our room. He was welcome to wear my extra suits of clothes until Icky might care to see them. Then, quite suddenly, fate played a luckier card. Kay and I were at the free lunch counter of the Fifth Avenue Hotel, Boyd having been called away to do something at his Baptist church, when Bob Mantell strolled up, bringing a tall, gray-haired man with him. The next minute he was introducing me to Cecil Clay, with a remark to the effect that he must surely have known my father, and that I surely must know Mr. Clay's famous book on whist. Cecil Clay, anyhow, was a kindly old Englishman, and evidently he was aware how the land lay with us, for a few minutes later he had given me a card to Laffan, manager of the New York Sun. "Go and see him the day after tomorrow," he said. "Meanwhile, I'll write him a line about you." Had it been possible to go then and there, I should have felt more confidence and less nervousness than when I called at the appointed hour. The interval, with its hopeful anticipation and alternate dread, was a bad preparation for appearing at my best. After a few questions, however, Mr. Laffan, a man of very powerful position in the newspaper world, a great art collector and connoisseur, head, too, of the Laffan News Bureau, said that Mr. McCloy, managing editor of the Evening Sun, would give me a trial as a reporter, and I could start next Monday, 4 days away, at $15 a week. I had mentioned that I knew French and German and could write shorthand. He spoke to me in both languages, but luckily he did not think of testing the speed and accuracy of my self-taught pitman. On the staff of a great New York newspaper. That it was anti-British and pro-Tammany did not bother me. A reporter, a starting salary of £3 a week, that might grow. I wrote the news to my father that very afternoon, and that night Kay, Boyd, and I had almost a festive dinner at Kirsch's restaurant. That is, we ended with sweets and coffee. The following day I spent practicing my rusty shorthand, about 90 words a minute being my best speed consistent with legibility. Would it be fast enough? I might have spared myself the trouble, for all the use shorthand was to me on the Evening Sun during the 2 years I remained with it. Only once, much later, when I was with the New York Times, did it prove of value, securing for me on that occasion an increase of salary. The slogan of the Sun, printed on each copy, was, "If you see it in the Sun, it is so." accuracy the strong point. The Times preferred a moral tinge. All the news that's fit to print. Both mottos were faithfully observed and rigidly practiced. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 12. If any young man learning values wants to know the quickest way to study the seamy side of life, to understand the darkest aspects of human nature, and incidentally to risk the loss of every illusion he ever had, let him become a reporter on an up-to-date New York newspaper. Within 6 months he will be apt to believe that every man has his price. He will become acquainted with vice, crime, horror, terror, and every kind of human degradation. Theft, murder, arson will seem commonplace. Forgery, a very ordinary affair. Men and women, it may even seem to him, go straight, not because of any inherent principle of goodness in them, but because that degree of temptation which constitutes their particular price has not yet offered itself. Passion of every type, abnormal, often incredible, will be his daily study. If he reflects a little, he will probably reach the conclusion that either jealousy in some form or greed for money lie at the root of every crime that is ever committed. The overwhelming power of these two passions will startle him at any rate, and his constant association with only one aspect of life, and that the worst and lowest, will probably produce the conviction that given only the opportunity, everybody is bad. His conception of women may suffer in particular. The experience, contrariwise, may widen his tolerance and deepen his charity. Also it may leave him, as it left me, with an ineradicable contempt for those who, born in ease, protected from the temptations due to poverty and misery, so carelessly condemn the weak, the criminal, and the outcast. With bigger experience may come in time a better view. Equally, it may never come. Proportion is not so easily recovered, for the mind at an impressionable age has been deeply marked. The good, the beautiful, the lovely in a New York paper is very rarely news. It is considered as fake, bumpkin, humbug, a pose. It is looked at askance, regarded with suspicion, as assumed by someone for the purpose of a deal. It is rarely worth its space, at any rate. A reporter finds himself in a cynical school. He is lucky if he escape in the end with a single rag of allusion to his back. If he has believed up to the age of 21, as I did, that the large majority of people are decent, kindly, honest folk, he will probably lose even that last single rag. On the Evening Sun, certainly, it was not the good, the beautiful, the clean that constituted the most interesting news and got scare headlines and extra editions. I give, of course, merely the impression made upon my own mind and type, colored as these were some 30 years ago by a characteristically ignorant and innocent upbringing. The important newspapers in those days were all downtown, grouped about Park Row, and the shabby, tumble-down building of the Sun was not imposing. The World and Times towered above it. The Morning Advertiser, the Evening Telegram, even the Recorder were better housed. The Journal had not yet brought W.R. Hearst's methods from San Francisco. For all its humble offices, the Sun was perhaps the greatest power in the city. It was openly Tammany. It had a grand, courageous editor, Charles A. Dana. Charles A. was an imposing figure, a man of immense ability, a crank, perhaps, in certain ways, but a respected chief of outstanding character and fearless policy. My own chief, however, was W.C. McCloy, and the offices where he reigned as managing editor were housed on the top floor of the rickety building, with the machinery making such a din and roar and clatter that we had to shout to make ourselves heard at all. Metal sheets that clanged and pinged as we walked on them covered the floors. It was amid this pandemonium I had my first interview with him. An iron spiral staircase led from the quiet workrooms of the Morning Sun on the first floor to the dark, low-ceilinged space where the whirring printing presses were not even partitioned off from the tables of editorial departments of reporters. It was like a factory going at full speed. Hours were 8:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., or later if an extra, a 6th or 7th edition, was called for. I arrived at 8:15. In a dark corner of the machinery shop, I introduced myself with trepidation to McCloy, mentioning Mr. Laffin's name, and saw the blank look come and go as he stared at me with, "Blackwood. Blackwood? Oh, yes, I remember. You're $15 a week, a Britisher from Canada. Well, you'll have to look lively here." He seemed so intensely busy and preoccupied, his mind so charged with a sort of electric activity, that I wondered he had time to open and shut his mouth. A small, thin man with the slightest of frail bodies, nervous, delicately shaped hands, dim-lit eyes that pierced, a big head with protruding forehead, a high-pitched, twangy voice that penetrated easily above the roar of the machinery, and a general air of such lightning speed and such popping, spitting energy that I felt he might any moment flash into flame or burst with a cracking report into 1,000 pieces. This was the man on whom my living depended for many months to come. The phrase New York hustler darted across my mind. It stood in the flesh before me. He lived on wires. Buried among this mechanic perfection, however, I caught, odd to relate, an incongruous touch of kindness, even of tenderness. There were gentle lines in that electric face. He had a smile I liked. "What are you out here for? Where have you come from? What have you been doing? What do you know?" he asked with the rapidity of a machine gun. The shorthand rate must have been 400 words per minute. I never talked so quickly in my life as in my brief reply. I watched the smile come and go. While he listened, he was shouting instructions to reporters, then streaming in, to office boys, to printers, to sub-editors, but his eyes never left my face. And when I had finished my lightning sketch, the machine gun crackled with its deadliest aim again. "Only one thing counts here. Get the news and get it quick. Method of no consequence. Get the news and get it first." He darted off, for the first edition went to press at 10:30. As he went, however, he turned his head a moment. "Write a story," he backfired at me. "Write your experiences, from Methodism to running a saloon," and he vanished amid the whirling machinery in the back of the great room. I have the pleasantest recollections of W.C. McCloy. He was just, fair, sympathetic, too, when time permitted. He showed me many little kindnesses. He was Presbyterian, his parents Scotch. He was also sober. I proved a poor reporter, and my salary remained at $15 all the time I was with the paper. Yet once he kept a place open for me for many weeks. He even took me back when the consideration was hardly deserved. The first day, however, I spent on tenterhooks, fully expecting to be fired at its end. I found a corner at the big reporter's table, and having seized some copy paper from the general pile, I sat down to write. From Methodism to running a saloon, without the faintest idea of how to do it. A dozen reporters sat scribbling near me, but no one paid me the smallest attention. They came and went. At another table, Cooper, the city editor, Anglice news editor, issued the assignments. The editorial writers arrived and sat at their little desks apart. The roar and pandemonium were indescribable. The first edition was going to press, with McCloy in a dozen places at once, but chiefly watching the make-up over the shoulders of the typesetters in the back of the room. I wrote on and on. I believed it was rather good. No one came to stop me. No one looked at my copy or told me what length was wanted. Once or twice McCloy, flashing by, caught my eye, but with a glance that suggested he didn't know who I was, why I was there at all, or what I was writing. The hours passed. The first edition was already out. The reporters were reading hurriedly their own work in print, delighted if it was on the front page. The spacemen were measuring the columns to see how much they had earned, and the make-up for the second edition, out at noon, was being hastened on behind the buzzing machinery in the rear. By this time I must have written 2 columns at least, and I began to wonder. Perhaps I was to appear in the principal final edition at 6 o'clock. On the front page. The article evidently was considered important. The notion that I was making a fool of myself, being made a fool of, rather, also occurred to me. I wrote on and on. It was hunger, finally, that stopped me. I was famished. I turned to an albino reporter next to me, a mere boy, whose peculiarity had earned him the nickname Whitey. Was I allowed to go out for lunch? "Just tell Cooper you're going," he replied. "Come out with me," he added, "if you've finished your story. I'm going in a moment." I finished my story then and there, putting the circle with 3 dots in it, which, he explained, meant fini to the printers. "Just hand it in to Cooper, and we'll get right out," he said. I obeyed, taking Cooper my pile of copy with a grin, and merely nodding his head when I mentioned lunch. He was a young man with thick, curly black hair, big spectacles that magnified his good-natured eyes, only slightly less rapid and electric than McCloy, but yet so unsure of himself that the reporters soon found him out and treated him accordingly. I saw my precious copy shoved to one side of his desk, but I never saw it again, either in print or elsewhere. No mention was ever made of it. It was doubtless 2 columns of the dullest rubbish ever scribbled in that office. "I guess Mac only wanted to see what you could do," explained the albino, as we swallowed sinkers, heavy dough scones, and gulped down coffee at Child's cheap lunch counter round the corner. Whitey had invited me to lunch. He put me wise about 1,000 things, showed me how to make a bit on my weekly expense account if I wanted to, how one could sneak off about 5 o'clock if one knew the way, and, most useful of all, warned me as to accuracy in my facts and the right way to present them. A story, whether it was the weather story or a murder story, should give in a brief first paragraph the essential facts. This satisfied the busy man who had no time to read more. The second paragraph should amplify these facts for those who wanted to know more. Afterwards, for those interested personally in the story, should come any stuff you can pick up. An item that seemed exclusive, a scoop, or a beat, as he called it, should come in the very beginning, so as to justify the headlines. Whitey was always a good friend to me. "Make friends with the reporters on other papers," he advised. "Then you won't get badly left on the story you're all covering." Most of 'em give up all right. He gave me the names of sundry who never gave up. Skunks, he called 'em. As we hurried back to the office, half an hour later, he dived into a drugstore on the ground floor. The way most of the reporters frequented this drugstore puzzled me for a time, till I learned that whiskey was to be had there in a little back room. The chemist had no license, but by paying a monthly sum to the ward man of the district, part of immense revenues paid to Tammany by every form of law-breaking, from gambling halls to disorderly houses to far graver things, he was allowed to dispense liquor. It was a pretty system, marvelously organized down to the lowest detail. Cash to the ward man opened most doors. A policeman paid $300 before he even got a nomination on the force. Vice paid gigantic tribute. But the people liked the Tammany government because they knew where they were with it. Though the Sun, my paper, was the only journal that boldly supported it, for which Charles A. Dana was forever being attacked, I acquired much inside experience of the secret workings of Tammany Hall before my newspaper days came to an end. It appalled me. That afternoon I had 2 assignments and failed badly in both. The first was to find a company promoter who had got into trouble and to ask him all about it. I could not find him. His house, his office, his club knew him not. After 2 hours' frantic search, I returned crestfallen, expecting to be dismissed there and then. Cooper, however, cut short my lengthy explanations with a shrug of the shoulders and sent me up to the Fort Lee woods across the Hudson River to find out all about a suicide whose body had just been discovered under the trees. Get his name right, why he did it, and what the relatives have to say, were his parting words. The Fort Lee woods were miles away. I saw the body, an old man with a bullet hole in his temple. I found his son at the police station and asked him what his tears and grief made permissible, the answer being that he had no troubles and we can't think what made him do it. Then I telephoned these few facts to the office. On getting back myself at 6:30, when the last edition was already on the streets, Cooper showed me the final edition of the Evening World. It had a column on the front page with big headlines. The suicide was a defaulter, and the reporter gave a complete story of his gambling life. Cooper offered no comment. The Evening World had got a beat, and I had failed badly. I sat down at the reporter's table and wondered what would happen, and then saw lying before me our own last edition with exactly the same story, similar big headlines, and all the important facts complete. An interview with the company promoter was also in print. I was at a loss to understand what had happened until Whitey, on the way into the drugstore a little later, explained things. The United Press, a news agency that covered everything, had sent the story. The flimsy men, so-called because they wrote on thin paper that made 6 copies at once, were very valuable. Make friends with them, said Whitey, and no one will ever get a beat on you. They're paid a salary and don't care. It's only the spacemen, as a rule, who won't give up. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 13. As a new bum reporter, however, I had a hectic life, but rapidly made friends with the other men, and a mutual loathing of the work brought us easily together. Friday was payday. By Wednesday, everybody was trying to borrow money, $1 usually, from everybody else, the debts being always faithfully repaid when the little envelopes were collected at the cashier's office downstairs. My first week's reporting passed in a whirl of feverish excitement. Assignments of every possible kind were hurled at me. I raced and flew about. The Britisher, the English accent, were a source of amusement to the staff, but there was no ill nature. Cooper seemed to like me. He chuckled. He even gave me hints. "Well, Mr. Britisher, did you get it this time?" Few of my first efforts were used, the flimsy report being printed instead, but a divorce case in special sessions, and interviews with the principals in it, brought me into notice, the story being put in the front page of the first edition. When I came down on the following Monday, McCloy whipped up to me like a steel spring released. "You can cover the tombs this morning," he rattled. "Anything big must be in by 10 at the latest. Use judgment and pick out the best stories. Don't let anyone get a beat on you." He flashed away, and I tore down to the Tombs Police Court. The Tombs I can smell today its peculiar mixture of extremely dirty humanity, cheap scent, very old clothes, Chinese opium, stale liquor, iodoform, and a tinge of nameless disinfectant. In winter, the hot air, which was the means of heating the court, whose windows were never opened, and in summer the stifling, humid atmosphere, to say nothing of the added flavor of acid perspiration, were equally abominable. The building, with its copy of Egyptian architecture, vies in gloom with the prison in Venice, though the former takes unpleasant precedence. A veritable hall of Iblis, with thick walls, impressive portals, a general air of hopeless and portentous doom about even its exterior. There was a grimness in its dark passages that made the heart sink, truly an awful building. The interior was spick and span and clean as a hospital ward, but the horror of that repellent outside leaked through somehow. Both inside and outside, the Tombs prison became as familiar to me as my room in East 19th Street. Many a prisoner I interviewed in his cell many a wretch I talked with through the bars of his last earthly cage in Murderer's Row, I never entered the forbidding place without a shudder, nor stepped into the open air again without relief. The routine of the police court, too, became mechanical as the months went by. The various reporters acted in concert. We agreed which stories we would use, and in this way no paper got a beat on the others. The man on duty stood beside the Tammany magistrate, making his notes as each case came up. It was a depressing, often a painful, business. The cases rattled by very quickly. Arson, burglary, forgery, gambling, opium dens, street women, all came up, but it was from assaults that we usually called our morning assortment for the first edition. Negroes used a razor, Italians a stiletto, white men a knife, a pistol, a club, or a sandbag. Women used hat pins mostly. It was, of course, some particular feature, either picturesque or horrible, that lent value to a case. Gradually my nose for news was sharpened. It was a friendly little German Jew named Freitag who taught me how to make the commonest police story readable. I had just given up the facts about a Syrian girl who had been stabbed by a jealous lover, and the reporters all round me were jotting down the details. Freitag, who worked for Hermann Ritter's Staatszeitung, looked over my shoulder. "That's no good," he said. "Don't begin, Miriam so-and-so, living at such a place, was stabbed at 2 o'clock this morning by what's-his-name. That's not interesting. Begin like this. A mysterious crime with an exotic touch about it was committed in the early hours this morning when all worthy New Yorkers were enjoying their beauty sleep. Far away, where the snows of the Taurus Mountains gleamed to heaven, the victim, a lovely Syrian maid, once had her home." I followed his advice, though my version was severely blue-penciled, but his point, selecting a picturesque angle of attack, was sound and useful. The police court work was over by 10:30, and I was then generally sent on to report the trials in special or general sessions. These, naturally, were of every sort and kind. Divorce, alienation of affection, and poison trials were usually the best news. My hair often stood on end, and some of the people were very unpleasant to interview. The final talk before a man went to the chair was worst of all. If the case was an important one, I had to get an interview in the Tombs prison cell before the day's trial. There was no sub judice prohibition in New York. Inevitably, I formed my own opinion as to a man's innocence or guilt. The faces, gazing at me through bars, would often haunt me for days. Carlyle Harris, calm, indifferent, cold as ice, I still see, as he peered past the iron in Murderer's Row, protesting his innocence with his steely blue eyes fixed on mine. He was a young medical student accused of poisoning his wife with morphia. He was electrocuted, and Lizzie Borden, though this was in Providence, Rhode Island, who took all her clothes off, lest the stains of blood betray her, before killing her father and mother in their sleep. Some of the cases made a lasting and horrible impression, some even terrified. The behavior of individuals, especially of different races, when sentence was given, also left vivid memories. Negroes appealing hysterically to God and using the most extraordinary invented words, the longer the better. The stolid, unemotional Chinaman, the voluble Italian. The white man, as a rule, quiet, controlled, insisting merely in a brief sentence that he was innocent. In a story years later, Max Hensig, bacteriologist and murderer, the facts were taken direct from life. It needed more than 15 years to dim their memory. I remained the Tombs reporter for the best part of a loathed, distressing, horror-laden year. There were pleasanter intervals, of course. The French paper Le Courrier des États-Unis published a short story every Monday, and one day I translated an exceptionally clever one and submitted it to McCloy. It was printed. Subsequently, I was allowed an afternoon off weekly, provided I translated a story each time, and though no money was paid for these, I secured a good many free hours to myself. These hours I spent in the free library in Lafayette Place, devouring the Russians, as well as every kind of book I could find on psychology, or else in going out to Bronx Park, a long tram journey where I found trees and lovely glades and water. Bronx Park, not yet the home of the New York Zoo, was a paradise to me, the nearest approach to the woods that I could find. Every Sunday, wet or fine, I went there. In a cache, I hid a teapot and would make a tiny fire and drink milkless tea. I could hear the wind and see the stars and taste the smell of earth and leaves, the clean, sweet things. One morning, in the second week of my apprenticeship, I interviewed a lion. "Afraid of wild animals, Mr. Britisher?" inquired Cooper, looking at me quizzically. I stared, wondering what he meant. It was my duty to have read the morning paper thoroughly, but there had been no mention of any wild animal. I replied that I thought I didn't mind wild animals. "Take your gun," said Cooper, "and get up to East 20th Street between 3rd and 4th Avenues. Bostock's circus came to town last night late. Their lions escaped. They've chased it into a stable, killed a valuable horse. Neighborhood's paralyzed with terror. It's a man-eater. Send down bulletins about it. Now, better get a move on." On leaving the elevated train at East 18th Street, the streets were black with people. They even pressed up the front steps of the houses. The word lion was in everybody's mouth. Something about Cooper's voice and eyes had made me suspect a fake. As I forced my way through towards 20th Street, there came a roar that set the air trembling even above the din of voices. It was certainly no fake. On reaching 20th Street, the cordon of police, with pistols ready, keeping the crowd in order, showed plainly where the stable was. Gradually, I bored a way through. The stable stood back from the road, a courtyard in front of it. A ladder, crowded already with reporters climbing up, led to a hayloft just above. I met the Evening Telegram man, whom I knew, halfway up this ladder. "Got a messenger boy? No? Then you can share mine," he offered good-naturedly. The only occupants of the yard were a dozen of these messenger boys, waiting to take the copy to the various newspaper offices. It was 8:30 a.m. I noticed to my surprise that the Evening Telegram man was a star reporter. 3 rungs above him, to my still greater surprise, climbed Richard Harding Davis. My vanity was stirred. This was a big story, yet Cooper had chosen me. As I squeezed up the ladder, my hands stuffed with paper, the lion below gave forth an awe-inspiring roar. It was a dreadful sound. The great doors of wood seemed matchwood, easily burst through. The crowd swayed back a moment, then, with a cheer, swayed forward again. In the loft, I found some 20 reporters. Each time the brute gave its terrible roar, they scuttled into corners, behind the hay, even up into the rafters of the darkened loft. Pistol shots accompanied every roar, and the added terror lest a bullet from below might pierce the boards on which we stood made us all jump about like dervishes. One man wrote his story perched in the dark on the highest rafter, from which he never once moved. I scribbled away and threw down my stuff to the boy below. Meanwhile, the circus officials were doing their best to force the great beast into a cage. This cage stood ready against the outside doors in the yard, and at the right moment these doors would be swiftly opened. On being driven into the stable, the animal had found, and quickly killed, a trotting horse, valued at $2,000, standing in its stall. This detail I at first disbelieved, but when my turn came to kneel and peer through the trap door for feeding the hay down into the dark stable below, I found it was all true. In the center of the floor the great lion was plainly visible, not 6 feet below my own face, lying with 2 paws stretched upon the carcass of a torn, dead horse. The smell of flesh and blood rose to my nostrils. In a dim corner perched on a refrigerator sat one of the trainers, a pistol in his hand. In another corner, but invisible from my peephole, crouched another circus man, also with his pistol, and each time the lion made an ugly move, both men fired off their weapons. I wrote more bulletins and dropped them down to a messenger boy in the yard. He hurried off, then returned to fetch more copy. I sent at least a column for the first edition. I felt a very proud reporter. After 2 hours of thrills and scares, the news spread that the strong man of the circus was on his way down, a fearless Samson of a fellow who lifted great weights. The news proved true. A prolonged cheer greeted him. He acknowledged it with a sweeping bow. He wore diamonds and a top hat. Swaggering up among the reporters, he announced in a loud voice, "Boys, I'm going to fix that lion, and I'm going to fix it right away." The boastful bluff received no believing cheer in response, but to my amazement, the fellow proved as good as his talk. He said no further word. He just lifted the trapdoor in the floor and began to squeeze himself through, straight down onto the very spot where the lion lay, crouching below on the dead horse. He dropped. We heard the thud. We also heard the appalling roar that followed, the quick pistol shots, the shouts, the excited cries, then silence. The reporter at the trapdoor called out to us what was happening. That strong man was a hero. 10 or 15 minutes later, the big stable doors swung open, and the cage with the lion safely inside it emerged on a high-wheeled truck into full view of the cheering crowd. On the top of the cage, sweeping his shiny top hat about, bowing, waving his free hand with modest dignity to the admiring thousands, the strong man sat enthroned, cross-legged, proud and smiling. The procession through the streets of the city was a triumphal progress that lasted most of the day. That night, Bostock's circus opened to the public. I hurried back to the office and had the joy of seeing the first edition hawked and cried about the streets even before I got there. Big headlines about a man-eating lion, a $2,000 trotting horse, heroic rescuer, and the rest met my eye everywhere. Cooper, however, made no remark or comment, sending me on at once to report a murder trial at special sessions, and in half an hour the gruesome thrills of a horrible poison case made the lion and the strong man fade away. "Read your morning paper?" Cooper asked when I appeared next morning. I nodded. The lion story, I had noticed, filled only half a stick of print. "Read the advertisements?" he asked next. I saw a twinkle in his eye and quickly scanned the circus advertisements about the man-eating lion that had killed a trotting horse and a strong man whose courage had done this and that, saving numerous lives. But I was still puzzled by Cooper's twinkling eye. He offered no word of explanation. I learned the truth from someone else later. The toothless, aged lion, gorged with food and doped as well, had been pushed into the stable overnight. The carcass of a horse, valued at $10, had been dragged in after it. The newspapers had been notified, and the long advertisements, of course, were paid for in the ordinary way, but the free advertisement obtained was of a kind that mere dollars could not buy. Occasional interludes of this sort certainly brightened the sordid daily routine, but they were rare. A big fire was a thrilling experience, a metal badge pinned to the coat allowing the reporter to go as near as he liked and to run what risks he pleased. Such work became, with time, mechanical in a sense. It occurred so often, arson too being very frequent, especially among the Jews of the East Side. Even in those days, the story of the two Jews was a chestnut. "I'm thorry your blaze of business got burnt down last Tuesday," says Ikey, to which Moses replies, "Hush, it's next Tuesday." The role of the reporter in New York, of course, was an accepted one. Publicity and advertisement were admittedly desirable. The reporter, as a rule, was welcomed. Privacy was very rare. A reporter could, and was expected to, intrude into personal family affairs, where, in England, he would be flung into the street. Other interviews were of a pleasanter kind. I remember Henry Irving and Ellen Terry in their special train, Sarah Bernhardt at the Hoffman House Hotel, and many a distinguished foreigner I was sent to interview because I could speak their languages. The trip to meet the Atlantic steamer at Quarantine I regarded as a day off. It could be made to last for hours. I saw the coast, moreover, and smelt the sea. Most of my work on the Evening Sun, at any rate, took me among the criminal and outcast sections of the underworld. In those days, the police as a whole were corrupt, brutal, heartless. I saw innocent men against whom they had a grudge, railroaded to jail on cooked-up evidence. Sickening and dreadful scenes I witnessed. The valueless character of human evidence I learned daily in the trials I reported, so that even a man who was trying to tell the truth seemed unable to achieve it. Tammany had its slimy tentacles everywhere, and graft was the essence of success in every branch of public life. A police captain had his town and country house, perhaps his yacht as well. The story of Tammany has been told again and again. It is too well known for repetition. I watched its vile methods from the inside with a vengeance. Its loathsome soul I saw face to face. The city, too, I soon knew inside out, especially its darker, unclean quarters. Chinatown, Little Africa, where, after dark, it was best to walk in the middle of the street. Italy, the tenement life of the overcrowded, reeking East Side. I made friends with strange people, feeling myself even in touch with them, something of an outcast like themselves. My former life became more and more remote. It seemed unreal. The world I now lived in seemed the only world. These evil, depraved, tempted, unhappy devils were not only the majority, but the real, ordinary humanity that stalked the world. More and more the underdog appealed to me. The rich, the luxurious, the easily placed, the untempted and inexperienced, these I was beginning to find it in me to look down on, even to despise. Mutatis mutandis, I thought to myself. Daily, hourly, where would they be? Where would I myself be? Bronx Park, Shelley, the violin, the free library, organ recitals in churches, my Eastern books, and meetings of the Theosophical Society provided meanwhile the few beauty hours to which I turned by way of relief and relaxation. One and all fed my inner dreams, gave me intense happiness, offered a way of escape from a daily atmosphere I loathed like poison. Sometimes, sitting in court, reporting a trial of absorbing interest, my eye would catch through the dirty window a patch of blue between the clouds, and instantly would sweep up the power of the woods, the strange joy of clean, solitary places in the wilderness, the glamour of a secret little lake where loons were calling and waves splashing on deserted, lonely shores. I heard the pines, saw the silvery moonlight, felt the keen wind of open and untainted spaces. I smelt the very earth and the perfume of the forests. A serious gap would follow in my report, so that I would have to borrow from the flimsy man, or from another reporter, what had happened in the interval. In this connection there comes back to me a picture of a world man whose work constituted him a star reporter, but who could write nothing unless he was really drunk. With glazed eyes he would catch the witness and listen to question and answer, while with a pencil he could scarcely direct, he scribbled in immense writing 3 or 4 sloping lines to each page of copy paper. It always astonished me that such work could be any good, but once I made a shorthand note of several of his pages, and found them printed verbatim in the next edition, without a single blue pencil alteration. When this man sat next to me, my intervals of absent-mindedness did not matter. His big writing enabled me to crib easily all I had missed. Other compensating influences, too, I found with my roommates, especially with Boyd, to whom I had become devotedly attached. I was uncommonly lucky to have such friends, I thought. Talking with Boyd, playing the fiddle to his singing, sharing my troubles with his subtle, sympathetic, well-read mind, was an unfailing pleasure that made me look forward intensely to our evenings together and helped me to get through many a day of repulsive and distasteful work. Compared with the charm and variety of Boyd, Kay seems stolid, even unresponsive sometimes. To live consciously is to register impressions. Some receive many more of these per second than others, and thus enjoy an intenser and more varied life. The 2 per second mind finds the 2 per minute one slow, dull, and stupid. Kay, anyhow, didn't mind things much. Circumstances never troubled him, whereas Boyd and I minded them acutely. I envied Kay's power of sleeping calmly in that bed, careless of night attacks until they actually came. The horror of New York, similarly, that was creeping into my blood had hardly touched him, though it certainly had infected Boyd. In my own makeup lay something ultra-sensitive that took impressions far too easily. Not only did it vibrate with unnecessary eagerness to every change in sky and sea, but to every shade of attitude and manner in my fellows as well. I seemed covered with sore and tender places into which New York rubbed salt and acid every hour of the day. It wounded, not alone because I felt unhappy, but of itself. It hit me where it pleased. The awful city, with its torrential, headlong life, held for me something of the monstrous. Everything about it was exaggerated. Its racing speed, its roofs amid the clouds with the canyon gulfs below, its gaudy avenues dripping gold that ran almost arm in arm with streets little better than sewers of human decay and misery. Its frantic noise, both of voices and mechanism, its lavishly organized charity and boastful splendor, and its deep corruption in the grip of a heartless and degraded Tammany. It was all this that painted the horror into my imagination as of something monstrous, non-human, almost unearthly. It became for me a scab on the skin of the planet, brilliant with the hues of fever, moving all over with its teeming microbes. I felt it, indeed, but half-civilized. This note of how I felt in these, my early years, rose up again the other day as I read what O. Henry wrote to his outlaw friend from the Ohio Penitentiary about it. Al Jennings had just been pardoned. O. Henry had finished his terms some years before. They met again in a West 26th Street hotel, not far from my own room in Mrs. Bernstein's house. They talked of their terrible prison days. "It's good you've been there," said O. Henry. "It's the proper vestibule to this city of damned souls. The crooks there are straight compared with the business thieves here. If you've got $2 on you, invest it now or they'll take it away from you before morning." End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rucker. August 20th, 2022. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 14. In the East 19th Street room, meanwhile, things were going from bad to worse. Kay's touring company delayed its starting, and consequently his salary. Boyd's huntsman's job equally was postponed for various reasons, while his income from posing, from churchly activities, from the theater as well, was reduced to a very few dollars a week. These he shared faithfully, but my $15 every Friday, usually $13 net when office loans had been repaid, were our only certain sources of revenue. After paying something on the room, the laundry in full, and buying oatmeal, dried apples, and condensed milk for the week to come, there remained barely enough for one man's meals, much less for the food of 3 during the ensuing 7 days. Boyd's contribution brought the budget to, perhaps, $20 all told. Something, too, had to be allowed daily to car fares for Kay, for while my own expenses in getting about after assignments, only recoverable at the end of the week, were considerable. The weather was turning colder at the same time, for it was now past mid-October. Our overcoats had to be redeemed. Boyd's wisdom in obtaining only the strictly necessary became evident. We redeemed the overcoats out of my second week's pay. Boyd himself had no overcoat at all. As we were all about the same height and build, clothes were interchangeable. There was a discussion every morning when I left the other two, in bed and on the sofa respectively, as to who should wear what. We had now pawned with Ikey various items: a Gladstone bag, 2 top hats, some underwear, and 2 pairs of boots. These were on separate tickets, by Boyd's advice. Tennis trousers and several summer shirts were together on another ticket. All that winter Kay and I wore no underwear but a vest. The bag and top hats were taken out and put in again regularly every week for many months. There was only one article that, selfishly, I could never pawn or sell: the fiddle. Dried apples and hot water, with expensive oatmeal we had to be very sparing, constituted our dinner for 4 nights out of the week. Coffee and bread and butter for breakfast. Coffee and sinkers for lunch completed my dietary. Occasionally Boyd or Kay, having been invited to a meal, brought home something in their pockets, but not often. We felt hunger every day, only the evening dried apples and hot water giving a sense of repletion that yet did not really allay the pangs of appetite, though it stopped the dull gnawing until sleep finally obliterated it. Kay and I, but never Boyd, oddly enough, had vivid and amusing dreams of food, and one invariable topic of conversation every night, as we dined at Krish's or gobbled apples and oatmeal, was the menu we would order when things improved. But Krish's, after a time, we found too difficult and tempting, with the good smells, the sight of people eating at other tables, the lager beer, the perfume of cigars, and many a time, with the price of dinner in our pockets, we preferred to eat in our room. Another topic of conversation was our plan, myself its enthusiastic creator, to take up land in Canada and lead the life of settlers in the backwoods, which by contrast to our present condition seemed to promise a paradise. Occasionally Kay spouted bits of Shakespeare, or rehearsed a role in one of the plays his touring company was to give. But it was the talks with Boyd about Eastern ideas and philosophy that were my keenest pleasure, for his appreciation and sympathetic understanding were a delight I thought about with anticipatory eagerness even during the day. My attachment to him deepened into affection. The weeks went by, we scraped along somehow. Mrs. Bernstein was kept quiet, a relative term, by cajoling, promises, and bluff. We bullied her. When Kay's lordly talk of free seats at theaters failed to materialize, and Boyd's trick of leaving about telegrams received from Davis and others, especially one from Auguste Belmont, the great banker, inviting him to lunch at a fashionable club. When these devices lost their pull, I resorted to the power of the press. Her husband's position, his orchestra, offered vulnerable points of attack. The vermin-infested room, for instance, might be unpleasantly described. For weeks we had paid nothing. Everything worth 50 cents was pawned. Boyd's contribution had grown smaller and smaller, and the only addition to my salary had been a few dollars Kay had earned by posing to Smedley, one of Harper's illustrators. Things looked pretty dark when luck turned suddenly. Kay received word from Gilmore, the organizer of his company, that he was to start touring on November 15th, and Boyd had a telegram from Davis. Appointment confirmed. Duties begin December 1st. This did not increase our cash on hand, but it increased our hope and raised our spirits. Kay and Boyd would both soon repay their share of past expenses. We should all three be in jobs a few weeks later. Early in November, Kay actually left on his tour of one-night stands in New York State, and Boyd left the mattress on the floor for the bed. A week after, Kay sent us half his first salary, $7.50, which we gave to Mrs. Bernstein forthwith. The letter containing it was opened by Boyd and dealt with while I was out. It was a few days later, when I was alone one evening, that an Englishman who had played with us in the cricket match called to see me. I hardly remembered him. He had to introduce himself. The apologies to explain his sudden call were very voluble. He was well-dressed and well-fed, I noticed, a singer and concert accompanist. He annoyed me from the start by his hesitations, his endless hemming and hawing. It was, he kept telling me, rather an intrusion. It was, he felt, of course, no concern of his, but New York was a strange place, well, after much reflection, I really felt it my duty. I decided to take the risk, that is, to what? I asked bluntly at last. For heaven's sake, tell me. I was beginning to feel uneasy. My threats to Mrs. Bernstein perhaps had gone too far. Besides, the effect of the apples were passing, and I longed for bed. He took a gulp. To warn you, he said, with a grave and ominous expression. It was a long-winded business before I got him to the point, and even then the point was not really explicit. New York, he kept repeating, was a dangerous place for inexperience. There were strange and desperate characters in it. In the end, I think my manners exasperated him as much as his vagueness exasperated me. For when he told me he came about someone very close to you, and I asked point blank, is it someone sharing this room with me, his final word was a most decided yes, with nothing more. This someone, I gathered, at any rate, was fooling me, was up to all sorts of tricks, was even dangerous. I was infuriated, though I felt a certain sinking of the heart as well. He was attacking either Kay or Boyd, my only friends, both of whom I trusted to the last cent, both of whom I had sincere affection. If he knew anything definite or really important, why couldn't he say it and be done with it? I put this to him. I prefer not to be more explicit, he replied with an air. He was offended. His patronizing offer of advice and sympathy, his pride, were wounded. I would rather not mention names. It's true all the same," he added, and my patience then gave way. I got up and opened the door. He went without a word, but just as I was about to slam the door after him, he turned. "Remember," he said, half angrily, half gravely, "I've warned you. He's a real crook. He's already been in jail." I banged the door behind him. I felt angry but uncomfortable, and as the anger subsided, my uneasiness increased. The horrible feeling that there was truth in the warning harassed me. When Boyd came in an hour or so later, I pretended to be asleep. I told him nothing of my visitor, but through half-closed eyes I watched him as he moved about the room very quietly, lest he disturb my sleep. His delightful, kind expression, his frank blue eyes, the refinement and gentleness of his gestures, I noted them all for the 100th time. His acts, too, I remembered, how he always shared his earnings, gave his help unstintingly, advice, 1,000 hints, the value of his own sad and bitter experience. My heart ached a little. No, I reflected, it was certainly not Boyd who was the crook. My thoughts turned to Kay, who had just sent us half his salary. It was equally incredible. I wished I had treated my visitor differently. I wished I had kicked him out instead of telling him to go. Sneak. A sneak with some evil motive into the bargain. Things began to move now with a strange rapidity. It was as though someone had been winding up machinery, suddenly released the spring. Item by item, preparations had been completed. Then, let her go. She went. The weeks that followed seemed as many months. I was alone with Boyd in a filthy, verminous room. Food and money scarce, rent owing. Kay away, clothes negligible. My single asset being a job. I lost that job owing to illness that kept me for weeks in bed, in that bed. And as she went, I had the curious feeling that someone watched her going, someone other than myself. It was an odd obsession. Someone looked on and smiled. Certain practices, gathered from my Eastern reading, were no doubt responsible for this uncanny feeling, for with it ran also a parallel idea, that only a portion of my being suffered, while another portion, untouched, serene and confident, accepting all that came with a kind of indifferent resignation, stood entirely apart, playing equally the role of the spectator. This detached spectator watched her going, with close attention, even with something of satisfaction. Take it all, was its attitude, avoid nothing. It is your due, for it is merely reaping what you sowed long ago. Face it to the very dregs. Only in this way shall you pay a just debt and exhaust it. So vital was this attitude in all that followed that it must be honestly mentioned. A stabbing in the side had been bothering me for some days, making walking difficult and painful. A blow received while diving from our island. I hit a rock, began to ache and throb. I came home in the evenings, weary to the bone. There were headaches and a touch of fever. The pain increased. There was a swelling. I went to bed. Boyd took down a letter to McCloy, asking for a day off, which was granted. The next day I turned up at 8:30, but had to come back to bed after the midday coffee and sinkers. "See a doctor," snapped McCloy in his best Maxim-firing manner, "and come back when you're fixed up again." But there wasn't enough money for a doctor's fee of from $2 to $5. I lay up for 3 days, hoping for improvement, which did not come. The pain and fever grew. Mrs. Bernstein, upset and even disagreeable, sent me bread and soup in the evening as well as the morning coffee. Boyd brought a few extras late at night. He was chasing a new post just then, organist to a church in Paterson, New Jersey, and rarely got home before 11, sometimes later. He brought long rolls of Vienna bread, a few white Spanish grapes, a tin of condensed milk. He slept peaceably beside me. His manner once or twice seemed different. I smelt liquor. Someone stood me a drink, he explained, and by God I needed it. I'm fagged out. He was kind and sympathetic, doing all he could, all that his position allowed. He was very much in love at the moment with the daughter of the pastor of the 2nd Avenue Baptist Church, where he sang in the choir, and he confided his hopes and troubles about the affair to me. It all gave me a queer feeling of unreality somewhere. In my feverish state, I knew an occasional unaccustomed shiver. The long day in bed, alone with my thoughts, waiting for Boyd's return, was wearisome to endlessness, by no means free from new unpleasant reflections. Yet, when at last the door opened softly and he came back, his arms full of the little extras mentioned, there was disappointment in me somewhere. It was not quite as I expected. Accompanying the disappointment were these new faint twinges of uneasiness as well. I kept the gas burning all night. I watched Boyd's face as he slept calmly beside me in that narrow bed. His expression of innocence and kindliness increased my feelings of gratitude, even of tenderness towards him. There were deep lines, however, that sleep did not smooth out. Poor devil, he's been through the mill. This habit of watching him grew. There was delay and trouble about the Rockaway Hunt post. Studio sittings were scarce. The Baptist church organist was never unable to officiate. Morton Selton never missed a performance, and Boyd, as a result, though he still contributed what he could, earned next to nothing. If I was puzzled by his late hours, his explanations invariably cleared away my wonder. He always had a plausible excuse, one, too, that woke my sympathy. It was just at this time, moreover, that Kay wrote. The Canadian tour was such a failure that Gilmore was taking his troupe to the States, where they anticipated better houses. No salaries had been paid. They were now off to Pittsburgh. Kay hoped to send some money before long. I spent the weary hours reading. On the 3rd day, my symptoms worse. The door opened suddenly without a knock, and I saw an old man with a white mustache and spectacles peering round the edge at me. I laid down my Gita and stared back at him. "Are you Mr. Blackwood?" he asked with a marked German accent. Yes, I had not the faintest idea who he was. He closed the door, took off his slouch hat, crossed the room, laid his small black bag on the sofa, then came and stood beside my bed. He was extremely deliberate. I watched him anxiously. He said no word for some time while we stared at one another. He was of medium height, about 65 years old, with white hair, dark eyes behind magnifying spectacles, the strong face deeply lined, voice and manner stern to the point of being forbidding. But when I saw it rarely, a most winning smile. Except for the spectacles, he was like a small edition of Bismarck. "I am the doctor," he said after a prolonged silent inspection, "and I live down the street. Your friend, an Englishman, asked me to call. Are you English?" I told him I was a reporter on the Evening Sun, adding that I had no money at the moment. The suspicion his manner had not attempted to hide at once showed itself plainly. His manner and voice were brusque to offensiveness, as he said flatly, "I expect to be paid. I have a wife and child." He stood there staring at me, hard and cold. I repeated that I had nothing to pay him with, and I lay back in bed, wishing he would go, for I felt uncomfortable and ashamed, annoyed as well by his unsympathetic attitude. "Humph," he grunted, still staring without moving. There was an awkward silence I thought would never end. "Humph," he grunted again presently. "I examine you anyhow. How old are you?" 22, I said, "and a bit." "Humph," he repeated, as he examined me rather roughly. "You're very thin, too thin." He hurt me, and I did not answer. "Not eating enough," he added, and then gave his verdict. "It was an abscess. I must keep my bed for a month or 6 weeks. An operation might be necessary. I asked how much I owed him. $2, he said. He gave me his address, and I replied that I would bring the money to him as soon as I could, but that he need not call again. He stared severely at me with those magnified eyes. "Haven't you got $2 even?" he asked curtly. "I've told you the truth. And anyhow, I didn't send for you. I didn't ask my friend to fetch you either." I could think of nothing else to say. His verdict had flattened me out. I was angry besides with Boyd for not consulting me first, though I know he had done the right thing. Another period of awkward silence followed, during which the doctor never moved, but stood gazing down at me. Suddenly his eye rested on the book I had been reading. He put out a hand and picked it up. He glanced through the pages of the Gita, then began to read more carefully. A few minutes passed. He became absorbed. "You read this?" he asked presently. "Ach, was!" There was a look of keen astonishment in his eyes. His gaze searched me as though I were some strange animal. I told him enough by way of reply to explain my interest. He listened without a word, then presently picked up his bag and hat and moved away. At the door he turned a moment. "I come again tomorrow," he said gruffly, and he was gone. In this way, Otto Hubner, with his poignant tragedy, came into my life. That evening, with the bread and soup, there was a plate of chicken. It was not repeated often, but he had spoken to Mrs. Bernstein, I discovered, for her attitude, too, became slightly pleasanter. I spent the long evening composing a letter to McCloy, which Boyd could take down the next day. I lay thinking of that curious, gruff, rude old German, whose brusqueness, I felt sure, covered a big, good heart. There was mystery about him, something unusual, something pathetic and very lovable. There was power in his quietness. Despite his bluntness, there was in his atmosphere a warm kindness, a sincerity that drew me to him. Also, there was a darkness, a sense of tragedy somewhere that intrigued me because I could not explain it. It was after he was gone that I felt all this. While he was in the room, I had been too troubled and upset by his manner to feel anything but annoyance. Now that he was gone, his face and eyes and voice haunted me. His bleak honesty, I think, showed me, without my recognizing it, another standard. Was it this, I wonder, that made me start a little when about 2 a.m. I heard a stealthy tread coming upstairs, and presently saw Boyd enter the room carrying his boots in his hand? Was it this, again, that made me feign to be asleep, and a couple of hours later still, when I woke up with a shiver, noticed for the first time a new expression in the face that lay so calmly asleep beside me? Behind the kindly innocence, I thought, there lay a darker look. It was like a shadow on the features. It increased my feelings of uneasiness, though as yet no definite thought had formulated itself in my mind. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Episodes Before 30. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 15. Next day there was a racing west wind that sent the clouds scudding across a bright blue sky. The doctor was to come at 3 o'clock. Boyd, in very optimistic mood, had gone out early, taking my letter to McCloy. He had a studio sitting. He was going to Paterson, too. He would return as early as he could. The shadow of the night before had vanished. I no longer believed in it. I ascribed it to fever and nerves. He sang cheerily while he dressed in my thick brown suit, the only one not in pawn. Everything else, now that I was in bed, had gone to Ikey. And his voice sounded delightful. In the afternoon he came back with the news that McCloy had read my letter and said, "That's right. Tell him to be good to himself. He can come back." Also, he had agreed to use translations of the French stories at $5 each. Boyd brought a courier in with him. 2 letters from home arrived too. Both my father and mother, though having no idea what was going on, never missed a single week. My own letters were difficult to write. I had come to New York against my father's advice. I wrote home what I thought best. At 3 o'clock the doctor came. My heart sank as I heard his step. I was in considerable pain. What would he be like? Would an operation be necessary? Would he speak about money again? Mrs. Bernstein, oily and respectful, a little awed as well, announced him. Without a word, without a glance in my direction, he walked over in his slow, deliberate way, and laid hat and bag upon the sofa. Then he turned and looked steadily at himself in the mirror for a period I thought would never end. After that he turned and looked at me. He was an angel. His face was wreathed in smiles. It beamed with good nature, kindness, sympathy. He at once said something that was gentle, soothing, like music to me. My heart suddenly expanded in a most uncomfortable way. I believe a lump came up in my throat. This was all so contrary to what I had expected. He was not only an angel, he was a womanly angel. I must have been in a very weak state, for it was all I could do to keep my tears back. The same instant his eye fell on my fiddle case. He looked at it, then at me, then back again at the fiddle. "You play?" he asked, with a twinkle in his big eyes. "I ought to pawn it," I said, "but—" "Don't," he answered with decision. He added an odd sentence. "It's an escape from self." I remember that I couldn't say a word to this. His kindness melted me. The struggle to keep my eyes from betraying me seemed the most idiotic yet bitter I had ever known. I could have kissed the old man's hand when he examined me then at once, but with a gentleness, even a tenderness, that both astonished me, yet did not astonish me at all. I felt, too, already the support of his mind and character, of his whole personality, of a rugged power in him, of generosity, true goodness, above all, of sympathy. I think he had made up his mind to treat me for nothing. No reference in any case was made to money, nor did I dare even to mention it myself. An operation, moreover, of any big kind was not necessary. He thought he could save me that. He performed a small one then and there, for he had brought all that was required for it. The pain seemed nothing. His kindness made me indifferent to it. "You are brave," he said, with a smile that seemed to me really beautiful when it was over. "That hurt, I know." He promised to come daily to drain the wound and so forth. He bandaged me up. A month to 6 weeks would see me out of bed, he hoped. He packed up his bag, but instead of leaving the room, he then sat down deliberately and began to talk. I was too surprised, too happy to wonder why he stayed. His talk was food and drink to me. He picked up my few books and sat reading quietly to himself when he saw I was getting tired. De Quincey's Confessions interested him especially, and he asked if he might borrow it. He took also Sartoris Sartus. I slipped into German to his keen delight, and told him about the Moravian Brotherhood School in the Black Forest. A sketch of the recent past I gave him too. He listened with great attention, asking occasional questions, but always with real tact, and never allowing me to tire myself. Though it was obvious even to my stupidity that he regarded me rather as a specimen of some sort, there was heart in all he said and did. Otto Hubner poured balm into all my little wounds that afternoon, but about himself he told me hardly anything. While he drew me out with skill and sympathy, he hid himself behind that impenetrable mystery I had already noted the previous day. I say purposely that of himself he told me hardly anything, because one detail did escape him inadvertently. An hour later, as he was leaving, he turned his smile on me from the door. "I send you something," he said shortly. "My wife makes good broth. I cannot do much. I have not got it." One other thing I noticed about his visit, when towards the end Boyd came in unexpectedly, bringing a small bunch of the yellow Spanish grapes. In his best, most charming manner he spoke with the doctor. The doctor's face, however, darkened instantly. His features, it seemed to me, froze. His manner was curt. He scarcely replied. And when he left, a little later, he did not include my friend in his good-bye. It puzzled me. It added to my uneasiness as well. Boyd, who apparently had noticed nothing, explained that he had to go out again to an appointment with Davis about the Rockaway Hunt post. He did not return that night at all. I listened to the city clocks striking midnight. 1, 2, 3. He did not come. I listened to the howling wind as well. Imagination tried feebly to construct a happier state, lovelier conditions, a world nearer to the heart's desire. While waiting for midnight to strike, I said to myself, thinking of yesterday and tomorrow, with all the one had meant and the other might mean to me, yesterday is now 24 hours away, but in a minute it will be only 1 minute away. I treated the hidden tomorrow similarly. I imagined the world being old and creaky, ill-fitting too, that a crack existed between the 2 days. Anyone who was thin enough might slip through. I certainly was thin enough. I slipped through. I entered a region out of time, a region where everything came true. And the first thing I saw was a wondrous streaming vision of the wind that howled outside my filthy windows. I saw the winds, changing colors as they rose and fell, attached to the trees, in tenuous ribbons of gold and blue and scarlet as they swept to and fro. I little dreamed that these fancies would appear 15 years later in a book of my own, The Education of Uncle Paul. That crack, at any rate, became for me, like the fiddle, a means of escape from unkind reality, into a state of inner bliss and wonder, where everything came true. It was after 12 o'clock next day when Boyd returned, with a black eye, my one thick suit stained and soiled, and a long involved story that utterly confused me. There had been a fight. He had protected a woman. A false charge had been laid against him, owing to misunderstanding, owing also to the fact that he had no money to tip the policeman. And he had spent the night in a cell at Jefferson Market Police Station. In the morning the magistrate had discharged him, with many compliments upon his gallantry and courage. It did not ring true. I knew the Tammany magistrates better than that. He contradicted himself, too, in saying that a Mr. Beatty, a friend of his mother's, who occasionally gave him a little money she sent from England, had bailed him out. He had been bailed out, discharged with compliments, had slept in a cell, and not been fined. I smelt spirits, too. It all made me miserable. "You've been drunk, and they locked you up," I reproached him. "Why do you lie to me?" The copious explanations that followed I hardly listened to. I lay in bed saying nothing, but the warning of my visitor came back. I went down to the Evening Sun, Boyd said presently, when my silence made his explanations end of their own accord. "I've just come back with this. McCloy asked after you, and sent it on account of the French stories." He handed me $5 in single bills, which we divided equally then and there. He had been gone hardly 10 minutes when the door opened again, and another visitor came in, an actor out of a job, Grant, an Englishman of perhaps 25, one of the cricket team I had met in Staten Island a few weeks before. He had run across Boyd, he explained, and had heard I was ill. As one Englishman to another, in this awful city, he wanted to see if he could help in any way. He did then a wonderful thing. We had met but once. He scarcely knew me. He might never see me again. But when he realized the state of affairs, he said he thought he could get a little money for me. And before I could say a word, he vanished from the room. His shyness, his lame manner of speech, something hesitating and awkward about him generally, had embarrassed me as much as, evidently, he was embarrassed himself. And I was convinced his plea of getting money was only an excuse to disappear quickly. I rather hoped it was. Certainly I thought it unlikely he would come back. Which, nevertheless, he did in about a quarter of an hour. He came in breathlessly, a shamefaced air about him, flung down some dollar bills on the bed, and vanished the second time. $3 lay on the counterpane. It was only a little later, as reflection brought up details, that I remembered he had worn an overcoat when he first came in, and that on his second visit he wore none. He had pawned it. Another detail rose to the surface, that he had called really upon quite another errand, and that there was something he wanted to tell me that he had not the courage to put into words. Later he admitted it was true. Anticipating Otto Hübner's visits was now a keen pleasure, the one event of a long, weary day. During the next fortnight or so he missed no single afternoon. His moods varied amazingly. One day he seemed an angel, the next a devil. I was completely puzzled. The talks we had on his good days were an enjoyment I can hardly describe. I realized how much I depended on them, as well as on the man who made them possible. I realized also how much I depended on my other friend, on Boyd. The latter's curious and unsatisfactory behavior, mysterious still to my blind, ignorant eyes, made no difference to my feelings for him, but, if anything, tended to strengthen the attachment. My affection deepened. There lay now a certain pity in me, too, an odd feeling that he was in my charge, and that, for all his greater knowledge and experience of life, his seniority as well, I must somehow help him. Upon the German doctor and Boyd at any rate, K. being far away, my mind rested with security, if of different degrees. To lose either of them in my lonely situation would have been catastrophic. The old German would settle himself on the sofa, drawn up close to the bed, and talk. He was saturated in his native philosophy, but Hegel was his king. Sartor Resartus enthralled him. Of De Quincey's struggle against opium he was never tired. Of Vedantic and Hindu philosophy, too, he was understanding and tolerant, though not enamored. Regarding me still as a specimen, evidently, he also treated me as though I were a boy, discerning, of course, at once my emptiness of mind and experience. How patiently he listened to my eager exposition of life's mysteries, my chaotic theories, my fanciful speculations. "We know nothing, you must remember, nothing," he would say with emphasis. "Nor can we know anything ever. We label, classify, examine certain results. That's all. Of causes we remain completely ignorant. Speculation is not proof. The fact that a theory fits all the facts gets us no further. He smiled, but with close attention, while I plunged again into a description of my beliefs. The tobacco smoke curled up about his genial face. I had no fear of him in this mood. I could say all my thoughts without shyness. I made full confession. Interesting, logical, possibly true, he replied, and most certainly as good an explanation as any other, better even than most. But, he shrugged his shoulders, always a theory only, and nothing else. There is no proof of anything. The higher states of consciousness you mention are nebulous, probably pathogenic. Those who experience them cannot, in any case, report their content intelligibly to us who have not experienced them, because no words exist. They are of no value to the race, and that condemns them. Men of action, not dreamers, are what the world needs. Men of action only carry out what has first been dreamed, I ventured. True, replied the old man, true very often. Men of action rarely have much vision. The poet is the highest type. I am with you in this too, that the only real knowledge is the knowledge of man, the study of consciousness. Not the theoton is still the shortest, as well as the most pregnant sermon in the world. Before we can get new knowledge, different knowledge. Yes, there I am with you. Consciousness itself must change and become different first. But the people who get that different knowledge cannot describe it to us, because there is no language. Wise, thoughtful things the old man said, while I listened eagerly. One thing is certain, he declared with his usual emphasis, there is another state after the destruction of the body. It cannot be merely an extension, an idealization of the one we know. That is excluded. Without senses, without brain or nerves, without physical reactions of any kind. Since there is no body, how shall we be aware of things about us? Another state can only be different, yet so different that it is useless to talk of it. The heaven of the spiritualists, the elaborate constructions of a Swedenborg, are nothing but colored idealizations of the state we already know. He snorted contemptuously. Obviously self-created. A different sort of consciousness would show us a universe so totally different from anything we know that it must be indescribable. Of my own future, too, he liked to talk. The newspaper reporting he disapproved. It could lead to little. It was unerschrecklich gemein. The New York press was a cesspool. It might serve a temporary purpose, but no self-respecting man should stay too long in it. He urged me to become a doctor, saying I should be a success, advising me to specialize in nerves and mental cases. Being an Englishman would help very much. In time I should have an enormous practice. He would assist me in all manner of ways, so that my course need not be longer than 2 years, or 3 at the most. He would coach me, rush me through in half the normal time. Later I could get a foreign degree, which would be an additional asset. He never tired of this topic, and his enthusiasm was certainly sincere. Of stars, too, he loved to talk. Of space, of possible other dimensions even. His exposition of a 4th dimension always delighted me. That the universe indeed was really 4-dimensional, and that all we perceived of it was that sectional aspect, a portion, as it were, that is projected into our 3-dimensional world. was a theme that positively made him red in the face. As his big eyes focused on me, his concentrated mind working vehemently behind them, certainly my knowledge of German improved considerably. Then, as Boyd came in, the light would die out of his eyes. His face would harden and grow dark. He had a way of making it seem frozen, and with a stiff bow to Boyd that only just acknowledged his presence, he would get up and leave the room. Meanwhile, I had sold 2 more French stories, and Boyd brought back the $10 paid for them. 3 others were not suitable, according to McCloy. I told the doctor all I earned. "Later," he said. "You pay me if you want to. I take nothing now." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 16. The days passed. I grew slowly better. The wound still had to be drained and bandaged, and the doctor kept me to my bed. Kay, writing from Toronto, had contrived to send us $10. More French translations had gone to McCloy, but only 1 or 2 had been used. If the loneliness of the long days was dismal, the feverish nights were worse. I knew my few books by heart. Shelley and the Gita were indeed inexhaustible, but I longed for something new. To play the fiddle was too tiring. There was endless time for reflection, and, thank heaven, through the 2 dirty windows I could watch the sky. Many a story I published 15 years later had its germ in the apparently dead moments of those wearisome hours, although at the time it never once occurred to me to try and write, not even the desire being in me. It was the interminable nights that were most haunted. In the daylight there was color in the changing clouds and sky, a touch of pink, a flame of sunset gold that opened the narrow crack through which I slipped into some strange interior state of happiness. There were the visits of the beloved, mysterious doctor, too. But the night was otherwise. The gas I left burning till Boyd woke and turned it out in the morning made it impossible to see the stars. I could never settle down until he was comfortably asleep beside me. He kept late hours always. I reproached and scolded, yet in the end I always forgave. It was a comfort to know him within reach of my hand, while at the same time I dreaded his coming. My mixed feelings had reached that stage. I feared his coming, and yet longed for it. I lay waiting, listening for his step. Far below I would hear it, down in the well of the sleeping house, even on the first flight of stairs. It mounted, stealthy, cautious, coming nearer and nearer, but always at the same steady pace. It never hastened. As it approached, rising through the stillness of the night, my heart would begin to beat. I dreaded the moment when our landing would be reached. Still more, the actual opening of our door. I listened, smothering my breath, trying to lessen the loud thumping against my ribs. The steps might not be his, after all. It might be someone else. That stealthy tread might pass my door without opening it and go upstairs. Then, when at last the handle rattled faintly, the door opened, and I saw him slowly enter, carrying his boots in his hand. My first instinct always was to scream. Then he would smile, the eyeglass would drop from his eye, he would begin his explanations and excuses, and my dread soon evaporated in the friendliest of intimate talk. So well at last did I learn to recognize his approach that I knew the moment he opened the front door 3 flights below. The sound of the handle with its clink of metal, The dull thud as the big thing closed, I was never once mistaken. In my fitful snatches of sleep these sounds stole in, shaping my dreams, determining both cause and climax of incessant nightmares, which, drawing upon present things and recent memories, and invariably including the personality of Boyd, made those waiting hours a recurrent horror. I would fight in vain to keep awake. Only when he was safely asleep at my side did the nightmares cease. I had once seen Dixon, a Toronto photographer, walk across the Niagara River just below the falls. He used Blondin's old tightrope. He lay down on his back halfway over, turned round, knelt, hovered on one foot, using an immense balancing pole. Thousands watched him from both shores on a day of baking sunshine. His background was the massive Maine waterfall, slowly rolling down and over. Below him swirled and boiled the awful rapids. Dixon now came, walking in my dream again. I could hear his soft tread as his stockinged feet gripped the cable that swayed slightly as it sagged to the center halfway across. The sound, the figure came nearer. It came at me. It was not Dixon after all. It was Boyd. Then, as he moved with slow, creeping tread, nearer, ever nearer, I perceived suddenly that the rope was gone. There was no rope. He walked on empty air towards me. I was appalled, speechless, paralyzed. That figure walking on space, walking towards me, walking remorselessly nearer, was terrible. The next second the door opened, and Boyd stood peering at me round the edge, his boots in his hands. One morning, tired of learning the Witch of Islam by heart, I leaned over the bed, and something in the waste paper basket close beside it caught my eye. A scrap of colored paper, several scraps, pink. Looking nearer, I saw it was a torn-up check. Without any particular interest at first, I stared at the unfamiliar thing, wondering vaguely how it came to be there. Only after this casual inspection did it occur to me as being rather odd. A check. What was it? Whose was it? How did it come to be there, torn up in my waste paper basket? It was a long time since I had seen such a thing as a check, and idly, with no more curiosity than this, I lay gazing at the scraps of colored paper. The basket lay within easy reach. I stretched out an arm and picked it up. I emptied the contents on the white counterpane. I sorted out the colored scraps from among the general litter. The scraps were small, and the puzzle amused me. It was a long business. Bit by bit, the check took shape. The word Toronto was the first detail that caught my attention closer. Presently, fitting 3 tiny scraps together, I saw to my surprise a name in full, Arthur Glynn Boyd. Another little group made K. A third read $75. My interest increased with every moment, till at last the complete check lay pieced together before my eyes. It was drawn by K on my old Toronto bank for the sum mentioned, and it was payable to Boyd. The date was 3 days before. I lay and stared at it in blank bewilderment. Fitting the scraps together on the counterpane was nothing compared to my difficulty in fitting the pieces together in my mind. I could make neither head nor tail of it. K had indeed been acting in Toronto on the date given, but a bank account. And why was the check torn up? It must have been delivered with a letter yesterday. Boyd had not mentioned it. I felt as confused as though it were a problem in arithmetic. But a problem in arithmetic would not have stirred the feeling of pain and dread that rose in me. Something I had long feared and hated, had deliberately hidden from myself, had cloaked and draped so that I need not recognize it, now at last stared me in the face. The chief item in the puzzle, however, remained. That it was not K's real signature I saw plainly. It was a reasonably good copy. But why was the check torn up? It had been taken from my old book in the packing case downstairs, of course, but why was it destroyed? A forgery. The word terrified me. It was while trying to find the meaning that my fingers played with the rest of the littered paper, and presently pieced together a letter in the same writing as the signature. A letter written from Toronto with Islington, Jersey Dairy as address, and bearing the same date as the check. A letter from K. to Boyd. It had been also torn into little bits. Dear B, it ran. I am awfully sorry to hear poor Blackwood is so ill still, and that he has no money. I enclose my check for $75 to help him out. But, for God's sake, see that he doesn't waste it in dissipation as he did the last I sent. I know I can trust you in this. A page and a half of news followed. A postscript came at the end. Better not let him know how much I've sent. I'll send another check later if you let me know it's really needed. With these two documents spread on the counterpane before me, I lay back thinking, while an icy feeling spread slowly over me that for a long time made clear thought impossible. The word dissipation made me smile, but all I knew in those first moments was an aching, dull emotion, shot through from time to time by stabs of keenest pain. There was horror, too. There was anger, pity, as one by one recent events dropped the masks I had so deliberately pinned on them. These thin disguises that too sanguine self-deception had helped me to lay over a hideousness that hurt and frightened me fell one by one. My anger passed. Horror and pity remained. I cannot explain it quite. An intense sorrow, an equally intense desire to help and save were in me. Affection, no doubt, was deep and real. At the same time, the shock numbed something in me. The abrupt collapse of a friendship that meant so much to my loneliness bowled me over. What exactly had happened I did not know. I could not understand. Treachery, falsity, double-dealing, lies, these were obvious, but the modus operandi was not clear. Why was the check torn up and so carelessly flung away? There was a mist of confusion over my mind. I thought over my police court experience. The criminal tricks and practices I already knew, but these threw no helpful light. Was K, too, involved? Did the warning of a few weeks ago include him as well? There had been forgery yet again. Why was the check torn up? The mystery of it all increased the growing sense of dread, of fear, of creeping horror. My newspaper work had given me the general feeling that everyone had his price. But between friends in adversity, Englishmen, gentlemen as well, was it then true literally of everybody? After a time, I collected the two documents and pieced them together again between the pages of a book, lest someone might enter and discover them. The doctor was not coming that day, but there might be other visitors. Then it suddenly dawned on me, why hadn't this occurred to me before? That the whole thing must be a joke after all. Of course, why not? It might even have something to do with the role of understudy in the Southern play. It could easily be, oh surely, a bit of stupid fun on Kay's part. The carelessness, too, throwing the scraps in the basket under my very nose, where anybody could easily see them, where Mrs. Bernstein might find them, or the woman who came in twice a week to do the room. This was certainly against criminal intent. The most far-fetched explanations poured through my mind, invited by hope, dressed up by eager desire, then left hanging in mid-air, with not the faintest probability to support them. I deliberately recalled the kind actions, the solicitude, the sharing of receipts, 1,000 favorable details, even to the innocent expression and the frank blue eyes, only to find these routed utterly by two other details, one negative, one vague, yet both insistent. the doctor's silence, and the shadow noticed recently on the sleeping face. It was 11 o'clock. Boyd had said he would return about 4. I expected him, for the doctor, whom he avoided, was not coming. There were 5 hours of waiting to endure first. The situation which another might have tossed aside with a wry laugh at himself for having been a guileless fool, to me seemed portentous with pain and horror. I had no plan, however, when the door opened at 3:30, long before I expected it. There was in me no faintest idea of what I was going to say or do. The book lay on my knee, with the documents concealed between the pages. I had heard no footstep. The rattle of the handle was the first sound I caught. Yet the door opened differently, not quite as Boyd opened it. There was hesitation in the movement. In that hesitation of a mere second, there again flashed across my mind a sudden happy certainty. The documents could be explained. It was all a joke somewhere. He had done nothing wrong. He would clear up the whole thing in a moment. Of course. It was my weak, feverish condition that had raised a bogey. A few words from him were now going to destroy it. Then, instead of Boyd, I saw Grant standing shyly on the threshold, the young actor who had pawned his overcoat. This time he wore it. The relief I felt at seeing him betrayed me to myself. I welcomed him so heartily that his shyness disappeared. He had dropped in by chance, he told me. I gave him an account of my discovery, and he bent over me to see the check and letter, asking if the writing was really Kay's. He looked very grave. "It's not unlike it, but it isn't his," I replied. "What do you make of it? Why are they torn up?" I was burning to hear what he thought. He did not answer for a moment. He asked instead a number of questions about Boyd, listening closely to my account of him, which mentioned the good with the bad. He went down to examine the packing case, and returned with the report that my checkbook was not there. I asked him again what he made of it all, waiting with nervous anxiety for his verdict, but again he put me off. He wanted to know when I last heard from Kay. 8 days ago, I told him, from Toronto. He asked numerous questions. He seemed as puzzled as I was. "What do you think it means?" I begged. "What's he been doing?" "Are you quite positive it's not Kay's writing?" he urged. "Even, for instance, if he was," he hesitated, "a bit tight at the time?" I clung to the faint hope. "Well, of course, I really couldn't say. I've never seen his writing when he was tight. I suppose—" "Because if it isn't," interrupted Grant decisively, "it means that Boyd has been getting money from him, and using it for himself." I realized then that he was trying to make things less grave than they really were, trying to make it easier for me in the best way he could. The torn-up check proved his suggestion foolish. "Do you think he's an absolute scoundrel?" I asked, point blank, unable to bear the suspense any longer. "Really a criminal? Is he?" "I wanted to tell you the other day," he said quickly, "only you were too ill. I thought it would upset you." "Criminal? Tell me at once. He may be in any minute. I must know." "His reputation is bad," was the reply. "As bad as it could be. I've heard things about him. He's already been in jail. He's supposed to be a bit dangerous." I was listening for the sound of a step on the stairs. I lowered my voice a little. It was clear to me that Grant did not want to tell me all he knew. "So what do you make then of this?" I asked in a half whisper, pointing to the documents. He looked at me hard a moment, then gave his reply, also in an undertone. "Practicing, I think." I did not understand him. The uncertainty of his meaning, the queer suggestion in the word he used, gave my imagination a horrid twist. I asked again, my heart banging against my ribs. "Practicing what?" "He didn't think it a successful copy, so he tore it up," Grant explained. "You mean forgery?" "I think so. That is, I'm afraid so." I think the universe changed for me in that moment. Something I had been standing on for years collapsed. I was left hanging in space without a platform, without a rudder. An odd helplessness came over me. Grant, of course, had only confirmed my own suspicions, had merely put into words what actually I had known for a long time. But it was just this hearing the verdict spoken by another that hurt so abominably. Grant had quietly torn off me the last veil of self-deception. I could no longer pretend to myself. It seems absurdly out of proportion now on looking back. At the time, the shock was appalling. We talked together. We tried to devise some plan of action. We reached no settled conclusion. The minutes passed. I never ceased listening for the familiar footstep on the stairs. Of one thing only was I perfectly sure. Whatever happened, I intended to take charge of it all myself. I would deal with Boyd in my own way. The principle lay clear and decided in me. I meant to frighten Boyd as severely as I possibly could, then to give him another chance. Anticipation made the minutes crawl. Grant talked a good deal. "He spotted you and Kay from the start," I heard Grant saying. "He saw your ignorance of the town, your inexperience, your generosity. He felt sure of free lodging anyhow, perhaps a good deal more." A faint thud sounded from downstairs. "There he is," I said instantly. "That's the front door banging. He's coming. Keep quiet." I told Grant to get into the cupboard and hide. He was only just concealed in the deep cupboard and the door drawn to, when the other door opened quietly and Boyd came in. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 17. Boyd was in cheerful, smiling mood. He put some grapes on the bed, asked how I felt, and told me about his trip to Paterson and his failure to get the organist job. "It's bitterly cold," he said. "I was glad of your overcoat." "You have been a brick," he added, "but I'll make it all up to you when my luck turns." He crossed over to the sofa and sat down, stretching himself, obviously tired out. "Never mind, old chap. We shall get along somehow. Probably Kay will send us something more before long. He's always faithful. Let's see," I went on casually. "When was it we heard from him last?" "A week ago," said Boyd quite naturally. "Toronto, wasn't it? Or Buffalo? No, Toronto." We laughed together. "So it was," I agreed carelessly. Then I pretended to hesitate. "But that was nearly a fortnight ago." I suddenly corrected my memory. "Surely we've heard since that. Only the other day. Or did I dream it?" Boyd stared at me lazily through the cigarette smoke. "No, I think not," he said quietly. "There was only the one letter." He showed no sign of disturbance. I lay still, pretending to think back a bit, then heaved myself slowly up in bed. "But, Boyd, I remember the letter!" I exclaimed with conviction, staring into his face. "I'm certain I do. Another letter. Why, of course. I remember your showing it to me. There was a check in it, a check for $75. His easy laugh, his voice and manner, the perfect naturalness of his reply, made me feel sure that I was in the wrong. He knew absolutely nothing of the check and letter. He was innocent. It was not his doing, at any rate. "You must have been dreaming," he said, looking me full in the face with his big, honest blue eyes. "It's too good to be true." He gave a wry little chuckle that only a clear conscience could have made possible. I lay back in bed and laughed with him. partly from weakness, partly to hide my shaking, which I was terrified he would notice. I changed the subject a moment later, as he said nothing more. Then, still acting on impulse, and with no preconceived plan or idea of my next move, I sat bolt upright in bed and fixed him with my eyes. I assumed a very convinced and serious tone. I felt serious and convinced. The mood of horror had rushed suddenly up in me. "Boyd, I remember it all now." I spoke with great emphasis. "It was not a dream at all. You came to this bedside and showed me the letter. You held it out for me to read. It was dated from my old Toronto dairy 3 days ago. You showed me the check, too. It was for $75, signed by K. and made out to your order. I remember every single detail of it suddenly. And so do you." He gazed at me as a little child might gaze. He made no movement. His eyes neither dropped nor flinched. He merely gazed, with a puzzled, innocent, guileless stare. A pained expression then stole across his face. "Blackwood, what on earth do you mean? It's not likely I should forget it if $75 came, is it?" He went on quickly in his most sympathetic voice, an aggrieved note in it that stirred all my affection instantly. "The most he has sent so far is $10. I should have given you the money at once, and you know it, Blackwood." He got up and walked quietly to and fro. It was the way he uttered those last 4 words that sent ice down my spine and brought the mood of horror back. Why this was so I cannot explain. Perhaps the phrase rang false, perhaps its overemphasis failed. I only know that my hesitation vanished. That prepared plan, so strangely matured, yet hidden so deeply that it emerged only step by step as it was needed, pushed up another move into my upper mind. I got slowly out of bed. Perspiration broke out all over me. I felt very weak. The wound stretched. Straight before me, a long way off it seemed, was the sofa. Boyd stood watching my every move. He stood like a statue. Before I had taken a couple of slow, small steps, crawling round the edge of the bed, he did 2 quick things that in a flash brought final conviction to me, so that I knew beyond any doubt the hideous thing was true. He moved suddenly across the room, passing in front of me, though not near enough to touch. 3 rapid strides, and he was against the window, with his back to the light. It was dusk. He wished to conceal his face from me. His left arm hung at his side, the hand on a level with the dressing table, and I saw his fingers feeling along its surface, though his eyes never left my own. I saw them find, then grip, the white-handled razor, and pull it slowly towards him. These were the 2 things that betrayed him, but chiefly, I think, the first of them, concealing his face. At the same instant there was a faint sound on my left. I had completely forgotten the existence of my visitor. I now remembered him, for that sound came from inside the cupboard, and Grant evidently was ready to leap out. But I did not want Grant. I intended the whole matter to be between Boyd and myself. A flash of understanding had given me complete assurance. Boyd, I now knew, was a coward, a sneak, a cheat, a liar, and worse besides. In spite of my physical weakness, I had the upper hand. I was about to give him the fright of his life, though still with no clear idea exactly how this was to be accomplished. All I knew was that I meant to terrify him, then forgive, and save him from himself. "Not yet!" I called out, yet so quickly and with so little apparent meaning that Boyd, I think, hardly heard me, and certainly did not understand. Grant, however, understood. He told me later it was just in time to prevent his coming out. With one hand supporting me on the edge of the dressing table, I was now close to Boyd, bent double in front of him, staring up into his eyes. "Give me that razor," I said, and he obeyed, as I felt sure he would. That is, his fingers moved away from it, and I quickly pushed it out of his reach. With my other hand I seized his arm. I raised my face to his as much as my wound allowed. "Boyd," I said, "I know everything." If I expected a collapse, as I think was the case, I was disappointed. Nothing happened. He did not move. Not a muscle, not even an eyelash flickered. He stared down into my upturned face without a word, waiting for what was coming. Control of the features, of mouth and eyes in particular, was absolute. And it was this silence, this calm assurance, giving me no help, even making it more difficult for me, that, I think, combined to set me going. I was fairly wound up. I saw red. The words poured out, hot, bitter, scathing. The moment I ended, he smiled as he said very quietly, "I don't know what you're talking about. You are fearfully excited, and you will regret your words. I do wish you would get back into bed. All this is awfully bad for you in your weak condition." I was flabbergasted. All the wind had been taken from my sails. A touch would have sent me to the floor, but he did not touch me. He merely gazed into my face with an air of calm patience that had pity in it, a hint even of contempt. There was a little silence after he had spoken. For a moment I had no notion what to do or say. Then, quite suddenly, up flashed my plan. I was less excited now. My voice was well under control. "Boyd," I said, "now, at last, I've caught you in a worse thing still. You have forged a letter and a signature. You have forged a check as well, and you will have to go to prison for it. There is a headquarters detective outside, waiting for me to call him in. You are going to be arrested." There was a moment of taut suspense I can never forget. He stared down at me, obviously at first incredulous. A slight twitch ran across his face, nothing more. Beyond a trifling extra bend of the head, he made no movement. He was judging me, weighing my words, wondering if they were true. The next second I saw that he believed me. What happened then to his face I had never seen before, though I was often to see it afterwards in other faces during my criminal experience. The skin slowly blanched to the hue of flour, the cheeks sagged, the mouth opened, the look in his eyes was dreadful. The whole face disintegrated, as it were. He had the air of a hunted animal at bay. At the same time, there was a convulsive movement of his entire body that frightened me. I did not know what he was going to do. It was really made up of several movements, one starting after another. First, his knees gave way, and he nearly collapsed. Then, evidently, he considered the possibility of knocking me down and dashing out of the room. His eyes ran swiftly over everything at once, it seemed, noticing the razor, certainly, but finding me awkwardly between him and the end of the table where it lay. He half turned in the direction of the window behind him, thinking doubtless of escape by the leads outside. He gave finally a sort of lurch towards me, but this I did not actually see, for I had turned away and was crawling painfully over to the door. It was Grant who supplied this detail of description later. His idea probably was to knock me down and make a bolt for it. But whatever it was he really intended to do, in the end he did nothing, for at this second Grant emerged suddenly from his cupboard. I was already leaning with my back against the door, and caught the look of terror and blank amazement that came into Boyd's face as he saw another man, whom he certainly took at first for the detective. He stood stock still like a petrified figure. A moment later he recognized him as the Englishman he had met at the cricket match. He subsided backwards, half on to the window-sill and half against the dressing-table. The drama of the scene suddenly occurred to me for the first time, as I watched Grant walk over and put the razor in his pocket, and then sit down quietly on the sofa. He spoke no single word. He merely sat and watched. With my back against the door, I then went on talking quickly. Yet behind my anger and disgust I felt the old pity surge up. Already I was sorry for him. I would presently forgive him. But first there was something else to be done. The plan lay quite clear in my mind. Closely watched by Grant and myself, Boyd had meanwhile moved out into the room, still without speaking a single word, and flung himself on the bed, where he began to cry like a child. He sobbed convulsively, though whether the tears were of sorrow or of fear I could not tell. We watched him for some time in silence. It was some minutes later that he sat up, still shaking with sobs, and tried to speak. In an utterly broken voice he begged for mercy, not for himself, he swore he didn't care a damn about his worthless self, but for his mother's sake. It would break her heart if she heard about it. It would kill her. He implored me for another chance. His flow of words never ceased. If I would let him off this time, he begged, he would do anything I wished, anything in the world. He would leave New York, he would go home and enlist. But forgery meant years in jail. I am only 30, and the sentence would mean the end of my life. Perhaps instinct warned me he was lying. Perhaps he overacted, I cannot say. But the entire scene, the sobs, the impassioned language, the anguish in the broken voice, the ruin of the face I had once thought innocent, all left me without emotion. I was exhausted too. I had witnessed similar scenes between detectives and their prisoners, the former not only unmoved, but bored and even angry. I understood now how they felt. But there was the balance of my plan to be carried out. My original principle had never wavered. I believed the terror he had felt would make him run straight in future. The moment had now come, I thought, to tell him he was forgiven. So I left the door. He screamed, thinking I was going to open it, and crawled slowly over to him. Putting my hand on his shoulder, and using the gentlest, kindest voice I could find, I told him he should have another chance, but only one. All excitement had died out of me. I felt real pity. The old affection rose. I urged and begged him to run straight from this moment. But there is a condition. I finished my sermon. Anything, Blackwood. I'll do anything you say. The tears were still hanging on his cheeks. You will sit down and write what I dictate. We found a sheet of foolscap, and he sat down at the little desk, while I stood over him and dictated the words of a full confession. In writing it, Boyd's hand was as steady as that of a clerk making an unimportant entry in an office book. He came to the end and looked up at me inquiringly. Now write a duplicate, I said, in your other handwriting, the one you meant to be a copy of Kay's. He did this too. To an inexperienced eye, the difference was extraordinary. I asked Grant to witness it with me, and when this was finished, I waved the document in the other's face. I shall keep this, I told him gravely, and if ever you go wrong again, it will mean 20 years in prison. I do not think he knew what I knew at that moment, viz., that a confession signed under duress was not evidence in a court of law. He said very simply, gazing into my eyes, "You've saved my life, Blackwood. I shall never forget this day. My temptations have been awful, but from this moment I mean to run straight, perfectly straight." Words of gratitude followed in a flood. He shook my hand, begging to be allowed to help me back into bed. "I must first tell the detective I've withdrawn the charge," I said. "I must send him away. He doesn't know your name." Boyd thanked me volubly again as I crawled to the door, closed it again, and stood in the cold passage a minute or two. "The man's gone," I said, when I came back. When am I to leave this room?" he asked quietly. I told him he could stay. The matter was forgiven and forgotten. He began to cry again. For some time after Grant had gone, we were alone. Boyd talked a little, repeating his gratitude. I asked him one question only. Had he been in jail before? "I would rather not answer that, if you don't mind," he said. I did not press him, for he had answered it. "I shall never, never go wrong again," he kept repeating. And all the time he talked, I learned this later, there lay in his coat pocket, that was my coat pocket, the sum of $10 which belonged to me. He had sold 2 of my translations to McCloy, telling me McCloy had refused them. I have a vague recollection of that evening and of our talk, for complete exhaustion had come over me from the moment I got back into bed. It was not unconsciousness, but probably half unconsciousness. I was only dimly aware of what was going on. I remember Boyd going out to eat something at Krish's, then coming back. I woke in darkness with a sudden start. The gas was out, and I wondered why. There was a noise close beside me, something swishing. My mind cleared in a flash. "Put it back, Boyd," I called out. "Put it back at once." A thin summer coat hung on the door, too thin and shabby to wear, too ragged to pawn. I had placed the confession in the inside pocket, and it was this coat I now heard swishing faintly against the wood. No answer came, but I plainly heard the soft tread of bare feet along the carpet. I got up and lit the gas. Boyd lay, apparently sleeping soundly, on the floor. I noticed how well nourished his body looked. He, at any rate, had not been starving. Then I moved to the door, found the confession, took it out, and crawled back into bed. From that moment the paper never left me. It was with me when later the doctor allowed me out, and at night it lay under my pillow while I slept. I kept the torn scraps of the check and letter with it, and I hid the razor. Boyd never shaved himself in that room again. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 18. The episode, though far from being finished, had a shattering effect upon me. If a friend, so close to me by ties of affection and gratitude, could act like this, how would others, less intimately related, behave? My trust in people was killed. A sense of deep loneliness was added to the other miseries of that bed. Only my books comforted and helped. They did not fail. Their teachings stood stiff and firm, like a steel rod that never bent or shifted, much less broke. Since these notes tell merely the superficial episodes of my early years, further mention of what the books meant to me is unnecessary. Enough, more than enough probably, has already been told to show the background which explains motive and conduct. The main stream of my life, at any rate, ran deeper and ever deeper, its center of gravity far below anything that could possibly come to me in the ordinary world, or outward happenings. Big dreams were in me at white heat, burning, burning, and all external events were colored by them. There followed now a more peaceful though short period, during which Boyd behaved well, with kindness and signs of true penitence. Grant warned me this was acting, and that I had been a fool to forgive and let him stay on. But I would not listen, and followed my own principle. I did not trust him, but never let him know it, showing him full confidence, with all the former intimacy and affection. I felt sure this was the right and only way. His attitude to me had something of a dog's devotion in it. I fully believed he was running straight again. I watched him closely, while hiding suspicion carefully away. November drew to a close. K. sent no more money. The debt to Mrs. Bernstein grew. Income became smaller and smaller. I wrote to McCloy, who replied with a brief word that I could come back when I was well again. Before leaving my bed, however, at the end of the month, another incident occurred that shocked me far more than the first. One afternoon, about a week after the confession, there came a knock at the door, and to my complete surprise, in walked a banker, who had often stayed in our house in England. I was startled and annoyed, for I feared he would write home and tell the truth that my letters so carefully concealed. It was a couple of years since I had seen him. How had he found me out? His first sentence told me, "But this is dreadful. I knew nothing about your being ill. I didn't know you were in New York, even. An Englishman named Boyd came to my office yesterday and told me." He looked me over with anxiety. "But your bones are showing. Have you been very bad? Why on earth didn't you let me know, my dear fellow?" I had spoken of this acquaintance in Boyd's presence, and he had evidently made a note of name and address. I explained quickly that I had not been seriously ill, that I was nearly well and had a good doctor, and that I was on the staff of the Evening Sun and doing well. I told him briefly about my Canadian career as well. The banker was a very decent fellow. His visit was brief, but he was very kind, well-meaning, and sympathetic, only I did not want him. He promised, anyhow, he would not write to my father, was glad, I think, to be relieved of the necessity, and before going he absolutely insisted on leaving some money with me. I refused and refused again. But my own exhaustion and his persistence resulted in his leaving all he had on him at the moment, $32. Months later I discovered that Boyd had obtained other sums from him, on the plea that I needed a specialist, and there may have been yet further amounts of similar kind, for all I knew. On coming in, Boyd took his scolding with a smile. He had acted for the best. We discussed how the money should be spent, agreeing upon $10 to Mrs. Bernstein, $10 to the doctor next day, $3 to redeem K's overcoat, which we would send to him, and the balance in hand, after laying in a store of dried apples, oatmeal, and condensed milk, as our supplies were now exhausted. Next morning, when he left at 8 o'clock for a studio appointment and choir rehearsal, I gave him the money for the landlady and $1 he asked for himself. The balance he put back in the drawer of the little desk beside my bed. It was a happier morning than I had known for long. The feeling that I had something to give to the doctor made the hours pass quickly. And when he arrived at 3 in his very best mood, he was obviously pleased on hearing that I could easily spare $10. The relief was written on his beaming face. He thanked me warmly. "I too really need it," he said with emphasis, "or I couldn't take it from you." We passed a delightful hour or two. I was strong enough to play the fiddle to him. We talked. The happiest afternoon I had yet known in that room came to an end. He prepared to go. Pointing to the drawer, I asked him to take the money out. He did so. At least, he opened the drawer. He opened all 4 drawers. The money was not there. The most painful part of it, I think, was the look on his face as he presently went out. He did not believe me. I had found it impossible to mention Boyd. I had been speechless. I had no explanation to give. By the expression on the old German's face as he left the room, I could see he thought I was lying to him. His disappointment in me was greater than his disappointment over the money. It was a bitter moment, even more bitter than the further treachery of my companion. I was alone with my thoughts and feelings. I was alone for 4 days and 4 nights. Boyd, that is, did not return till 4 days had passed, while the doctor stayed away 3 days. Whether either of them had said anything to Mrs. Bernstein on their way out, Boyd promising payment perhaps, the doctor letting fall something derogatory, I did not know. Mrs. Bernstein, anyhow, was very unpleasant during those 4 awful days. Boyd had not even given her the $10. She paid me dreadful visits. She threatened to sell my things. What, I wondered? To turn me out. She sent up hardly any food. Waiting for Boyd's step, listening all day, all night. I needed my books, my dreams, my inner crack, as I had never needed them before during those horrible 4 days. They seemed an eternity. The long nights, of course, were by far the worst. The dreams, the expectancy, forever anticipating the familiar tread of stockinged feet on the stairs, wondering what in the world had happened, how things would end. Had he been arrested, perhaps, for something terrible? They were haunted nights that made me dread the first sign of coming dusk. It seemed like weeks. An incalculable time altogether had passed since I had seen him. Then the spider took the place of the other vermin. I have always particularly disliked spiders, and this one was the father of them all, though it was the horror of him, not the physical presence, that haunted my nights so persistently. He was, I am sure, the spider idea. He originated in a room in Toronto, where a friend foolishly let his prototype, a tarantula, escape, and where it hid all night. It was my room. He came from Florida with a case of bananas. He was very big, if sluggish. His swollen body and hairy black legs, the nastiest I had ever seen. I spent the night with this monster on the loose, and the first thing in the morning I saw him low down on the wall, quite close to me. He had crept for warmth to a pipe near the hot air register. This spider now came at me, stirred into life by the chance activity of some memory cell. He came crawling across the leads, dragging his bulging body slowly, then feeling over the smooth glass with his legs that were like black brushes a chimney sweep might use. Up the stairs he came too, but sideways there, being too large to move in his usual way. First 3 legs on one side, then 3 legs on the other, heaving himself along, the mass of his body between them, sloping like a boat at sea. The fat body was derived, I'm sure, from the shock of noticing Boyd's well-fed appearance. There were other things besides the spider, the mind doubtless being a little overwrought. One of these other things was real, a yellow-haired woman who aired what the papers called her shapely legs in silk tights for a living. Pauline M. was her name, and she was leading lady in the Night Owls Company, then playing at Tony Pastor's Music Hall in 14th Street, or perhaps it was at Coster and Beale's Hall further uptown. I have forgotten. In any case, Boyd had mentioned the company to me in some connection or other. He knew her. Her visit to me has always seemed vague and hazy, shrouded in mist of some kind, the mist of my suffering mind, I imagine. There lies a feverish touch of fantasy all over it. It was on the evening of the 2nd day since Boyd had disappeared, though I could have sworn that at least a week's loneliness had intervened. It was the second day, I know, because the doctor came on the fourth. During the afternoon an unintelligible telegram had come, sent from a Broadway office. Don't be anxious. Have surprising news for you. No drinking. Home this afternoon. B. There was not much comfort in it, though at least I knew then he had not been arrested. But an hour or so later a second telegram had arrived, sent from an office above 42nd Street. Married Pauline this afternoon. B. It all mystified, confused, and troubled me extremely, and the strain on nerves and emotions had been so prolonged that, I think, I was half stupefied with it all, half stupid certainly. At any rate, the visit always seemed a sort of unreal visit, veiled, as it were, and shadowy. Two thoughts were in my mind when the knock sounded on the door: food and Boyd. I was always listening intently for his tread, but I was also listening for Mrs. Bernstein's footstep with a possible tray. It was after 6 o'clock. Since coffee and bread at 8:30 in the morning, I had eaten nothing, for our own supplies were finished. Instead of Boyd or the tray, however, in walked the woman with yellow hair and statuesque figure. She wore furs. She was overdressed and painted. She reeked of scent. To me it was a kind of nightmare vision. Details of her long visit I remember but very few. She at once announced herself. "I am Pauline M.," and asked excitedly, "Are you Blackwood?" She was in a state. Her great figure filled the little room. She poured out a torrent of words in a Cockney voice. Her face was flaming red beneath the paint. Occasionally she swept about. The name of Boyd recurred frequently. She was attacking me, I gathered. Boyd had said this and that about me. I understood less than nothing. I remember asking her to sit down, and that she refused, and that presently I asked something else: "Has he married you?" and that she suddenly caught sight of the telegrams lying on my bed. I had pointed, then picked them up and read them. She came closer to me while she did this, so that I caught the stink of spirits. It was all very muddled and confused to me, and I made no attempt to talk. I heard her begging me to give him back to her, that she loved him, that I had poisoned his mind against her. Threats and beseeching oddly mingled. But the telegrams seemed to sober her a little, for I remember her becoming abruptly more quiet, almost maudlin, and pouring out an endless story about Boyd, who was apparently full of money, full of liquor, and full of anger against me because he had been supporting me and I had shown base ingratitude. I was too bewildered to feel much. It numbed me. I couldn't make sense of it. I couldn't realize how Boyd had deliberately left me alone so long. Something monstrous and inhuman touched it all. She went away eventually in a calmer state, though leaving me in a condition that was far from calm. She went begging me to send him back to her when he came home, but half realizing, I gathered, that the boot was on the other leg, so far as Boyd and myself were concerned. She was still angry with me in a vague, unjust sort of way, not knowing whom to believe probably, nor exactly what had happened. She flounced out of the room in a whirl of excitement and Cockney sentences, and I never saw her again. My tray arrived within a few minutes of her welcome departure. I spent an appalling night. Boyd, the yellow-haired woman, Mrs. Bernstein, the old German, the spider, steps on the stairs 100 times that came to nothing. I wished once or twice that I were dead. The door did not open. It never rains but it pours. 2 days later the doctor came in the afternoon, in the blackest mood I had yet encountered. I rather expected his visit, and, though dreading it, I also longed for it, longed to see someone, a human being. He came sharp at 3, attended to me, and left again. The visit lasted perhaps 10 or 15 minutes, and during the whole time he spoke no single word, not even greeting me when he entered, or saying good-bye when he went out. His face was black, aged, terrible in the suffering it wore. I had meant to tell him at last about Boyd, unable any longer to keep it to myself. I simply must tell someone, but not a syllable could I get out. When the old German had gone, however, I felt sure it was his own mysterious suffering, and not any feeling against myself, that caused his strange behavior. I knew, too, that he would come again, and thus I got some comfort from his silent, rapid visit. This was on the 4th day since Boyd deserted. It was the day on which he came back. He came back. His money had given out. He had nowhere to sleep. It was night, somewhere about 10 o'clock. I was falling into an uneasy doze, the kind of doze that introduced the spider, when the door opened softly. There was no knock. I had heard no footstep. The door just opened, and he came in. Every nerve in me became alert. Truth to tell, there was no emotion in me of any sort or kind. I was numb, exhausted to the bone. I lay still and stared at him. He looked sleek and even prosperous. He looked gorged with food. His face was a little swollen. The big blue eyes were clear. He let the eyeglass fall, gazing at me, while a smile broke over his face. I was so glad to see him, so relieved to have him back, that, though no emotion beyond that of suspense ended was in me, I felt, as once before with the doctor, a lump rise in my throat. His bloated expression distressed me vaguely. At first he said nothing, but walked across the room on tiptoe, as though pretending I was asleep, and he feared to wake me. My tongue loosened suddenly, the very words I have not forgotten. A matter that had not lain in my mind for days came uppermost. "Did you send off the overcoat to K?" He nodded, but without looking at me. It was a lie, I knew. My eyes followed him round as he began to undress. For several minutes I said nothing. Then other words came to me. "I've been alone 4 days and nights." Silence. "Without food or anybody." Silence. But he turned his back to me. "Without money." Silence. He stood quite motionless. "I might have died. I might have gone crazy." Silence. "It's been awful, the loneliness and wondering." He half turned, but instantly turned back again. No sound escaped him. "I've been thinking about you and wondering day and night. Are you really married? Pauline's been here this afternoon." His silence was broken by a sort of gulp, and he bent over. My mistake about the date of the woman's visit was intentional. I thought it might open his lips. I did not correct it. He half turned to look at me, but again instantly hid his face as before. Then he abruptly sat down on the sofa, leaning against the back, his head in his hands. I raised myself in bed, never taking my eyes off him. "I got your telegrams. Have you nothing to say? No explanation? Have you brought any food? Any money? You have had money all this time." Silence, broken only by another gulp. "I saw you take the money out of the drawer. I said nothing because I thought you were going to get me things. I trusted you." He turned all at once and faced me, though keeping his eyes always steadily on the floor. The tears were streaming down his face like rain. "Are you tired?" I asked. "You'd better lie down and go to sleep. You can talk tomorrow." It was this that finished him. He had reached the breaking point. There is no heroism in me. It was simply that I needed him, rotten as he was, heartless, cruel, vile as well. I funked another spell of that awful loneliness. I knew him now for a coward and a beast, but I could not face another night alone. That complete loneliness had been too horrible. A wild animal was better than that. Boyd was of the hyena type, but a hyena was better than a spider. It was neither generosity nor nobility that made me listen to his ridiculous and lying story of an awful and terrible temptation, of a fearful experience with a woman who had drugged him. The tale spun itself far into the night. The razor and the confession were under my pillow. I fell asleep, dead with exhaustion, while he was still explaining something about a woman named Pauline M., who had deceived me in a most extraordinary way. The following day, in the morning, Dr. Hubner came unexpectedly. Boyd had gone out before I woke. This time he was a radiant Dr. Jekyll, and I told him the whole story. His only comment, looking severely at me through the big spectacles, was, "I expected it. He is a confidence man. I knew it the first time I saw him. You have kicked the devil out, of course?" A violent disagreement that was almost a quarrel followed. "I simply do not understand you," he said at last, in complete disgust. It was only the wondrous, beaming, happy mood he was in that prevented his being really angry. He threw his hands up and snorted, "You are either a fool or a saint, und I'm sure you're not a saint." He was very much upset. I did not yield. There was something in me that persuaded me to forgive Boyd and to give him yet another chance. I told Boyd this in very plain language. I claim no credit. I have never felt the smallest credit for what I did. It was simply that somehow it seemed impossible not to forgive him anything. But the time was near, though the feeling of forgiveness still held true in me, when my forgiveness took another form. 30 years ago these little incidents occurred. It seems like 30 days. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 19. It is a mercy one cannot see the future. In that New York misery, present and to follow, had I known that some 15 years later I should be my own master, living more or less like a gentleman, earning my livelihood, though a very bare one, by writing, I could never have faced what I did face. Any value that may have lain in the experiences would certainly have been missed at any rate. If one knew that the future promised better things, there is no patience in human beings that could hold and wait for it. If, on the other hand, it promised worse, I have met no courage that could bear the present. Those who preach live in the present only have common sense on their side. With the memory of the past, similarly, such folk show wisdom. Reincarnation is an interesting theory to many. Yet to recall past lives could have but one effect, to render one ineffective now. To recall the failures of a mere 40 years is bad enough. To look back over 100 lives would be disastrous. One could only sit down and cry. December had come, with its cold and bitter winds, and the doctor, ever faithful, had let me up. I went for my first little walk, leaning on Boyd's arm. Round Gramercy Park we crawled slowly, and that first taste of fresh air, the sound of wind in the leafless trees, A faint hint of the sea that reaches even the city streets gave me an unforgettable happiness and yearning. The plan to settle in the backwoods again obsessed me. A little later I had almost persuaded the doctor, and K. in my letters, to take up a claim north of the Muskoka Lakes, where we had spent such a happy summer. Boyd was to come too, as a sort of excitement, I suppose, was the doctor's bitter comment. I grew gradually stronger. Reporting was still impossible, but, introduced by Boyd, I earned something by posing in the studios. A sitting was 3 hours. Some artists paid by the hour, but Charles Dana Gibson, then drawing his weekly cartoons in Life, always paid for a full sitting, though he might use his model for an hour only. He was a rapid worker and a good fellow. He never forgot to ask if one was tired of any particular attitude. My first pose to him was for a broken-down actor leaning against a hoarding covered with advertisements, the joke being something about a billboard and a board bill. I was thrilled when it appeared in Life. There was always a great rush among the models for Gibson's studio. The only other poses I remember are swinging a golf club and sitting for a bishop's arms and hands. I wore big sleeves. These, however, were not in Gibson's studio. My memory of this work is dim. It was not unpleasant, only its uncertainty against it, though a good week might bring in as much as $15. Smedley, who illustrated for Harper's Magazine, was the painter we all disliked most. Cox, son of Bishop Cox, Cleveland Cox being his full name, I think, was a favorite. He was a gentleman. There was Zogbaum, too, another illustrator, and there was Linwood Palmer, the horse painter, and leading artist on The Rider and Driver, a first-class weekly of that day. Artist Palmer, as the papers called him later, was a character. His kindness to me stands out. He had very great talent for getting the likeness of a horse. We called him the Horse. He made a success at his work, painted the King's Horses and Men in subsequent years, and settled down eventually. He was an Englishman, I believe, at Heston, Hounslow. His New York studio was in Fifth Avenue. Many a time he gave me food there. Artist Palmer was self-taught. I forget the whole story, but he had known his hard times. Looking at my dirty boots the first time I called, he said, "When I drove a cab here, my boots were better cleaned than any man's on the rank." I was not partial to Dr. Smiles' self-help. A shine, moreover, cost 5 cents, and 5 cents meant a glass of beer and a meal at a free lunch counter, our invariable lunch at that time. Artist Palmer knew Boyd as a bad lot, and told me that Boyd was lying about me behind my back everywhere, saying that he was supporting me, paying for my illness, and while borrowing money in my name, explaining that I spent all he gave me in dissipation. His method was to present a forged check to some good-natured friend after banking hours, obtain the money, and spend it on himself. A tale of woe with crocodile tears saved him from subsequent arrest. No one ever prosecuted him. All this I kept to myself, though I watched Boyd more and more closely. I knew his studio appointments and made him hand over what he earned. I did also an idiotic thing. I went down and warned the pastor's daughter about him. Palmer's words and my own feeling persuaded me to this fatal action. She was a beautiful girl. I received from her the same kind of treatment that I had shown to the man who first warned me. Boyd, of course, soon knew about it. We had a scene. I saw for the first time anger in his face, black hatred too. He never forgave me my stupid indiscretion. The way he explained my action to the girl herself was characteristic of him, but I only learned later how he managed it. In a voluntary confession he wrote a few weeks afterwards, a confession he judged might convince me he was genuinely repentant, and at the same time save him from a grave impending fate. He described it honestly. "I told her," he said, "she was to pay no attention to your warnings, because you wanted me to marry one of your sisters." The way I lost Boyd temporarily comes a little later in his story, but may be told here because it marked the close of a definite little chapter in his career with me. It was the first week in December. I came home from the doctor's house at 2 in the morning. The gas was burning, but the room was not too well lit by the single burner. Boyd lay asleep on the floor as usual. I moved softly so as not to wake him. I glanced down. What I saw startled me. More, it gave me a horrid turn. The figure on the mattress was another man. It was not Boyd. Then, as I cautiously looked closer, I discovered my mistake. It was Boyd after all, but without his mustache. I stared for some minutes in amazement, for the face was completely altered. The drooping, rather heavy mustache had always hidden his lips and mouth. I now saw that mouth, and it was a cruel, brutal mouth, hard, sensual, with ugly, thickish lips, contradicting the kindly blue eyes completely. A sentence of Detective Sergeant Heidelberg, a headquarters man, came back to me. Himself a brutal, heartless type, if ever there was one, but with years of criminal experience behind him. "Watch the mouth and hands and feet," he told me once in court. "They can fake the eyes dead easy, but they can't fake the mouth, hell give 'em. They forget their hands and feet. Watch their mouth and hands and feet, the way these fidget. That give 'em away every time." Why had Boyd done this thing? He was a handsome man. The light, graceful mustache was a distinct asset in his appearance. Why had he shaved suddenly? I stared at the new horrid face for a long time. He lay sleeping like a child. I turned to examine the room, as changes might be there too. All seemed as usual. I saw no difference anywhere. Then my eyes fell on the cupboard with its half-opened door. Boyd's coat, that was my own coat, the only thick one we had between us, hung down from the hook. And for the first time the sight of that coat stirred a dim, painful memory of the place where I had first worn it. Naturally it was old, but it was also English. The house in Kent rose up, the lime trees on the lawn, the tennis courts, my father's study, his face, my mother's face, their voices even, the very smell and atmosphere and feelings of happy days that now seemed forever lost. The whole machinery of association worked suddenly at full pressure. It was like a blow. I realized vividly the awful gap between those days and these, between myself as I had been and as I was. A whiff of perfume, a smell, produces this kind of evocation in most cases. With me just then it was my old English coat. I remember the strong emotion in me, and that, while still held and gripped by it, my eye caught sight of an envelope sticking out of the inside breast pocket. The coat hung by chance in a way that made it visible. It might easily fall out altogether. I moved over and stretched out a hand to put it safely back, and then saw that the writing on the envelope was my own. It was a letter. I took it out. The address was the house in Kent, whose atmosphere still hung about my thoughts. The name was my mother's name. There were other letters, all my own, one to my father, two to my brother, the one being in the world I really loved, the only one of the family to whom I had given vague hints of the real state of affairs. Some of the letters were 2 weeks, 3 weeks old. In each case the 5-cent stamp had been torn off. 5 cents meant a glass of lager and a meal at a free lunch counter. There was no reflection. Holding the letters in my hand, I moved across to the mattress. There was an anger in me that made me afraid of myself. I wanted to kill. I thought I was going to kill. I understood easily how a man can kill. In my mind was a vivid picture of my brother's face. It was he, not my parents, who moved with me. But I was not excited. Ice was in me, not fire. Something else, too, at that moment was in my veins, a drug, a strong dose, too. 5 minutes before my entire being had been in a state of utter bliss, a radiant kindness, of tolerance, of charity to everybody in the world. I would have given away my last cent. I would have forgiven anybody anything. All this was swept away in an instant. I felt a cold, white anger that wanted to kill. Boyd had not heard my footstep. He lay sound asleep. I tore the blanket off. He lay half naked before me, sleek, well-nourished, overfed, loathsome, horrible beyond anything I had known. He turned with a jump and sat up. I held the letters against his face, but he was still dazed with sleep, and only stared stupidly, first at the letters, then into my face. I kicked him. I had my boots on. "Get up," I said. And as he got up rather heavily, trying to protect himself, I kicked him again and again, till at last he stood upright, but at some distance from me, over towards the window. He understood by this time. He saw the letters in my hand. The terror in his face sickened me even in my anger. I saw the evil almost visibly leap out. The unfamiliarity, now that the mustache was gone, the cruelty of the naked lips and mouth, the shrinking of the coward in him, these made an unforgettable picture. He did not utter a syllable. My own utterance, what words I used, I cannot remember. I did not remember them even 10 minutes afterwards, certainly not the next day, when I told the doctor what had happened. 2 sentences only remain accurate. "Come close to me. I'm going to kill you." And the other, "Get ready. I'm going to beat you like an animal." He stood before me, wearing his short day shirt without a collar, his hair untidy, his face white, his half-naked body shaking. He dropped to his knees. He got up again and tried to hide. He cringed and whined like a terrified dog. His blue eyes were ghastly. In myself were feelings I had never dreamed I possessed, but whose evidence Boyd must plainly have read in my expression. What he could not read, nor ever knew, of course, was the fight of terror I was having with myself. I felt that once I touched him, I should not stop till I had gone too far. I did not touch him once. Instead, I told him to put on his clothes, his own clothes, and go. He had no clothes of his own. He did not go. I eventually let him wait till morning, when he could find enough rags of sorts to wear in the street. He explained that he had shaved his mustache because the Rockaway hunt demanded it. He had said hardly a word during the entire scene. Half an hour after it was over, he was sleeping soundly again. I, too, thanks to the drug, slept deeply. I woke in the morning to find the mattress on the floor unoccupied. Boyd had gone. With him had gone, too, my one thick suit, and, in addition, every possible article of pawnable or other value that had been in the room or in the packing case downstairs. Only the razor and the confession had he left behind because they were beneath my pillow. The next time we met was in even more painful and dramatic circumstances. I decided it was time to act. I went down that same morning to police headquarters in Mulberry Street and swore out a warrant for his arrest on 2 charges, forgery and petty larceny. A theft of more than $25 was grand larceny, a conviction, of course, carrying heavier punishment. I reduced his theft of my $32, therefore, by $7, so that, if caught and convicted, his sentence might be as short as possible. But for the fact that I was a reporter on a Tammany newspaper, nothing would have happened. As it was, no bribe being available, the police refused to take any steps in the matter. The confession, they knew, was worthless. It was a small case. No praise in the press, no advertisement lay in it. "Find out where he is," Detective Lawler said, "and let us know. Just telephone and I'll come up and take him. But you do the hunting, see? I don't." This was Detective Lawler, who, under another name, came into a story years later, Max Hensick in The Listener. The determination to put Boyd where he could no longer harm himself or others held as firm in me as formerly the determination to forgive had held. The hunt, however, comes a little later in the story. There was first the explanation of the doctor's secret. The doctor was my companion in the dreadful hunt. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 20. It was perhaps the undigested horror of those days, as also their unsatisfied yearnings after beauty, that tried to find expression 15 years later in writing. Once they were over, I hid them away, those dreadful weeks, trying to forget them. But nothing is ever forgotten, nor is anything finally suppressed in the sense that it is done with. Expression, sooner or later, in one form or another, inevitably crops up. "Writing," declared the old doctor, after a talk about De Quincey, "is functional." He had many pet theories or hobbies on which he loved to expatiate. "Writing is as much a function of the system as breathing or excretion. What the body takes in and cannot use, it discards. What the mind takes in and cannot use, it similarly excretes. A sensitive, impressionable mind receives an incessant bombardment, often an intense, terrific bombardment of impressions. 2/3 of such impressions are never digested, much less used. The artist's temperament, whose sensitiveness accumulates a vast store, uses them. The real artist, of course, shapes them at the same time. The ordinary man, the Dutzenmensch, made in bundles by the dozen, gets few impressions and needs naturally no outlet. Writing is purely functional." It was one of his numerous pet theories. I went to his house now every night. He gave me his professional care. He gave me sympathy. He gave me food. Pathetic, wonderful old German. His tenderness was a woman's, his temper a demon's. I felt a giant in him somewhere. At close daily quarters, his alternate moods perplexed me utterly. He had an Irish wife, a kind, motherly, but quite uneducated woman of about 45, and a little girl of 8 or 9, whose white face looked as old as her mother's, and whose diminutive figure seemed to me unusual somewhere. Was it not stunted? Her intelligence, her odd ways, her brilliant eyes captivated me. She called me Uncle Dietel. She talked like her mother, broken German. Supper, an extremely simple meal, but a feast to me, was always in the basement kitchen. The tiny wooden house, owning something akin to squatters' rights, which prevented its demolition, stood in the next block to my own, hemmed in by brownstone fronts, but with a miniature garden. New York, that burns anthracite coal, has no blacks and smuts. The trees and shrubs were really green, the earth smelt sweet. The little house standing back from the road was a paradise to me. Its one ground-floor apartment was divided by folding doors into consulting and waiting rooms. But no patients came, or came so rarely that it was an event when the doorbell rang. The doctor had the greatest difficulty in keeping himself and family alive. At supper I used to eat as little as possible. He seemed a competent physician. I wondered greatly. As well as real human kindness, there was courage in that little building. There was also a great tragedy I sensed long before I discovered its solution. The strange innocence and ignorance of my upbringing still clung to me. The establishment, the poverty, the alternating moods, as I said, puzzled me. I was aware of a whole life hidden away from my observation. They were so poor that dinner was the meal of a workman. They could not even keep a servant. There were worrying debts as well. Often the doctor was so bearish and irritable that I dared not say a word. His wife got curses and abuse. He would almost kick the child, finding fault with such sneers and rudeness that I vowed to myself I would never eat his food again. Then, after a momentary absence in his workshop upstairs, where he kept a lathe and made beautiful chessmen, he would come slowly stumbling down again, and the door would open to a wholly different being. Bent as always, but well poised and vigorous, with bright, shining eyes, benevolent yet rugged face, every gesture full of gentle kindness, he would pat his old wife on the shoulder and take the child upon his knee, and beg me to play the fiddle to him, or to draw my chair up for an intimate talk. He would light his great meerschaum pipe, and beam upon the world through the blue smoke like some old jolly idol. The change seemed miraculous. His talk seemed at the time wonderful to me. He would discourse on Kant, Novalis, Heine, on music, science, astronomy. "When your troubles seem at their worst," he would say, "look up at the stars for half an hour with imagination, and you'll see your troubles in a new perspective." On religion, literature, and life, on anything and everything, while downstairs his kindly old wife prepared the frankfurters and sauerkraut and coffee. Neither mother nor child, I noticed, paid much attention to his attacks. The little girl, who called her father Otto, sat up with us night after night till 2 in the morning, and hated going to bed. She listened spellbound to the stream of talk. I still see the dingy, lamp-lit room in the heart of the roaring city, the white-haired old doctor, pipe in mouth, the operating chair in the middle of the floor, the little pale-faced child with her odd expression of maturity, as she looked from him to me, then led me by the hand to our late meal in the gloomy basement. I often waited achingly for that meal, having eaten nothing since breakfast. Would he never stop talking? We talked of Boyd, his face. The doctor's reading of Boyd's face was that it was a bad, deceitful, clever face, evil, brutal, and cruel. I mentioned the man's various acts of kindness. "Bait!" he exclaimed, with a scornful snort. "Mere bait! He wanted a free lodging. He had plenty of money all along, but the free bed gave him more to spend on himself while you starved. He talked on about faces, handsome ones he either disliked or distrusted. Handsome features like Boyd's were too often a cloak that helped to hide and deceive. Behind such faces, as a rule, lay either badness or vacuity. Good looks were the most misleading thing in the world. Expression rarely accompanied good looks, good features. He was off on a pet hobby. He waxed eloquent. Beautiful women, he spoke of good features chiefly, were almost invariably wicked, or else empty. Of society beauties he was particularly contemptuous. Regular features, fine eyes, a perfect skin, but no expression, no soul within. The deer-like eyes, the calm, proud loveliness people rave about, is mere vacancy. Pfft! His habit of staring into the mirror came back to me, and I ventured a question. He hesitated a moment, then got up and led me to the glass, where, without a word, he began to gaze at his own reflection, making the familiar grimaces, smiling, screwing up his eyes, stretching his lips, raising his eyebrows, pulling his mustache about, until at last I burst into laughter I could control no longer. He turned in astonishment. He examined my own face closely for some time. "You are too young still," he said. "You have no lines. In my face, you see, lies all my past, layer upon layer, skin behind skin, my face of middle age, of early manhood, of youth, of childhood. It carries me right back." He began showing me again, pointing to his reflection as he did so. "That's middle age, that's youth. Ah, and there's the boy's face. Look!" I did not dare to look, for explosions of laughter were in my throat, and I should have hurt his feelings dreadfully. I understood what he meant, however. "With the face of each period," he explained, "rise the memories, feelings, and emotions of that particular period, its point of view, its fears, ambitions, hopes. I live again momentarily in it. I am a younger man again, a boy, a child. I am at any rate no longer myself, as I now am." The way he spoke these 4 words was very grave and sad. "Now," he went on with a sigh, "you understand the charm of the mirror. It means escape from self. This is the ultimate teaching of all religion. To escape from self." He chuckled. "The mirror is my religion." During this odd little scene I felt closer to his secret than ever before. There was something fine and lovely in him, something big, but it lay in ruins. Had my attitude been a little different, had I not laughed, for instance, I think he would have taken me into his confidence there and then. But the opportunity was lost this time. He asked instead for music, old simple German songs being what he liked most. He would lean back in his big chair, puff his great pipe, close his eyes, and hum the melodies softly to himself while I played. It was easy to vamp a sort of accompaniment with double stopping. He dreamed of old days, I suppose. It was a variant of the mirror game. Tchaikovsky, Meyerhelmont, Massenet he also liked, but it was Schubert, Schumann, even Mendelssohn he always hummed to. Of Ich groll nicht, auch wenn das Herz mir bricht, he never tired. The little child would dart up from the basement at the first sound of the fiddle, show her old white face at the door, then creep in, sit in a corner, and never take her eyes from the orchestra. When it stopped playing, she was off again in a second. One item, while speaking of the music, stands out, chanting to the fiddle a certain passage from De Quincey. The Confessions fascinated him. The description of the privations in London, the scenes with Anne when she first brought him out of her scanty money the reviving glass of port, her abrupt disappearance finally, and his pathetic, faithful search, the lonely hours in the empty house in Greek Street, but particularly his prolonged fight against the drug. It was the invocation to opium, a passage of haunting beauty, however, he loved so much, that he chanted it over and over to himself. The first time he did this, I invented a soft running accompaniment on the lower strings, using double stopping. The mute was on. My voice added the bass. It was a curious composition of which he never tired. It moved him very deeply. I have even seen tears trickling down his cheeks when it was over. He always left his chair for this performance, walking slowly to and fro, while he chanted the rhythmical, sonorous sentences. Oh, just, subtle and mighty opium, that, to the hearts of rich and poor alike, for the wounds that will never heal, and for the pangs of grief that tempt the spirit to rebel, bringest an assuaging balm. Eloquent opium, that with thy potent rhetoric stealest away the purposes of wrath. Thou buildest upon the bosom of darkness, out of the fantastic imagery of the brain, cities and temples beyond the art of Phidias and Praxiteles, beyond the splendors of Babylon and Hecatompylos, and hast the keys of paradise. O just, subtle, and mighty opium! Ach, wie prachtvoll, he would cry a moment later, wie wunderschön, and then would recite a translation he had made into his own tongue, and a very fine one too. Quite delighted, he would repeat the passage over and over again, pausing to compare the two versions, fixing me with his big eyes in order to increase his own pleasure in the music by witnessing the evidence of my own. Truly he was a Jekyll and Hyde. It was only during the Jekyll mood this kind of scene took place. In the Jekyll happy humor, too, that I had told him about my strange upbringing. "Now I understand better," he said, "why you are still so young and know so little of life, and why you are so foolishly good to Boyd." Which annoyed me, because I considered myself now quite old, and a thorough man of the world as well. It was in this mood, too, that we discussed my own theories and beliefs, a life in the woods as well. Kay, himself and his family, Boyd, and I were to settle in the backwoods. Perhaps I was as eloquent as I was earnest. He listened attentively. Sometimes he seemed almost ready to consent. He understood, at any rate, the deep spell that nature had for me. But he only smiled when I said I was a failure and an outcast. My life had hardly begun yet. No man was a failure who had an object and worked for it, even though he never got within miles of accomplishment. "A life for a man is a life among men," he would say with emphasis. "The woods are all right as an interlude, but not as a career." He was very sympathetic, but he shook his head violently. "In action lies a man's safety in life," he growled at me. "The world needs men of action, not dreamers," he repeated and repeated. "And Buddhism has never yet produced a man of action. Do something, even if it proves the wrong thing. Dreaming without action is the quickest way of self-corruption I know." And he would then urge me again to become a doctor, after which he would proceed to dream himself for an hour or two, showing that all his life he had been far more of a dreamer than a man of action. It was chance that suddenly led me into the doctor's secret. He became for me, from that moment, the most pathetic and tragic of human beings. My own troubles seemed insignificant. One afternoon early in December, gloomy, very cold, a studio appointment failed, and I decided to go to the wooden house. It was that or the public library. But I wanted a talk. I wanted also to get really warm. I had no overcoat. The doctor's room was always like an oven. The vermin I had grown accustomed to, and hardly noticed them. An idea of food, too, was in my mind, for the free lunch glass of beer and salt chip potatoes was all I had eaten since breakfast. 7 o'clock, however, was my usual hour of visit. I had never been in the afternoon before. A memorable visit. We were alone. He told me his secret very quietly. I found him in his most awful mood, rude, his nerves unbearably on edge. He said he had not expected me, but when I tried to go, he became angry and begged me to stay, saying that I helped him more than I could ever know. Had I brought the fiddle? I said I would run up the street and get it. No, he implored. Don't go now. You can go later, before supper. Please do not leave me, please. He then said he would tell me something no one else knew, no one except his wife. I wondered what was coming, and felt strangely touched and moved at his treating me with such confidence. His manner was so pathetic, and he seemed suddenly to have become weak and helpless, and somehow or other it was in my power to do him a service. I was thrilled and full of expectation. But before he began to tell me, he went up to a little cabinet with a glass door, and took out a small bottle full of a white powder, bearing the magical word, Mehendi, a word I can never forget as long as I live, and took some of the powder and made a solution, and then sucked some of it up with a needle and turned to me. His face was swollen and looked terrible, for the eyes glowed so hotly, and the skin was so red and white in patches. Then he began to open his waistcoat and shirt till his chest was bare. Look, he said, for I half moved aside, and when I looked I saw he was covered with hundreds of small red sores. Evidently my face betrayed shrinking and horror, for the old man laughed and said, "Oh, I'm not a leper. They're only blisters," and then finding a little clear space on his skin, put the needle of his syringe through the flesh and injected the fluid into his body. He next quickly put his finger over the spot and rubbed to and fro for about a minute, staring steadily at me while he did so. "That's morphine," he said in a dead voice, "and the rubbing is necessary to prevent a blister forming." I knew nothing about morphine except the name, and I was disappointed rather than thrilled. But the next minute he gave me all the thrill I wanted, and more besides. "I've been fighting it for 2 years," he said quietly in German, still rubbing the spot and staring hard at me, "and I am slowly getting the better of it. If I don't succeed, it means I die." A cold, grim smile that made me shudder stole over his swollen face. "Death," he added. I felt his despair, the despair of doubt, as he said this, and in his eyes blazed suddenly all the suppressed depths of suffering and emotion that he usually kept hidden. Such a flood of sympathy for the old man rose in me that I did not know what to say. Of drugs and their power I knew nothing. I stood and stared in silence, but his voice and manner made me realize one thing, that here was an awful battle, a struggle between human courage, will, and endurance, on the one hand, and some tremendous power on the other, a struggle to the death. The word morphine seemed to me some sort of demon. He sat down in his armchair, lit his pipe, pulled up the operating chair for me to lie on beside him, and then told me very quietly why he took it. Already his face looked different as the morphine circulated through the blood, and he smiled and wore a genial, happy air of benevolence that made him at once a different man. I shall have peace now for several hours, he said, but I don't take morphine for pleasure. I take it because it is the only way to keep myself alive and to keep my wife and child from starving. If I can gradually wean myself from it, I shall live for years. If not, and I cannot make the dose less and less, it will kill me very soon. I am old, you see. He told me very simply, but very graphically, speaking in German as he loved to do, that 3 years ago he had enjoyed a good and lucrative practice, but he had embarked upon some experiments in his leg. I never understood exactly what, and did not dare to ask. And to observe these properly, he was obliged to use the knife without taking any anesthetic. His wife stood beside him and staunched the blood, but the pain and shock proved more than he was equal to, being an old man, and a collapse followed. All his patients left him, for he could not attend to them, and in order to be in a fit condition to see even chance callers, he had to inject morphine. Thus the habit began, and before he knew where he was, the thing had him by the throat. He was a man of great natural strength of will, and he began to stop it, but the fight was far harder than he had imagined, and his nerves seemed to have gone to pieces. Unless he had the support of a dose, he was so brutal, irritable, and rude that no one could stay in his presence, and no patient would come near him. He never got his practice back again, and whenever a stray patient called now, he had to take an injection, or he would be sure to behave in such a way that the man or woman would never return. He used atropine to mix with his morphine, and thus tried gradually to cure himself, and lately had succeeded in reducing the quantity very considerably. But it was an awful fight, and he admitted the end was uncertain. He said I helped him to bear the strain. My presence, he said, the music too, gave him some sort of comfort and strength, and he was always glad to see me. When I was there, he could hold out longer than when he was alone, and one reason he was telling me all this intimate history, telling it to a comparative stranger, was because he wished me to try and help him more. I stammered some words in broken German about being eager and willing to help, and he smiled and said he thanked me, and we would make the fight together. The charm is very powerful, he went on, especially to a nature like mine, for when I take this stuff, the world becomes full of wonder and mystery again, just as it was for me 60 years ago, when I was a boy with burning hopes and high dreams. But far more than that, I believe in people again. That makes more difference in your life than anything else, for to lose faith in men makes life unbearable. Bitter experiences have shaken my trust and belief in my fellow creatures. But with this stuff in me, I find it again and feel at peace with the world. That is why you sometimes approve and at other times disapprove of my attitude towards Boyd. Yes, he said, with a most benign and delightful expression in his eyes. Give him every chance. There's lots of good in him. He feels, no doubt, that everyone who knows about him distrusts him. Weak men will always try, more or less, to live up to what is expected of them, for they are easily hypnotized. If they feel everyone expects only evil from them, their chief incentive is lost. Then I ought never to let him think I've lost belief in him? Never. Frighten him, kick him, urge him along with violence, anything to make him move of himself towards being decent, but never suggest he cannot be, and is not, decent or straight. How we talked that night, and how I suffered from hunger! For when morphine was in him, the old doctor ate little, and this time he was full of ideas and ideals, and had so sympathetic a listener that he forgot I might want food, and it was not till after 1 in the morning that he began to flag and thought of coffee. We went down into the kitchen, and there we found the patient wife dozing on the wooden chair, and the child reading a book, Undine, on the deal table, with her eyes so bright I thought they were going to shoot out flame. She looked up and stared at us for a long time before she got herself back from that enchanted region of woods and pools and moonlight. Strange supper parties they were in that quiet basement kitchen between 1 and 2 of the winter mornings of December 1892. Otto Hubner, having broken the ice, told me much of his own life then. Owing to family disputes, he left the manufacturing town in northern Germany, where he was born and brought up, and came to New York as a young man. He never saw his parents again, and took out naturalization papers at once. For years he was employed by Steinway's piano factory, as a common workman at first, then as a skilled man. He was unmarried. He saved money. He began to study at night. The passion for medicine was so strong in him that he made up his mind to become a doctor. He attended lectures when he could. It was a life of slavery, of incessant toil both day and night. He was over 40 when he began studying for the examinations, and it took him 7 years to attain his end. His health had suffered during this strenuous time. He had married well after 50. Dear, lovable, much to be pitied old man, my heart went out to him. I was determined to do everything I could to help. I owed him much for counsel, sympathy, and kindness, to say nothing of medical attendance and food besides, at a time, too, when I believed myself a complete failure and thought my life was ruined. England, my family, all that I had been accustomed to, seemed utterly remote. I had cut myself off. I had tumbled into quite another world, and the only friend I had, the only being I trusted, even loved as well, was the old German morphine victim. Meanwhile, it had been very wonderful to me to see an irritable, savage old man change in a few minutes into a kindly, genial, tender-hearted being, and I began to feel an absorbing curiosity about this fine white powder labeled Mehendi. I invariably now rubbed in the dose, finding with increasing difficulty a clear space of skin in the poor, worn old body. I watched the change steal over him. It seemed to me pure magic. It began more and more to fascinate me. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 21. A few days after the doctor's secret had been laid bare, I received a brief, curt letter from McCloy to say he could not keep my place open forever. How soon was I coming back? 6 weeks had passed already. The doctor convinced me I was not yet in a condition to face 10 hours hard reporting a day. I answered McCloy as best I could, thanking him and telling the facts. Dr. Hubner also wrote him a line. I was distressed and anxious nonetheless, and that evening I was certainly not at my best. I gave the old man but little help. His method of using me was simple. If I could manage to interest him, by talk, by music, by books, by anything at all, it enabled him to postpone the hour of injection. Each time we tried to make this interval longer. Each time, he told me, he took a smaller quantity. On this particular evening, hungry and depressed as I was, I failed to be interesting, and no forced attempt could make me so. My own condition, in any case, was pretty low. My friend's dejection and excessive irritability proved the last straw. We disagreed, we hurt each other's feelings a little. I relapsed into silence finally. The gloom was dreadful. My own troubles just then were uppermost in my mind. If I lost my job, I kept thinking, what on earth would happen to me? The old man presently, and long before his time, got up in silence and went to the glass cabinet where now the Mehendi bottle stood. He no longer kept it in his workshop out of sight. His face was black as thunder. Conscience pricked me. I roused myself, saying something by way of trying to prevent, whereupon he turned and said savagely, "Do you want to see me die or lose my reason?" As already mentioned, I was totally ignorant of drugs and their effect. His words, which I took literally, frightened me. I watched him mix the solution, fill his syringe slowly with shaking hands, then unfasten his clothes. I found the place and rubbed the skin as usual, while he sat back in his big chair in sullen silence. He drew the needle out. His face was awful. He sighed and groaned. I really thought he was going to collapse before my eyes, perhaps to die. I rubbed and rubbed, while the magical change stole slowly over him. His face cleared, his smile came back, he looked younger, his very voice became mellow instead of harsh and rough. His eyes lit up with happiness. The contrast was astonishing, the effect so rapid. And for the first time a longing rose in me. If only I could have some of this bewitching panacea. My troubles would all melt away. I should feel happy. Hunger also would disappear. Was it so terrible and dangerous after all? The thought went through me like a burning flame. It was a thought merely. I had no intention of asking, not even of suggesting such a thing. I would never have dared to. The old man, I knew, besides, would never, never consent. His obstinacy was beyond any power of mine to modify. None the less, the thought and desire were distinctly in me at that moment. It even crossed my mind that he was selfish, inconsiderate, unkind, not to realize that a little, oh, just a tiny dose, would help me and make me happy too. The change in him was now complete. He settled back in his deep chair. I heard him asking for the fiddle. I remember the effort it cost me to say something about being ready to try, and how I concealed my sulky face as I crossed the room to open my case. I felt disappointed, rather sore, a trifle angry too. He could so easily open the gates of heaven for me. I fumbled with the case, delaying on purpose, for no music lay in me, and I did not want to play. I felt miserable all over. My back was turned to him. And then I heard my name softly spoken close behind me. I turned with a start. It was the doctor's voice. Its peculiar softness struck me. He was coming slowly across the room, a curious smile on his face, peering at me over the top of his spectacles, the shoulders bent forward a little, his gait slouching, his slippers dragging along the carpet, his white hair tumbling about his forehead, moving slowly at me, and in his raised right hand was a needle poised to strike. I knew what it meant. He was going to give me morphia without even being asked. A queer revulsion of feeling came over me. He was saying something, but I did not hear the words properly, nor understand them, at any rate. His voice, too, was so low and soft. My brain was in a whirl. Something in the old man's appearance frightened me. The idea of the drug now also frightened me. Then suddenly a complete recklessness rushed over me. "Take off your coat," I heard him say, "and now roll your sleeve up, so. No, just." He gazed hard into my eyes. "Aber nur ausnahmsweise." With slow, earnest emphasis he repeated the words, "As an exception only." I watched him choose the place on my arm. I watched the needle go in with its little prick. I watched him slowly press the small piston that injected the poison into my blood. He, for his part, never once moved his eyes from mine till the operation was ended, and my coat was on again. He wore that curious smile the whole time. "You needed it tonight," he said. "Just a little, a very weak dose. Aber nur ausnahmsweise." He walked over and put the little Mehendi phial back upon the shelf. Then he filled his pipe and drew up the operating chair for me to lie on. His eye was constantly on me. The music was forgotten. He wanted to talk. Whether he had done this thing really to give me a little happiness, or whether his idea was to make me interesting for his own sake, I do not know. The fact is that within 3 minutes of the needle's prick, I was in a state of absolute bliss. A little warm sensation, accompanied by the faintest possible suggestion of nausea, which was probably my own imagination, passed up the spine into the head. Something cleared in my brain, then burst. A sense of thawing followed, the melting away of all the things that had been making me unhappy. I began to glow all over. Hope, happiness, and a gorgeous confidence flowed in. Benevolence, enthusiasm, charity flooded me to the brim. I wanted to forgive Boyd everything to the end of time, sacrificing my entire life to cure my old German friend. Everything base, unworthy, sordid in me, it seemed, had dropped away. The experience is too well known to bear another description. It varies, of course, with individuals, varies, too, according to the state of health or sickness, according to whether it is needed or not really needed. And while some feel what I felt, others merely sleep, or, on the contrary, cannot sleep at all. The strength of the dose, naturally, is also an important item. Individual reactions, anyhow, are very different, and with K, to whom later the doctor gave it too, 3 doses produced no effect whatever, while the 4th brought on the cumulative result of all 4 at once, so that we had to walk him up and down, pouring strong black coffee down his unwilling throat, urging him violently not to sleep, the only thing he wanted to do, or he would, old Hubner assured him, never wake again. In my case, at any rate, wasted physically as I was, empty of food, undernourished for many weeks, below par being a mild description of my body, the result seemed a radiance that touched ecstasy. It was, of course, an intensification of consciousness. Such intensification, I well knew, could be produced by better, if more difficult ways, ways that caused no reaction, ways that constructed instead of destroyed. And the first pleasure I derived from my experience, the interest that first stirred flashingly and at once through my cleared mind, was the absolute conviction that the teaching and theories in my books were true. The doctor sat, smiling at me from his chair. "I would not do this for many," he said in German, "but for you it has no danger. You could stop anything. You have real will." After a pause, he added, "Now we are happy. We are both happy. Let us dream without thinking. Let us realize our happiness." The hours passed while we talked, and my hunger was forgotten. I only wanted one thing to complete my happiness. I wanted K, I wanted Boyd, and I wanted one figure from across the sea, my brother. Had these 3 come to join the circle in that dingy consulting room, my heaven, it seemed to me, would have been made perfect. The passing of time was not marked. I played the fiddle, and we chanted the old man's favorite passage, "O just, subtle, and mighty opium!" Its full meaning with the appeal it held, now all explained to me at last. As I laid the instrument down, I saw the white face of the little girl just inside the half-open door. She caught my eye, ran up to me, and climbed upon my knee. "Oh, Uncle Diddle," she cried, "how big your eyes are! I do believe Otto has given you some of his Mehendi medicine. Are you going to die too, unless you have it?" Nothing, it seemed, was hidden from the clear vision that lay in me then. The appalling truth flashed into me on the instant. The little stunted figure, the old expression in the pallid child face, the whiteness of the skin, the brilliant eyes, all were due to the same one thing. Did the doctor, her own father, give her the needle too? It was on this occasion, this night of my first experience with morphine, that I found my letters with the stamps torn off. I reached home, as described, about 2 in the morning, still in a state of bliss, although the effect of the drug was waning a little then. But there was happiness, affection, forgiveness, and charity in my heart, I thought. This describes my feelings of the moment, certainly. How they were swept away has been already told. So much for the pseudo-exaltation of the drug. And while on this subject, the part played by the drug in this particular little scrap of history may as well be told briefly at once and done with. The suggestion that I could stop anything, combined with my own desire, was potent. There was another way in which the insidious poisoning also worked. I became so interesting, and entertained the old doctor so successfully, that he found himself able to do without his own dose. The stern injunction, "Nur ausnahmsweise," was forgotten. Without the stuff in my blood, I was gloomy, stupid, dull. With it, I became alive and helped him. But the headache and depression, the nausea, the black ultimate dejection of the day after, could be removed by one thing only. Nothing else had the slightest effect, and only another dose could banish these after effects, a stronger dose. While the old man was soon able to reduce not only the quantity he took, but the number of injections as well, my own dose, to produce the desired effect, had to be doubled. Every night for 4 weeks that needle pricked me. In my next incarnation, if it takes place, I shall still see the German doctor slouching across the room at me, with the loaded syringe in his poised hand, and the strange look in his eyes. It seemed an ineradicable memory. By the end of the 4 weeks, I was working again on the newspaper. My visits to the wooden house I cut down to 2 a week, then 1 a week. It was a poignant business. He needed me. Desire for the balm that assuaged, desire to help the friend who was slowly dying, desire to save myself from obvious destruction. These tugged and tore me different ways. For the full story, I should have to write another book. 3 things saved me, I think, in the order of their value: my books and beliefs, nature, my Sundays in Bronx Park or in the woods of the Palisades in New Jersey, and lastly, the power of the doctor's own suggestion, "You could stop anything." When May came, with her wonder and her magic, I was free again, so free that I could play the fiddle and talk to the old man by the hour, and feel even no desire for the drug. Nor has the desire ever returned to me from that day to this. An experiment with hashish, a good deal later, an account of which I wrote for my paper at the time, had no desire in it. Foolish and dangerous though the experiment was, of course, the cannabis indica was not taken for indulgence, nor to bring a false temporary happiness into a life I loathed. I did it to earn a little extra money. Kay did it with me. 3 times in all we took it. Some of the effects I tried to describe years later, in the first story of a book, John's Silence. My decision, with the steps I had taken, to arrest Boyd, I told to the doctor on the afternoon following the discovery of his treachery with my letters. He approved. This time even his Jekyll personality approved. "You'll never catch him, though," he growled. "He's too clever for you. He'll hear about the warrant and be out of the state in a day, if not out of the country. In Canada they can't touch him. Besides, the police won't stir a finger. Oh, you'll never catch him." I felt otherwise, however. I meant to catch him, while at the same time I did not want to. The horrible manhunt began that very night. End of chapter 21.